Section 52 of The Genius by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 23. The form of Carlotta Wilson was perfect. Her passion eager, her subtlety a match for almost any situation. She had deliberately set out to win Eugene because he was attractive to her and because by his early indifference he had piqued her vanity and self-love. She liked him though, liked every one of his characteristics, and was as proud of her triumph as a child with a new toy. When he had finally slipped his arm under her waist, she had thrilled, with a burning, vibrating thrill throughout her frame, and when she came to him, it was with the eagerness of one wild for his caresses. She threw herself on him, kissed him sensuously scores of times, whispered her desire and her affection. Eugene thought, now that he saw her through the medium of an awakened passion, that he had never seen anything more lovely. For the time being he forgot Frieda, Angela, his loneliness, the fact that he was working in supposed prudent self-restraint to effect his recovery, and gave himself up to the full enjoyment of this situation. Carlotta was tireless in her attentions. Once she saw that he really cared, or imagined he did. She dwelt in the atmosphere of her passion and affection. There was not a moment that she was not with or thinking of Eugene when either was possible. She lay in wait for him at every turn, gave him every opportunity which her skill could command. She knew the movements of her mother and cousin to the least fraction, could tell exactly where they were, how long they were likely to remain, how long it would take them to reach a certain door or spot where they were standing. Her step was noiseless, her motions and glances significant and interpretive. For a month or thereabouts she guided Eugene through the most perilous situations, keeping her arms about him to the last possible moment, kissing him silently and swiftly at the most unexpected times and in the most unexpected surroundings. Her weary languor, her seeming indifference disappeared, and she was very much alive, except in the presence of others. There her old manner remained, intensified even, for she was determined to throw a veil of darkness over her mother and her cousin's eyes. She succeeded admirably for the time being, for she lied to her mother out of the whole cloth, pretending that Eugene was nice but a little slow, so far as the ways of the world were concerned. He may be a good artist, she volunteered, but he isn't very much of a ladies' man. He hasn't the first trace of gallantry. Mrs. Hibberdell was glad. At least there would be no disturbance here. She feared Carlotta, feared Eugene, but she saw no reason for complaint. In her presence all was seemingly formal and at times almost distant. She did not like to say to her daughter that she should not come to her own home now that Eugene was here, and she did not like to tell him to leave. Carlotta said she liked him fairly well, but that was nothing. Any married woman might do that. Yet under her very eyes was going forward the most disconcerting license. She would have been astounded if she had known the manner in which the bath, Carlotta's chamber, and Eugene's room were being used. The hour never struck when they were beyond surveillance but what they were together. Eugene grew very indifferent in the matter of his work. From getting to the point where he was enjoying it because he looked upon it as a form of exercise which was benefiting him, and feeling that he might not have to work indefinitely if he kept up physical rehabilitation at this pace, he grew languid about it and moody over the time he had to give to it. Carlotta had the privilege of a certain automobile, and besides, she could afford to hire one of her own. She began by suggesting that he meet her at certain places and times for a little spin, and this took him away from his work a good portion of the time. "You don't have to work every day, do you?" she asked him one Sunday afternoon when they were alone. Simpson and Mrs. Hibberdell had gone out for a walk, and they were in her room on the second floor. Her mother's was on the third. "I don't have to," he said, "if I don't mind losing the money they pay. It's 15 cents an hour, and I need that. I'm not working at my regular profession, you must remember." "Oh, chuck that," she said. "What's 15 cents an hour? I'll give you 10 times that to come and be with me." "No, you won't," he said. "You won't give me anything. We won't go anywhere on that basis." "Oh, Eugene, how you talk! Why won't you?" she asked. "I have lots of it, at least lots more than you have just now, and it might as well be spent this way as some other. It won't be spent right anyhow. That is, not for any exceptional purpose." "Why shouldn't you have some of it? You can pay it back to me." "I won't do it," said Eugene. "We won't go anywhere on that basis. I'd rather go and work. It's all right, though. I can sell a picture, maybe. I expect to hear any day of something being sold. What is it you want to do?" "I want you to come automobiling with me tomorrow. Ma's going over to her sister Ella's in Brooklyn. Has that shop of yours a phone?" "Sure it has, but I don't think you'd better call me up there, though." "Once won't hurt." "Well, perhaps not, but we'd better not begin that, or at least not make a practice of it. These people are very strict. They have to be." "I know," said Carlotta. "I won't. I was just thinking. I'll let you know. You know that river road that runs on the top of the hill over there?" "Yes." "You'll be walking along there tomorrow at 1 o'clock, and I'll pick you up. You can come this once, can't you?" "Sure," said Eugene. "I can come. I was just joking. I can get some money." He still had his $100 which he had not used when he first started looking for work. He had been clinging to it grimly, but now in this lightened atmosphere he thought he might spend some of it. He was going to get well. Everything was pointing that way. His luck was with him. "Well, I'll get the car. You don't mind riding in that, do you?" "No," he said. "I'll wear a good suit to the shop and change over there." She laughed gaily, for his scruples and simplicity amused her. "You're a prince, my Prince Charming," she said, and she flung herself in his lap. "Oh, you angel man, heaven born! I've been waiting for you, I don't know how long. Wise man! Prince Charming, I love you. I love you. I think you're the nicest thing that ever was." Eugene caressed her gently. "And you're my wise girl. But we are no good, neither you nor I. You're a wastrel and a stray. And I hesitate to think what I am." "What is a wastrel?" she asked. "That's a new one on me. I don't remember." "Something or someone that can be thrown away as useless. A stray is a pigeon that won't stay with the flock." "That's me," said Carlotta, holding out her firm, smooth arms before her and grinning mischievously. "I won't stay with any flock. Nix for the flocks. I'd rather be off with my wise man. He is nice enough for me. He's better nor 9 or 10 flocks." She was using corrupt English for the joy of it. "Just me and you, Prince Charming, and I, your lovely wastrel. Do you like strays? Say you do. Listen, do you like strays?" Eugene had been turning his head away, saying, "Scandalous! Terrible! You're the worst ever!" But she stopped his mouth with her lips. "Do you?" "This wastrel, yes. This stray," he replied, smoothing her cheek. "Ah, you're lovely, Carlotta. You're beautiful. What a wonderful woman you are." She gave herself to him completely. "Whatever I am, I'm yours, wise man," she went on. "You can have anything you want of me, do anything you please with me. You're like an opiate to me, Eugene, sweet. You stop my mouth and close my eyes and seal my ears. You make me forget everything I suppose I might think now and then, but I don't want to. I don't want to, and I don't care. I wish you were single. I wish I were free. I wish we had an island somewhere together. Oh, hell! Life is a wearisome tangle, isn't it? Take the cash and let the credit go." By this time Carlotta had heard enough of Eugene's life to understand what his present condition was. She knew he was sick, though not exactly why. She thought it was due to overwork. She knew he was out of funds except for certain pictures he had on sale, but that he would regain his art ability and reestablish himself she did not doubt. She knew something of Angela and thought it was all right that she should be away from him, but now she wished the separation might be permanent. She went into the city and asking about at various art stores learned something of Eugene's art history and his great promise. It made him all the more fascinating in her eyes. One of his pictures on exhibition at Polte Ferries was bought by her after a little while, and the money sent to Eugene, for she had learned from him how these pictures, any pictures, were exhibited on sale, and the painter paid, minus the commission, when the sale was made. She took good care to make it clear to the manager of Potteries that she was doing this so that Eugene could have the money, and saw to it that the check reached him promptly. If Eugene had been alone, this check of $300 would have served to bring Angela to him. As it was, it gave him funds to disport himself with in her company. He did not know that she had been the means of his getting it, or to whom the picture had been sold. A fictitious name was given. This sale somewhat restored Eugene's faith in his future, for if one of his pictures would sell so late in the day for this price, others would. There were days thereafter of the most curious composition. In the morning he would leave dressed in his old working suit and carrying his lunch box, Carlotta waving him farewell from her window, or if he had an engagement outside with Carlotta, wearing a good suit and trusting his overalls and jumper to protect it, working all day with John and Bill, or Malachi Dempsey and Joseph, for there was rivalry between these two groups as to which should have his company, or leaving the shop early and riding with her a part of the time, coming home at night to be greeted by Carlotta as though she had not seen him at all. She watched for his coming as patiently as a wife, and was as eager to see if there was anything she could do for him. In the shop, Malachi and Joseph, or John and Bill, and sometimes some of the carpenters upstairs, would complain of a rush of work in order that they might have his assistance or presence. Malachi and Joseph could always enter the complaint that they were in danger of being hampered by shavings, for the latter were constantly piling up in great heaps, beautiful shavings of ash and yellow pine and walnut, which smelled like resin and frankincense and had the shape of girls' curls, or dry breakfast food, or rich damp sawdust. Or John and Bill would complain that they were being overworked and needed someone in the car to receive. Even Big John, the engineer, tried to figure out some scheme by which he could utilize Eugene as a fireman, but that was impossible. There was no call for any such person. The foreman understood well enough what the point was, but said nothing, placing Eugene with the particular group which seemed to need him most. Eugene was genial enough about the matter. Wherever he was right. He liked to be in the cars or on a lumber pile or in the plane room. He also liked to stand and talk to Big John or Harry Fornes, his basket under his arm, kidding as he called it. His progress to and fro was marked by endless quips and jests, and he was never weary. When his work was done at night, he would hurry home, following the right bank of the little stream until he reached the path which led up to the street whereon was the Hibberdale house. On his way he would sometimes stop and study the water, its peaceful current bearing an occasional stick or straw upon its bosom, and contrasting the seeming peace of its movement with his own troubled life. The subtlety of nature as expressed in water appealed to him. The difference between this idyllic stream bank and his shop and all who were of it struck him forcefully. Malachi Dempsey had only the vaguest conception of the beauty of nature. Jack Stix was scarcely more artistic than the raw piles of lumber with which he dealt. Big John had no knowledge of the rich emotions of love or of beauty which troubled Eugene's brain. They lived on another plane, apparently. At the other end of the stream awaiting him was Carlotta, graceful, sophisticated, eager in her regard for him, lukewarm in her interest in morals, sybaritic in her moods, representing in a way a world which lived upon the fruits of this exploited toil and caring nothing about it. If he said anything to Carlotta about the condition of Joseph Mews, who carried bundles of wood home to his sister of an evening to help save the expense of fuel, she merely smiled. If he talked of the poverty of the masses, she said, "Don't be doleful, Eugene." She wanted to talk of art and luxury and love, or think of them at least. Her love of the beauty of nature was keen. There were certain inns they could reach by automobile where they could sit and dine and drink a bottle of wine or a pitcher of claret cup, and here she would muse on what they would do if they were only free. Angela was frequently in Carlotta's thoughts, persistently in Eugene's, for he could not help feeling that he was doing her a rank injustice. She had been so patient and affectionate all this long time past, had tended him as a mother, waited on him as a servant. Only recently he had been writing in the most affectionate terms, wishing she were with him. Now all that was dead again. It was hard work to write. Everything he said seemed a lie, and he did not want to say it. He hated to pretend. Still, if he did not write, Angela would be in a state of mortal agony, he thought, and would shortly come to look him up. It was only by writing, protesting his affection, explaining why in his judgment it was unadvisable for her to come at the present, that she could be made to stay where she was. And now that he was so infatuated with Carlotta, this seemed very desirable. He did not delude himself that he would ever be able to marry her. He knew that he could not get a divorce, there being no grounds, and the injustice to Angela being such a bar to his conscience. And as for Carlotta, her future was very uncertain. Norman Wilson, for all that he disregarded her at times, did not want to give her up. He was writing, threatening to come back to New York if she did not come to him, though the fact that she was in her mother's home, where he considered her safe, was some consolation to him. Angela was begging Eugene to let her come. They would get along, she argued, on whatever he got, and he would be better off with her than alone. She pictured him living in some uncomfortable boarding house where he was not half attended to and intensely lonely. Her return meant the leaving of this lovely home, for Mrs. Hibberdell had indicated that she would not like to keep him and his wife, and so the end of this perfect romance with Carlotta, an end to lovely country inns and summer balconies where they were dining together, an end to swift tours in her automobile, which she guided skillfully herself, avoiding the presence of a chauffeur, an end to lovely trysts under trees and by pretty streams where he kissed and fondled her and where she lingered joyously in his arms. "If Ma could only see us now," she would jest, or, "Do you suppose Bill and John would recognize you here if they saw you?" Once she said, "This is better than the engine room, isn't it?" "You're a bad lot, Carlotta," he would declare, and then would come to her lips the enigmatic smile of Mona Lisa. "You like bad lots, don't you? Strays make fine hunting." In her own philosophy, she was taking the cash and letting the credit go. End of section 52. Section 53 of The Genius by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 24. Days like this could not go on forever. The seed of their destruction was in their beginning. Eugene was sad. He used to show his mood at times, and, if she asked him what was the matter, would say, "We can't keep this thing up much longer. It must come to an end soon." "You're certainly a gloomy philosopher, Jeanie," she would say, reproachfully, for she had hopes that it could be made to last a long while under any circumstances. Eugene had the feeling that no pretense would escape Angela's psychology. She was too sensitive to his unspoken moods and feelings. She would come soon, willy-nilly, and then all this would be ended. As a matter of fact, several things combined to bring about change and conclusion. For one thing, Mrs. Hibberdell had been more and more impressed with the fact that Carlotta was not merely content to stay, but that once having come, she was fairly determined to remain. She had her own apartment in the city, ostensibly closed for the summer, for she had protested that it was too hot to live in town when she first proposed going to Narragansett. After seeing Eugene, she figured out a possible use for it, though that use was dangerous, for Norman Wilson might return at any time. Nevertheless, they had been there on occasions, this with the double effect of deceiving her mother and entertaining Eugene. If she could remain away from Riverwood a percentage of the time, she argued with Eugene, it would make her stay less suspicious and would not jeopardize their joy in companionship. So she did this. At the same time, she could not stay away from Riverwood entirely, for Eugene was there necessarily morning and evening. Nevertheless, toward the end of August, Mrs. Hibberdell was growing suspicious. She had seen an automobile entering Central Park once when Carlotta had phoned her that she had a sick headache and could not come up. It looked to Mrs. Hibberdell, who had gone downtown shopping on the strength of this ailment, and who had phoned Carlotta that she was going to call at her apartment in the evening, as though Eugene and Carlotta were in it. Eugene had gone to work that morning, which made it seem doubtful, but it certainly looked very much like him. Still, she did not feel sure it was he or Carlotta either. When she came to the latter's apartment, Carlotta was there, feeling better, but stating that she had not been out. Mrs. Hibberdell concluded thoughtfully that she must have been mistaken. Her own room was on the third floor, and several times, after all had retired, and she had come down to the kitchen or dining room or library for something, she had heard a peculiar noise as of someone walking lightly. She thought it was fancy on her part, for invariably when she reached the second floor all was dark and still. Nevertheless, she wondered whether Eugene and Carlotta could be visiting. Twice between breakfast and the time Eugene departed, she thought she heard Eugene and Carlotta whispering on the second floor, but there was no proof. Carlotta's readiness to rise for breakfast at 6:30 in order to be at the same table with Eugene was peculiar, and her giving up Narragansett for Riverwood was most significant. It remained for one real discovery to resolve all her suspicions into the substance of fact and convict Carlotta of being the most conscienceless of deceivers. It came about in this fashion. One Sunday morning, Davis and Mrs. Hibberdell had decided to go automobiling. Eugene and Carlotta were invited, but had refused. For Carlotta, on hearing the discussion several days before, had warned Eugene and planned to have the day for herself and her lover. She cautioned him to pretend the need of making visits downtown. As for herself, she had said she would go, but on the day in question did not feel well enough. Davis and Mrs. Hibberdell departed, their destination being Long Island. It was an all-day tour. After an hour their machine broke, however, and after sitting in it 2 hours waiting for repairs, long enough to spoil their plans, they came back by trolley. Eugene had not gone downtown. He was not even dressed when the door opened on the ground floor and Mrs. Hibberdell came in. "Oh, Carlotta," she called, standing at the foot of the stairs and expecting Carlotta to appear from her own room or a sort of lounging and sewing room which occupied the front of the house on the second floor and where she frequently stayed. Carlotta unfortunately was with Eugene, and the door to this room was commanded from where Mrs. Hibberdell was standing. She did not dare to answer. "Oh, Carlotta," called her mother again. The latter's first thought was to go back in the kitchen and look there, but on second thoughts she ascended the steps and started for the sewing room. Carlotta thought she had entered. In an instant she had seized the opportunity to step into the bath which was next to Eugene's room, but she was scarcely quick enough. Her mother had not gone into the room, only opened the door and looked in. She did not see Carlotta step out of Eugene's room, but did see her entering the bath in negligee, and she could scarcely have come from anywhere else. Her own door, which was between Eugene's room and the sewing room, was 10 feet away. It did not seem possible that she could have come from there. She had not had time enough, and anyhow, why had she not answered? The first impulse of Mrs. Hibberdell was to call to her. Her second thought was to let the ruse seem successful. She was convinced that Eugene was in his room, and a few minutes later a monitory cough on his part, coughed for a purpose, convinced her. "Are you in the bath, Carlotta?" she called quietly, after looking into Carlotta's room. "Yes," came the reply, easily enough. "Did your machine break down?" A few remarks were exchanged through the door, and then Mrs. Hibberdell went to her room. She thought over the situation steadily, for it greatly irritated her. It was not the same as the discovered irregularity of a trusted and virtuous daughter. Carlotta had not been led astray. She was a grown woman, married, experienced. In every way she knew as much about life as her mother, in some respects more. The difference between them was in ethical standards and the policy that aligns itself with common sense, decency, self-preservation as against its opposite. Carlotta had so much to look out for. Her future was in her own hands. Besides Eugene's future, his wife's rights and interests, her mother's home, her mother's standards, were things which she ought to respect, ought to want to respect. To find her lying as she had been this long time, pretending indifference, pretending absence, and no doubt associating with Eugene all the while, was disgusting. She was very angry, not so much at Eugene, though her respect for him was greatly lowered, artist though he was, as at Carlotta. She ought to do better. She ought to be ashamed not to guard herself against a man like Eugene, instead of luring him on. It was Carlotta's fault, and she determined to reproach her bitterly and to break up this wretched alliance at once. There was an intense and bitter quarrel the next morning, for Mrs. Hibberdell decided to hold her peace until Eugene and Davis should be out of the house. She wanted to have this out with Carlotta alone, and the clash came shortly after breakfast when both the others had left. Carlotta had already warned Eugene that something might happen on account of this, but under no circumstances was he to admit anything unless she told him to. The maid was in the kitchen out of earshot, and Mrs. Hibberdell and Carlotta were in the library when the opening gun was fired. In a way Carlotta was prepared, for she fancied her mother might have seen other things, what or how much she could not guess. She was not without the dignity of Circe, for she had been through scenes like this before. Her own husband had charged her with infidelity more than once, and she had been threatened with physical violence by him. Her face was pale but calm. "Now, Carlotta," observed her mother vigorously, "I saw what was going on yesterday morning when I came home. You were in Mr. Witla's room with your clothes off. I saw you come out. Please don't deny it. I saw you come out. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? How can you treat me that way after you promised not to do anything out of the way here?" "You didn't see me come out of his room, and I wasn't in there," said Carlotta brazenly. Her face was pale, but she was giving a fair imitation of righteous surprise. "Why do you make such statements as that?" "Why, Carlotta Hibberdell, how dare you contradict me? How dare you lie? You came out of that room. You know you did. You know that you were in there. You know that I saw you. I should think you would be ashamed of yourself, slipping about this house like a street girl and your own mother in it. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Have you no sense of decency left? Oh, Carlotta, I know you are bad, but why will you come here to be so? Why couldn't you let this man alone? He was doing well enough. It's a shame, the thing you have done. It's an outrage. Mrs. Witla ought to come here and whip you within an inch of your life." "Oh, how you talk," said Carlotta irritably. "You make me tired. You didn't see me. It's the old story, suspicion. You are always full of suspicion. You didn't see me, and I wasn't in there. Why do you start a fuss for nothing?" "A fuss? A fuss for nothing? The idea, you evil woman! A fuss for nothing! How can you talk that way? I can hardly believe my senses. I can hardly believe you would dare to brazenly face me in this way. I saw you, and now you deny it." Mrs. Hibberdell had not seen her, but she was convinced that what she said was true. Carlotta brazened it out. "You didn't," she insisted. Mrs. Hibberdell stared. The effrontery of it took her breath away. "Carlotta," she exclaimed, "I honestly think you are the worst woman in the world. I can't think of you as my daughter. You are too brazen. You're the worst because you're calculating. You know what you're doing, and you are deliberate in your method of doing it. You're evil-minded. You know exactly what you want, and you set out deliberately to get it. You have done it in this case. You started out to get this man, and you have succeeded in doing it. You have no sense of shame, no pride, no honesty, no honor, no respect for me or anyone else. You do not love this man. You know you don't. If you did, you would never degrade him and yourself and me as you have done. You have simply indulged in another vile relationship because you wanted to. And now when you're caught, you brazen it out. You're evil, Carlotta. You're as low as a woman can be, even if you are my daughter." "It isn't true," said Carlotta. "You're just talking to hear yourself talk." "It is true, and you know it," reproved her mother. "You talk about Norman. He never did a thing worse in his life than you have done. He may be a gambler and immoral and inconsiderate and selfish. What are you? Can you stand there and tell me you're any better? Pah! If you only had a sense of shame, something could be done for you, but you haven't any. You're just vile, that's all." "How you talk, Ma," she observed calmly. "How you carry on, and that on mere suspicion. You didn't see me. I might have been in there, but you didn't see me, and I wasn't. You're making a storm just because you want to. I like Mr. Witla. I think he's very nice, but I'm not interested in him, and I haven't done anything to harm him. You can turn him out if you want to. That's none of my affairs. You're simply raging about as usual without any facts to go upon." Carlotta stared at her mother, thinking. She was not greatly disturbed. It was pretty bad, no doubt of that, but she was not thinking so much of that as of the folly of being found out. Her mother knew for certain, though she would not admit to her that she knew. Now all this fine summer romance would end. The pleasant convenience of it, anyhow. Eugene would be put to the trouble of moving. Her mother might say something disagreeable to him. Besides, she knew she was better than Norman because she did not associate with the same evil type of people. She was not coarse. She was not thick-witted. She was not cruel. And she was not a user of vile language or an expresser of vile ideas. And Norman was at times. She might lie and she might be calculating, but not to anyone's disadvantage. She was simply passion-driven, boldly so, and only toward love or romance. "Am I evil?" she often asked herself. Her mother said she was evil. Well, she was in one way, but her mother was angry, that was all. She did not mean all she said. She would come around. Still Carlotta did not propose to admit the truth of her mother's charges, or go through the situation without some argument. There were charges which her mother was making which were untenable, points which were inexcusable. "Carlotta Hibberdell, you're the most brazen creature I ever knew. You're a terrible liar. How can you stand there and look me in the eye and say that when you know that I know? Why lie in addition to everything else? Oh, Carlotta, the shame of it! If you only had some sense of honor. How can you lie like that? How can you?" "I'm not lying," declared Carlotta, "and I wish you would quit fussing. You didn't see me. You know you didn't. I came out of my room and you were in the front room. Why do you say you weren't? You didn't see me. Supposing I am a liar, I'm your daughter. I may be vile. I didn't make myself so. Certainly I'm not in this instance. Whatever I am, I come by it honestly. My life hasn't been a bed of roses. Why do you start such a silly fight? You haven't got a thing to go on except suspicion, and now you want to raise a row. I don't care what you think of me. I'm not guilty in this case, and you can think what you please. You ought to be ashamed to charge me with something of which you are not sure." She walked to the window and stared out. Her mother shook her head. Such effrontery was beyond her. It was like her daughter, though. She took after her father and herself. Both were self-willed and determined when aroused. At the same time, she was sorry for her girl, for Carlotta was a capable woman in her way and very much dissatisfied with life. "I should think you would be ashamed of yourself, Carlotta, whether you admit it to me or not," she went on. "The truth is the truth, and it must hurt you a little. You were in that room. We won't argue that, though. You set out deliberately to do this, and you have done it. Now, what I have to say is this. You are going back to your apartment today, and Mr. Witla is going to leave here as quick as he can get a room somewhere else. You're not going to continue this wretched relationship any longer if I can help it. I'm going to write to his wife, and to Norman, too, if I can't do anything else to break this up. You're going to let this man alone. You have no right to come between him and Mrs. Witla. It's an outrage, and no one but a vile, conscienceless woman would do it. I'm not going to say anything to him now, but he's going to leave here, and so are you. When it's all over, you can come back if you want to. I'm ashamed for you. I'm ashamed for myself. If it hadn't been for my own feelings and those of Davis, I would have ordered you both out of the house yesterday, and you know it. It's consideration for myself that's made me smooth it over as much as I have. He, the vile thing, after all the courtesy I have shown him. Still, I don't blame him as much as I do you, for he would never have looked at you if you hadn't made him. My own daughter, my own house." There was more conversation, that fulgurous, coruscating reiteration of charges. Eugene was no good. Carlotta was vile. Mrs. Hibberdell wouldn't have believed it possible if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. She was going to tell Norman if Carlotta didn't reform, over and over, one threat after another. "Well," she said finally, "you're going to get your things ready and go into the city this afternoon. I'm not going to have you here another day." "No, I'm not," said Carlotta boldly, pondering over all that had been said. It was a terrible ordeal, but she would not go today. "I'm going in the morning. I'm not going to pack that fast. It's too late. I'm not going to be ordered out of here like a servant." Her mother groaned, but she gave in. Carlotta could not be made to do anything she did not want to do. She went to her room, and presently Mrs. Hibberdell heard her singing. She shook her head. Such a personality. No wonder Eugene succumbed to her blandishments. What man wouldn't? End of section 53. Section 54 of The Genius by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 25. The sequel of this scene was not to be waited for. At dinner time, Mrs. Hibberdell announced in the presence of Carlotta and Davis that the house was going to be closed up for the present, and very quickly. She and Carlotta were going to Narragansett for the month of September and a part of October. Eugene, having been forewarned by Carlotta, took it with a show of polite surprise. He was sorry. He had spent such a pleasant time here. Mrs. Hibberdell could not be sure whether Carlotta had told him or not. He seemed so innocent. But she assumed that she had, and that he, like Carlotta, was putting on. She had informed Davis that for reasons of her own she wanted to do this. He suspected what they were, for he had seen signs and slight demonstrations which convinced him that Carlotta and Eugene had reached an understanding. He did not consider it anything very much amiss, for Carlotta was a woman of the world, her own boss, and a good fellow. She had always been nice to him. He did not want to put any obstacles in her way. In addition, he liked Eugene. Once he had said to Carlotta jestingly, "Well, his arms are almost as long as Norman's. Not quite, maybe." "You go to the devil," was her polite reply. Tonight a storm came up, a brilliant, flashing summer storm. Eugene went out on the porch to watch it. Carlotta came also. "Well, wise man," she said, as the thunder rolled, "it's all over up here. Don't let on. I'll see you wherever you go. But this was so nice. It was fine to have you near me. Don't get blue, will you? She says she may write your wife, but I don't think she will. If she thinks I'm behaving, she won't. I'll try and fool her. It's too bad, though. I'm crazy about you, Jeanie." Now that he was in danger of losing Carlotta, her beauty took on a special significance for Eugene. He had come into such close contact with her, he had seen her under such varied conditions, that he had come to feel a profound admiration for not only her beauty, but her intellect and ability as well. One of his weaknesses was that he was inclined to see much more in those he admired than was really there. He endowed them with the romance of his own moods, saw in them the ability to do things which he only could do. In doing this, of course, he flattered their vanity, aroused their self-confidence, made them feel themselves the possessors of latent powers and forces which before him they had only dreamed of. Margaret, Ruby, Angela, Christina, and Carlotta had all gained this feeling from him. They had a better opinion of themselves for having known him. Now, as he looked at Carlotta, he was intensely sorry, for she was so calm, so affable, so seemingly efficient and self-reliant, and such a comfort to him in these days. "Circe," he said, "this is too bad. I'm sorry. I'm going to hate to lose you." "You won't lose me," she replied. "You can't. I won't let you. I've found you now, and I'm going to keep you. This don't mean anything. We can find places to meet. Get a place where they have a phone if you can. When do you think you'll go?" "Right away," said Eugene. "I'll take tomorrow morning off and look." "Poor Eugene," she said sympathetically. "It's too bad. Never mind, though. Everything will come out right." She was still not counting on Angela. She thought that even if Angela came back, as Eugene told her she would soon, a joint arrangement might possibly be made. Angela could be here, but she, Carlotta, could share Eugene in some way. She thought she would rather live with him than any other man on earth. It was only about noon the next morning when Eugene had found another room, for in living here so long he had thought of several methods by which he might have obtained a room in the first place. There was another church, a library, the postmaster and the ticket agent at Spionk, who lived in the village. He went first to the postmaster and learned of two families. One, the home of a civil engineer, where he might be welcome, and it was here that he eventually settled. The view was not quite so attractive, but it was charming, and he had a good room and good meals. He told them that he might not stay long, for his wife was coming back soon. The letters from Angela were becoming most importunate. He gathered up his belongings at Mrs. Hibberdell's and took a polite departure. After he was gone, Mrs. Hibberdell, of course, changed her mind, and Carlotta returned to her apartment in New York. She communicated with Eugene not only by phone, but by special delivery, and had him meet her at a convenient inn the second evening of his departure. She was planning some sort of a separate apartment for them, when Eugene informed her that Angela was already on her way to New York, and that nothing could be done at present. Since Eugene had left her at Biloxi, Angela had spent a most miserable period of 7 months. She had been grieving her heart out, for she imagined him to be most lonely, and at the same time she was regretful that she had ever left him. She might as well have been with him. She figured afterward that she might have borrowed several $100s from one of her brothers, and carried out the fight for his mental recovery by his side. Once he had gone, she fancied she might have made a mistake matrimonially, for he was so impressionable, but his condition was such that she did not deem him to be interested in anything save his recovery. Besides, his attitude toward her of late had been so affectionate and in a way dependent. All her letters since he had left had been most tender, speaking of his sorrow at this necessary absence and hoping that the time would soon come when they could be together. The fact that he was lonely finally decided her, and she wrote that she was coming, whether he wanted her to or not. Her arrival would have made little difference except by now he was thoroughly weaned away from her again, had obtained a new ideal, and was interested only to see and be with Carlotta. The latter's easy financial state, her nice clothes, her familiarity with comfortable and luxurious things, better things than Eugene had ever dreamed of enjoying, her use of the automobile, her freedom in the matter of expenditures, taking the purchase of champagne and expensive meals as a matter of course, dazzled and fascinated him. It was rather an astonishing thing, he thought, to have so fine a woman fall in love with him. Besides, her tolerance, her indifference to petty conventions, her knowledge of life and literature and art set her in marked contrast to Angela, and in all ways she seemed rare and forceful to him. He wished from his heart that he could be free and could have her. Into this peculiar situation Angela precipitated herself one bright Saturday afternoon in September. She was dying to see Eugene again, full of grave thoughts for his future. She had come to share it, whatever it might be. Her one idea was that he was sick and depressed and lonely. None of his letters had been cheerful or optimistic, for of course he did not dare to confess the pleasure he was having in Carlotta's company. In order to keep her away, he had to pretend the lack of funds made it inadmissible for her to be here. The fact that he was spending, and by the time she arrived had spent, nearly the whole of the $300 his picture sold to Carlotta had brought him, had troubled him. Not unduly, of course, or he would not have done it. He had qualms of conscience, severe ones, but they passed with the presence of Carlotta or the reading of his letters from Angela. "I don't know what's the matter with me," he said to himself from time to time. "I guess I'm no good." He thought it was a blessing that the world could not see him as he was. One of the particular weaknesses of Eugene's, which should be set forth here, and which will help to illuminate the basis of his conduct, was that he was troubled with a dual point of view, a condition based upon a peculiar power of analysis, self-analysis in particular, which was constantly permitting him to tear himself up by the roots in order to see how he was getting along. He would daily and hourly, when not otherwise employed, lift the veil from his inner mental processes, as he might lift the covering from a well, and peer into its depths. What he saw was not very inviting and vastly disconcerting. A piece of machinery that was not going as a true man should, clock fashion, and corresponding in none of its moral characteristics to the recognized standard of a man. He had concluded by now, from watching various specimens, that sane men were honest, some inherently moral, some regulated by a keen sense of duty, and occasionally all of these virtues and others were bound up in one man. Angela's father was such a one. Monsieur Charles appeared to be another. He had concluded from his association with Jerry Matthews, Philip Shotmeyer, Peter McHugh, and Joseph Smite that they were all rather decent in respect to morals. He had never seen them under temptation, but he imagined they were. Such a man as William Haverford, the engineer of maintenance of way, and Henry C. Littlebrown, the division engineer of this immense road, struck him as men who must have stuck close to a sense of duty and the conventions of the life they represented, working hard all the time to have obtained the positions they had. All this whole railroad system, which he was watching closely from day to day, from his little vantage point of connection with it, seemed a clear illustration of the need of a sense of duty and reliability. All of these men who worked for this company had to be in good health. All had to appear at their posts on the tick of the clock. All had to perform faithfully the duties assigned them, or there would be disasters. Many of them had climbed by long, arduous years of work to very modest positions of prominence, as conductors, engineers, foremen, division superintendents. Others more gifted or more blessed by fortune had become division engineers, superintendents, vice presidents, and presidents. They were all slow climbers, rigid in their sense of duty, tireless in their energy, exact, thoughtful. What was he? He looked into the well of his being, and there he saw nothing but shifty and uncertain currents. It was very dark down there. He was not honest, he said to himself, except in money matters. He often wondered why. He was not truthful. He was not moral. This love of beauty which haunted him seemed much more important than anything else in the world, and his pursuit of that seemed to fly in the face of everything else which was established and important. He found that men everywhere did not think much of a man who was crazy after women. They might joke about an occasional lapse as an amiable vice or one which could be condoned, but they wanted little to do with a man who was overpowered by it. There was a case over in the railroad yard at Speonk recently which he had noted, of a foreman who had left his wife and gone after some hoyden in White Plains, and because of this offense he was promptly discharged. It appeared, though, that before this he had occasionally had such lapses, and that each time he had been discharged, but had been subsequently forgiven. This one weakness and no other had given him a bad reputation among his fellow railroad men, much as that a drunkard might have. Big John Peters, the engineer, had expressed it aptly to Eugene one day when he told him in confidence that Ed Bowers would go to hell for his hide, the latter being the local expression for women. Everybody seemed to pity him, and the man seemed in a way to pity himself. He had a hangdog look when he was reinstated, and yet everybody knew that apart from this he was a fairly competent foreman. Still, it was generally understood that he would never get anywhere. From that Eugene argued to himself that a man who was cursed with this peculiar vice could not get anywhere, that he, if he kept it up, would not. It was like drinking and stealing, and the face of the world was against it. Very frequently it went hand in hand with those things, birds of a feather, he thought. Still he was cursed with it, and he no more than Ed Bowers appeared to be able to conquer it. At least he was yielding to it now, as he had before. It mattered not that the women he chose were exceptionally beautiful and fascinating. They were women, and ought he to want them? He had one. He had taken a solemn vow to love and cherish her, or at least had gone through the formality of such a vow, and here he was running about with Carlotta, as he had with Christina and Ruby before her. Was he not always looking for such women as this? Certainly he was. Had he not far better be seeking for wealth, distinction, a reputation for probity, chastity, impeccable moral honor? Certainly he had. It was the way to distinction, apparently, assuming the talent, and here he was doing anything but take that way. Conscience was his barrier, a conscience unmodified by a cold self-interest. Shame upon himself, shame upon his weak-kneed disposition, not to be able to recover from this illusion of beauty. Such were some of the thoughts which his moments of introspection brought him. On the other hand, there came over him the other phase of his duality, the ability to turn this terrible searchlight of intelligence which swept the heavens and the deep as with a great white ray upon the other side of the question. It revealed constantly the inexplicable subtleties and seeming injustice of nature. He could not help seeing how the big fish fed upon the little ones. The strong were constantly using the weak as pawns. The thieves, the grafters, the murderers were sometimes allowed to prey on society without let or hindrance. Good was not always rewarded, frequently terribly ill rewarded. Evil was seemed to flourish beautifully at times. It was all right to say that it would be punished, but would it? Carlotta did not think so. She did not think the thing she was doing with him was very evil. She had said to him over and over that it was an open question, that he was troubled with an ingrowing conscience. "I don't think it's so bad," she once told him. "It depends somewhat on how you were raised." There was a system apparently in society, but apparently it did not work very well. Only fools were held by religion, which in the main was an imposition, a graft, and a lie. The honest man might be very fine, but he wasn't very successful. There was a great to-do about morals, but most people were immoral or unmoral. Why worry? Look to your health. Don't let a morbid conscience get the better of you. Thus she counseled, and he agreed with her. For the rest, the survival of the fittest was the best. Why should he worry? He had talent. It was thus that Eugene floundered to and fro, and it was in this state, brooding and melancholy, that Angela found him on her arrival. He was as gay as ever at times when he was not thinking, but he was very thin and hollow-eyed, and Angela fancied that it was overwork and worry which kept him in this state. Why had she left him? Poor Eugene! She had clung desperately to the money he had given her, and had most of it with her ready to be expended now for his care. She was so anxious for his recovery and his peace of mind that she was ready to go to work herself at anything she could find in order to make his path more easy. She was thinking that fate was terribly unjust to him, and when he had gone to sleep beside her the first night, she lay awake and cried. Poor Eugene! To think he should be tried so by fate! Nevertheless, he should not be tortured by anything which she could prevent. She was going to make him as comfortable and happy as she could. She set about to find some nice little apartment or rooms where they could live in peace and where she could cook Eugene's meals for him. She fancied that maybe his food had not been exactly right, and when she got him where she could manifest a pretense of self-confidence and courage, that he would take courage from her and grow better. So she set briskly about her task, honeying Eugene the while, for she was confident that this above all things was the thing he needed. She little suspected what a farce it all appeared to him, how mean and contemptible he appeared to himself. He did not care to be mean, to rapidly disillusion her and go his way, and yet this dual existence sickened him. He could not help but feel that from a great many points of view Angela was better than Carlotta. Yet the other woman was wider in her outlook, more gracious in her appearance, more commanding, more subtle. She was a princess of the world, subtle, deadly Machiavellian, but a princess nevertheless. Angela was better described by the current and acceptable phrase of the time, a thoroughly good woman, honest, energetic, resourceful, in all things obedient to the race spirit and the conventional feelings of the time. He knew that society would support her thoroughly and condemn Carlotta, and yet Carlotta interested him more. He wished that he might have both and no fussing. Then all would be beautiful. So he thought. End of section 54. Section 55 of The Genius by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 26. The situation which here presented itself was subject to no such gracious and generous development. Angela was the soul of watchfulness, insistence on duty, consideration for right conduct and for the privileges, opportunities, and emoluments which belonged to her as the wife of a talented artist, temporarily disabled, it is true, but certainly to be distinguished in the future. She was deluding herself that his recent experience of reverses had probably hardened and sharpened Eugene's practical instincts, made him less indifferent to the necessity of looking out for himself, giving him keener instincts of self-protection and economy. He had done very well to live on so little, she thought, but they were going to do better. They were going to save. She was going to give up those silly dreams she had entertained of a magnificent studio and hosts of friends. She was going to start now saving a fraction of whatever they made, however small it might be, if it were only 10 cents a week. If Eugene could only make $9 a week by working every day, they were going to live on that. He still had 97 out of the $100 he had brought with him, he told her, and this was going in the bank. He did not tell her of the sale of one of his pictures and of the subsequent dissipation of the proceeds. In the bank, too, they were going to put any money from subsequent sales until he was on his feet again. One of these days, if they ever made any money, they were going to buy a house somewhere in which they could live without paying rent. Some of the money in the bank, a very little of it, might go for clothes if worse came to worse, but it would not be touched unless it was absolutely necessary. She needed clothes now, but that did not matter. To Eugene's 97 was added Angela's 228, which she brought with her, and this total sum of $325 was promptly deposited in the Bank of Riverwood. Angela, by personal energy and explanation, found 4 rooms in the house of a furniture manufacturer. It had been vacated by a daughter who had married, and they were glad to let it to an artist and his wife for practically nothing so far as real worth was concerned. For this was a private house in a lovely lawn. $12 per month was the charge. Mrs. Whitla seemed very charming to Miss DeCinas, who was the wife of the manufacturer, and for her especial benefit a little bedroom on the second floor adjoining a bath was turned into a kitchen, with a small gas stove, and Angela at once began housekeeping operations on the tiny basis necessitated by their income. Some furniture had to be secured, for the room was not completely furnished, but Angela, by haunting the second-hand stores in New York, looking through all the department stores, and visiting certain private sales, managed to find a few things which she could buy cheaply and which would fit in with the dressing table, library table, dining table, and one bed which were already provided. The necessary curtains for the bath and kitchen windows she cut, decorated, and hung for herself. She went down to the storage company, where the unsold and undisplayed portion of Eugene's pictures were, and brought back 7, which she placed in the general living room and dining room. All Eugene's clothes, his underwear and socks particularly, received her immediate attention, and she soon had his rather attenuated wardrobe in good condition. From the local market she bought good vegetables and a little meat, and made delightful stews, ragouts, combinations of eggs and tasty meat juices after the French fashion. All her housekeeping art was employed to the utmost to make everything look clean and neat. To maintain a bountiful supply of varied food on the table, and yet to keep the costs down, so that they could not only live on $9 a week, but set aside $1 or more of that for what Angela called their private bank account. She had a little hollow brown jug calculated to hold $15 in change, which could be opened when full, which she conscientiously endeavored to fill and refill. Her one desire was to rehabilitate her husband in the eyes of the world, this time to stay, and she was determined to do it. For another thing, reflection and conversation with one person and another had taught her that it was not well for herself or for Eugene for her to encourage him in his animal passions. Some woman in Blackwood had pointed out a local case of locomotor ataxia, which had resulted from lack of self-control, and she had learned that it was believed that many other nervous troubles sprang from the same source. Perhaps Eugene's had. She had resolved to protect him from himself. She did not believe she could be injured, but Eugene was so sensitive, so emotional. The trouble with the situation was that it was such a sharp change from his recent free and to him delightful mode of existence that it was almost painful. He could see that everything appeared to be satisfactory to her, that she thought all his days had been moral and full of hard work. Carlotta's presence in the background was not suspected. Her idea was that they would work hard together, now along simple, idealistic lines, to the one end, success for him and of course by reflection for her. Eugene saw the charm of it well enough, but it was only as something quite suitable for others. He was an artist. The common laws of existence could not reasonably apply to an artist. The latter should have intellectual freedom, the privilege of going where he pleased, associating with whom he chose. This marriage business was a galling yoke, cutting off all rational opportunity for enjoyment, and he was now, after a brief period of freedom, having that yoke heavily adjusted to his neck again. Gone were all the fine dreams of pleasure and happiness which so recently had been so real, the hope of living with Carlotta, the hope of associating with her on easy and natural terms in that superior world which she represented. Angela's insistence on the thought that he should work every day and bring home $9 a week, or rather its monthly equivalent, made it necessary for him to take sharp care of the little money he had kept out of the remainder of the $300 in order to supply any deficiency which might occur from his taking time off. For there was no opportunity now of seeing Carlotta of an evening, and it was necessary to take a regular number of afternoons or mornings off each week in order to meet her. He would leave the little apartment as usual at 6:45 in the morning, dressed suitably for possible outdoor expeditions. For in the anticipation of difficulty he had told Angela that it was his custom to do this, and sometimes he would go to the factory and sometimes he would not. There was a car line which carried him rapidly cityward to a rendezvous, and he would either ride or walk with her as the case might be. There was constant thought on his and her part of the risk involved, but still they persisted. By some stroke of ill or good fortune, Norman Wilson returned from Chicago, so that Carlotta's movements had to be calculated to a nicety, but she did not care. She trusted most to the automobiles which she could hire at convenient garages and which would carry them rapidly away from the vicinity where they might be seen and recognized. It was a tangled life, difficult and dangerous. There was no peace in it, for there is neither peace nor happiness in deception. A burning joy at one time was invariably followed by a disturbing remorse afterward. There was Carlotta's mother, Norman Wilson and Angela to guard against, to say nothing of the constant pricking of his own conscience. It is almost a foregone conclusion in any situation of this kind that it cannot endure. The seed of its undoing is in itself. We think that our actions, when unseen of mortal eyes, resolve themselves into nothingness, but this is not true. They are woven indefinably into our being, and shine forth ultimately as the real self, in spite of all our pretenses. One could almost accept the Brahmanistic dogma of psychic body, which sees and is seen where we dream all to be darkness. There is no other supposition on which to explain the facts of intuition. So many individuals have it. They know so well without knowing why they know. Angela had this intuitive power in connection with Eugene. Because of her great affection for him, she divined, or apprehended, many things in connection with him long before they occurred. Throughout her absence from him, she had been haunted by the idea that she ought to be with him. And now that she was here, and the first excitement of contact and adjustment was over, she was beginning to be aware of something. Eugene was not the same as he had been a little while before he had left her. His attitude, in spite of a kindly show of affection, was distant and preoccupied. He had no real power of concealing anything. He appeared at most times, when he was with her, to be lost in a mist of speculation. He was lonely and a little lovesick, because under the pressure of home affairs Carlotta was not able to see him quite so much. At the same time, now that the fall was coming on, he was growing weary of the shop at Speonk, for the gray days and slight chill which settled upon the earth at times caused the shop windows to be closed and robbed the yard of that air of romance which had characterized it when he first came there. He could not take his way of an evening along the banks of the stream to the arms of Carlotta. The novelty of Big John and Joseph Mews and Malachi Dempsey and little Sudsy had worn off. He was beginning now to see also that they were nothing but plain working men after all, worrying over the fact that they were not getting more than 15 or 17.5 cents an hour, jealous of each other and their superiors, full of all the frailties and weaknesses to which the flesh is heir. His coming had created a slight diversion for them, for he was very strange, but his strangeness was no longer a novelty. They were beginning to see him also as a relatively commonplace human being. He was an artist, to be sure, but his actions and intentions were not so vastly different from those of other men. A shop of this kind, like any other institution, where people are compelled by force of circumstances to work together, whether the weather be fair or foul, or the mood grave or gray, can readily become, and frequently does become, a veritable hell. Human nature is a subtle, irritable, irrational thing. It is not so much governed by rules of ethics and conditions of understanding as a thing of moods and temperament. Eugene could easily see, philosopher that he was, that these people would come here enveloped in some mist of home trouble or secret illness or grief, and would conceive that somehow it was not their state of mind, but the things around them which were the cause of all their woe. Sour looks would breed sour looks in return. A gruff question would beget a gruff answer. There were long-standing grudges between one man and another, based on nothing more than a grouchy observation at one time in the past. He thought by introducing gaiety and persistent, if make-believe, geniality that he was tending to obviate and overcome the general condition. But this was only relatively true. His own gaiety was capable of becoming as much of a weariness to those who were out of the spirit of it, as was the sour brutality with which at times he was compelled to contend. So he wished that he might arrange to get well and get out of here, or at least change his form of work, for it was plain to be seen that this condition would not readily improve. His presence was a commonplace. His power to entertain and charm was practically gone. This situation, coupled with Angela's spirit of honest conservatism, was bad, but it was destined to be much worse. From watching him and endeavoring to decipher his moods, Angela came to suspect something. She could not say what. He did not love her as much as he had. There was a coolness in his caresses which was not there when he left her. What could have happened, she asked herself. Was it just absence, or what? One day, when he had returned from an afternoon's outing with Carlotta and was holding her in his arms in greeting, she asked him solemnly, "Do you love me, honey bun?" "You know I do," he asseverated, but without any energy, for he could not regain his old original feeling for her. There was no trace of it, only sympathy, pity, and a kind of sorrow that she was being so badly treated after all her efforts. "No, you don't," she replied, detecting the hollow ring in what he had said. Her voice was sad, and her eyes showed traces of that wistful despair into which she could so readily sink at times. "Why, yes, I do, Angel Face," he insisted. "What makes you ask? What's come over you?" He was wondering whether she had heard anything or seen anything, and was concealing her knowledge behind this preliminary inquiry. "Nothing," she replied, "only you don't love me. I don't know what it is. I don't know why. But I can feel it right here," and she laid her hand on her heart. The action was sincere, unstudied. It hurt him, for it was like that of a little child. "Oh, hush! Don't say that," he pleaded. "You know I do. Don't look so gloomy. I love you. Don't you know I do?" And he kissed her. "No, no," said Angela. "I know you don't. Oh, dear, I feel so bad." Eugene was dreading another display of the hysteria with which he was familiar, but it did not come. She conquered her mood, inasmuch as she had no real basis for suspicion, and went about the work of getting his dinner. She was depressed, though, and he was fearful. What if she should ever find out? More days passed. Carlotta called him up at the shop occasionally, for there was no phone where he lived, and she would not have risked it if there had been. She sent him registered notes to be signed for, addressed to Henry Kingsland, and directed to the post office at Speonk. Eugene was not known there as Witla, and easily secured these missives, which were usually very guarded in their expressions and concerned appointments, the vaguest, most mysterious directions which he understood. They made arrangements largely from meeting to meeting, saying, "If I can't keep it Thursday at 2, it will be Friday at the same time, and if not then, Saturday. If anything happens, I'll send you a registered special." So it went on. One noontime Eugene walked down to the little post office at Speonk to look for a letter, for Carlotta had not been able to meet him the previous day, and had phoned instead that she would write the following day. He found it safely enough, and after glancing at it, it contained but a few words, decided to tear it up as usual and throw the pieces away. A mere expression, "Ashes of Roses," which she sometimes used to designate herself, and the superscription, "Oh, Jeanie," made it, however, inexpressibly dear to him. He thought he would hold it in his possession just a little while. A few hours longer. It was enigmatic enough to anyone but himself, he thought, even if found. The bridge, 2 Wednesday. The bridge referred to was the one over the Harlem at Morris Heights. He kept the appointment that day as requested, but by some necromancy of fate he forgot the letter until he was within his own door. Then he took it out, tore it up into 4 or 5 pieces quickly, put it in his vest pocket, and went upstairs, intending at the first opportunity to dispose of it. Meanwhile, Angela, for the first time since they had been living at Riverwood, had decided to walk over toward the factory about 6 o'clock and meet Eugene on his way home. She heard him discourse on the loveliness of this stream, and what a pleasure it was to stroll along its banks morning and evening. He was so fond of the smooth water and the overhanging leaves. She had walked with him there already on several Sundays. When she went this evening, she thought what a pleasant surprise it would be for him, for she had prepared everything on leaving so that his supper would not be delayed when they reached home. She heard the whistle blow as she neared the shop, and, standing behind a clump of bushes on the thither side of the stream, she waited, expecting to pounce out on Eugene with a loving "Boo!" He did not come. The 40 or 50 men who worked here trickled out like a little stream of black ants, and then, Eugene not appearing, Angela went over to the gate which Joseph Mews, in the official capacity of gateman, after the whistle blew, was closing. "Is Mr. Witla here?" asked Angela, peering through the bars at him. Eugene had described Joseph so accurately to her that she recognized him at sight. "No, ma'am," replied Joseph, quite taken back by this attractive arrival, for good-looking women were not common at the shop gate of the factory. "He left 4 or 5 hours ago. I think he left at 1 o'clock, if I remember right. He wasn't working with us today. He was working out in the yard." "You don't know where he went, do you?" asked Angela, who was surprised at this novel information. Eugene had not said anything about going anywhere. Where could he have gone? "No, ma'am, I don't," replied Joseph volubly. "He sometimes goes off this way. Quite frequent, ma'am. His wife calls him up, now, and maybe you're his wife." "I am," said Angela, but she was no longer thinking of what she was saying. Her words on the instant were becoming mechanical. Eugene going away frequently? He had never said anything to her. His wife calling him up? Could there be another woman? Instantly her old suspicions, jealousies, fears awoke, and she was wondering why she had not fixed on this fact before. That explained Eugene's indifference, of course. That explained his air of abstraction. He wasn't thinking of her, the miserable creature. He was thinking of someone else. Still, she could not be sure, for she had no proof. Two adroit questions elicited the fact that no one in the shop had ever seen his wife. He had just gone out. A woman had called up. Angela took her way home amid a whirling fire of conjecture. When she reached it, Eugene was not there yet, for he sometimes delayed his coming, lingering, as he said, to look at the water. It was natural enough in an artist. She went upstairs and hung the broad-brimmed straw she had worn in the closet, and went into the kitchen to await his coming. Experience with him and the nature of her own temperament determined her to enact a role of subtlety. She would wait until he spoke, pretending that she had not been out. She would ask whether he had a hard day, and see whether he disclosed the fact that he had been away from the factory. That would show her positively what he was doing, and whether he was deliberately deceiving her. Eugene came up the stairs, gay enough, but anxious to deposit the scraps of paper where they would not be seen. No opportunity came, for Angela was there to greet him. "Did you have a hard job today?" she asked, noting that he made no preliminary announcement of any absence. "Not very," he replied. "No. I don't look tired." "No," she said bitterly, but concealing her feelings. She wanted to see how thoroughly and deliberately he would lie. "But I thought maybe you might have. Did you stop to look at the water tonight?" "Yes," he replied smoothly. "It's very lovely over there. I never get tired of it. The sun on the leaves these days, now that they are turning yellow, is so beautiful. They look a little like stained glass at certain angles." Her first impulse after hearing this was to exclaim, "Why do you lie to me, Eugene?" For her temper was fiery, almost uncontrollable at times, but she restrained herself. She wanted to find out more how she did not know, but time, if she could only wait a little, would help her. Eugene went to the bath, congratulating himself on the ease of his escape, the comfortable fact that he was not catechised very much. But in this temporary feeling of satisfaction he forgot the scraps of paper in his vest pocket, though not for long. He hung his coat and vest on a hook and started into the bedroom to get himself a fresh collar and tie. While he was in there, Angela passed the bathroom door. She was always interested in Eugene's clothes, how they were wearing, but tonight there were other thoughts in her mind. Hastily and by intuition, she went through his pockets, finding the torn scraps, then for excuse took his coat and vest down to clean certain spots. At the same moment Eugene thought of his letter. He came hurrying out to get it, or the pieces, rather, but Angela already had them and was looking at them curiously. "What was that?" she asked, all her suspicious nature on the qui vive for additional proof. Why should he keep the torn fragments of letter in his pocket? For days she had had a psychic sense of something impending. Everything about him seemed strangely to call for investigation. Now it was all coming out. "Nothing," he said nervously. "A memorandum. Throw it in the paper box." Angela noted the peculiarity of his voice and manner. She was taken by the guilty expression of his eyes. Something was wrong. It concerned these scraps of paper. Maybe it was in these she would be able to read the riddle of his conduct. The woman's name might be in here. Like a flash it came to her that she might piece these scraps together, but there was another thought equally swift which urged her to pretend indifference. That might help her. Pretend now, and she would know more later. She threw them in the paper box, thinking to piece them together at her leisure. Eugene noted her hesitation, her suspicion. He was afraid she would do something, what he could not guess. He breathed more easily when the papers fluttered into the practically empty box. But he was nervous. If they were only burned! He did not think she would attempt to put them together, but he was afraid. He would have given anything if his sense of romance had not led him into this trap. End of section 55. Section 56 of The Genius by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 27. Angela was quick to act upon her thought. No sooner had Eugene entered the bath than she gathered up the pieces, threw other bits of paper like them in their place, and tried quickly to piece them together on the ironing board where she was. It was not difficult. The scraps were not small. On one triangular bit were the words, "Oh, Genie," with a colon after it. On another the words, "The Bridge," and another, "Roses." There was no doubt in her mind from this preliminary survey that this was a love note, and every nerve in her body tingled to the terrible import of it. Could it really be true? Could Eugene have found someone else? Was this the cause of his coolness and his hypocritical pretense of affection, and not of his wanting her to come to him? Oh God! Would her suffering never cease? She hurried into the front room, her face white, her hand clenching the telltale bits, and there set to work to complete her task. It did not take her long. In 4 minutes it was all together, and then she saw it all. A love note from some demon of a woman. No doubt of it. Some mysterious woman in the background. Ashes of roses. Now God curse her for a siren, a love thief, a hypnotizing snake, fascinating men with her evil eyes. And Eugene, the dog, the scoundrel, the vile coward, the traitor. Was there no decency, no morality, no kindness, no gratitude in his soul? After all her patience, all her suffering, all her loneliness, her poverty, to treat her like this, writing that he was sick and lonely and unable to have her with him, and at the same time running around with a strange woman. Ashes of roses. Oh, curses, curses, curses on her harlot's heart and brain. Might God strike her dead for her cynical, brutal seizing upon that sacred possession which belonged to another. She wrung her hands desperately. Angela was fairly beside herself. Through her dainty little head ran a foaming torrent of rage, hate, envy, sorrow, self-commiseration, brutal desire for revenge. If she could only get at this woman! If she could only denounce Eugene now to his face! If she could only find them together and kill them! How she would like to strike her on the mouth! How to tear her hair and her eyes out! Something of the forest cat's cruel rage shone in her gleaming eyes as she thought of her. For if she could have Carlotta there alone, she would have tortured her with hot irons, torn her tongue and teeth from their roots, beaten her into insensibility and an unrecognizable mass. She was a real tigress now, her eyes gleaming, her red lips wet. She would kill her, kill her, kill her. As God was judge, she would kill her if she could find her, and Eugene and herself. Yes, yes, she would. Better death than this agony of suffering. Better 1,000 times to be dead with this beast of a woman dead beside her and Eugene than to suffer this way. She didn't deserve it. Why did God torture her so? Why was she made to bleed at every step by this her sacrificial love? Had she not been a good wife? Had she not laid every tribute of tenderness, patience, and self-abnegation, self-sacrifice, and virtue on the altar of love? What more could God ask? What more could man want? Had she not waited on Eugene in sickness and health? She had gone without clothes, gone without friends, hidden herself away in Blackwood the 7 months while he was here, frittering away his health and time in love and immorality. And what was her reward? In Chicago, in Tennessee, in Mississippi, had she not waited on him, sat up with him of nights, walked the floor with him when he was nervous, consoled him in his fear of poverty and failure? And here she was now, after 7 long months of patient waiting and watching, eating her lonely heart out, forsaken. Oh, the inconceivable inhumanity of the human heart! To think anybody could be so vile, so low, so unkind, so cruel! To think Eugene, with his black eyes, his soft hair, his smiling face, could be so treacherous, so subtle, so dastardly! Could he really be as mean as this note proved him to be? Could he be as brutal, as selfish? Was she awake or asleep? Was this a dream? Oh God, no, no, it was not a dream. It was a cold, bitter, agonizing reality. And the cause of all her suffering was there in the bathroom now, shaving himself. For one moment she thought she would go in and strike him where he stood. She thought she could tear his heart out, cut him up, but then suddenly the picture of him bleeding and dead came to her and she recoiled. No, no, she could not do that. Oh no, not Eugene. And yet, "Oh God, let me get my hands on that woman," she said to herself. "Let me get my hands on her. I'll kill her. I'll kill her. I'll kill her." This torrent of fury and self-pity was still raging in her heart when the bathroom knob clicked and Eugene came out. He was in his undershirt, trousers, and shoes, looking for a clean white shirt. He was very nervous over the note, which had been thrown in scraps into the box, but looking in the kitchen and seeing the pieces still there, he was slightly reassured. Angela was not there. He could come back and get them when he found out where she was. He went into the bedroom, looking into the front room as he did so. She appeared to be at the window waiting for him. After all, she was probably not as suspicious as he thought. It was his own imagination. He was too nervous and sensitive. Well, he would get those pieces now, if he could, and throw them out of the window. Angela should not have a chance to examine them if she wanted to. He slipped out into the kitchen, made a quick grab for the little heap, and sent the pieces flying. Then he felt much better. He would never bring another letter home from anybody, that was a certainty. Fate was too much against him. Angela came out after a bit, for the click of the bathroom knob had sobered her a little. Her rage was high, her pulse abnormal, her whole being shaken to its roots, but still she realized that she must have time to think. She must see who this woman was first. She must have time to find her. Eugene mustn't know. Where was she now? Where was this bridge? Where did they meet? Where did she live? She wondered for the moment why she couldn't think it all out. Why it didn't come to her in a flash, a revelation. If she could only know. In a few minutes Eugene came in, clean shaven, smiling, his equanimity and peace of mind fairly well restored. The letter was gone. Angela could never know. She might suspect, but this possible burst of jealousy had been nipped in the bud. He came over toward her to put his arm around her, but she slipped away from him, pretending to need the sugar. He let this effort of love-making go, the will for the deed, and sat down at the snow-white little table set with tempting dishes and waited to be served. The day had been very pleasant, being early in October, and he was pleased to see a last lingering ray of light falling on some red and yellow leaves. This yard was very beautiful. This little flat, for all their poverty, very charming. Angela was neat and trim in a dainty house dress of mingled brown and green. A dark blue studio apron shielded her bosom and skirt. She was very pale and distraught looking, but Eugene for the time was almost unconscious of it. He was so relieved. "Are you very tired, Angela?" he finally asked sympathetically. "Yes, I'm not feeling so well today," she replied. "What have you been doing? Ironing?" "Oh, yes, and cleaning. I worked on the cupboard." "You oughtn't to try to do so much," he said cheerfully. "You're not strong enough. You think you're a little horse, but you are only a colt. Better go slow, hadn't you?" "I will after I get everything straightened out to suit me," she replied. She was having the struggle of her life to conceal her real feelings. Never at any time had she undergone such an ordeal as this. Once in the studio, when she discovered those 2 letters, she thought she was suffering, but what was that to this? What were her suspicions concerning Frieda? What were the lonely longings at home, her grieving and worrying over his illness? Nothing. Now he was actually faithless to her. Now she had the evidence. This woman was here. She was somewhere in the immediate background. After these years of marriage and close companionship, he was deceiving her. It was possible that he had been with this woman today, yesterday, the day before. The letter was not dated. Could it be that she was related to Mrs. Hibberdell? Eugene had said there was a married daughter, but never that she was there. If she was there, why should he have moved? He wouldn't have. Was it the wife of the man he was last living with? No, she was too homely. Angela had seen her. Eugene would never associate with her. If she could only know. Ashes of roses. The world went red before her eyes. There was no use bursting into a storm now, though if she could only be calm it would be better. If she only had someone to talk to, if there were a minister or a bosom friend. She might go to a detective agency. They might help her. A detective could trace this woman and Eugene. Did she want to do this? It cost money. They were very poor now. Pah! Why should she worry about their poverty? Mending her dresses, going without hats, going without decent shoes, and he wasting his time and being upon some shameless strumpet. If he had money, he would spend it on her. Still, he had handed her almost all the money he had brought East with him intact. How was that? All the time, Eugene was sitting opposite her, eating with fair heartiness. If the trouble about the letter had not come out so favorably, he would have been without appetite. But now he felt at ease. Angela said she was not hungry and could not eat. She passed him the bread, the butter, the hashed brown potatoes, the tea, and he ate cheerfully. "I think I'm going to try and get out of that shop over there," he volunteered affably. "Why?" asked Angela mechanically. "I'm tired of it. The men are not so interesting to me now. I'm tired of them. I think Mr. Haverford will transfer me if I write to him. He said he would. I'd rather be outside with some section gang if I could. It's going to be very dreary in the shop when they close it up." "Well, if you're tired, you'd better," replied Angela. "Your mind needs diversion. I know that. Why don't you write to Mr. Haverford?" "I will," he said, but he did not immediately. He went into the front room and lit the gas eventually, reading a paper, then a book, then yawning wearily. Angela came in after a time and sat down pale and tired. She went and secured a little work basket in which were socks undarned and other odds and ends and began on those, but she revolted at the thought of doing anything for him and put them up. She got out a skirt of hers which she was making. Eugene watched her a little while lazily, his artistic eye measuring the various dimensions of her features. She had a well-balanced face, he finally concluded. He noted the effect of the light on her hair, the peculiar hue it gave it, and wondered if he could get that in oil. Night scenes were harder than those of full daylight. Shadows were so very treacherous. He got up finally. "Well, I'm going to turn in," he said. "I'm tired. I have to get up at 6. Oh dear, this darned day labor business gives me a pain. I wish it were over." Angela did not trust herself to speak. She was so full of pain and despair that she thought if she spoke she would cry. He went out, saying, "Coming soon?" She nodded her head. When he was gone, the storm burst, and she broke into a blinding flood of tears. They were not only tears of sorrow, but of rage and helplessness. She went out on the little balcony which was there and cried alone, the night lights shining wistfully about. After the first storm, she began to harden and dry up again, for helpless tears were foreign to her in a rage. She dried her eyes and became white-faced and desperate as before. The dog, the scoundrel, the brute, the hound, she thought. How could she have ever loved him? How could she love him now? Oh, the horror of life, its injustice, its cruelty, its shame. That she should be dragged through the mire with a man like this. The pity of it, the shame. If this was art, death take it. And yet hate him as she might, hate this hellish man-trap who signed herself Ashes of Roses. She loved him too. She could not help it. She knew she loved him. Oh, to be crossed by two fevers like this. Why might she not die? Why not die right now? End of section 56. Section 57 of The Genius by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 28. The hells of love are bitter and complete. There were days after that when she watched him, followed him down the pleasant lane from the house to the water's edge, slipping out unceremoniously after he had gone not more than 800 feet. She watched the bridge at Riverwood at 1 and 6, expecting that Eugene and his paramour might meet there. It just happened that Carlotta was compelled to leave town for 10 days with her husband, and so Eugene was safe. On 2 occasions he went downtown, into the heart of the great city, anxious to get a breath of the old life that so fascinated him. And Angela followed him, only to lose track of him quickly. He did nothing evil, however, merely walked, wondering what Miriam Finch and Christina Channing and Norma Whitmore were doing these days, and what they were thinking of him in his long absence. Of all the people he had known, he had only seen Norma Whitmore once, and that was not long after he returned to New York. He had given her a garbled explanation of his illness, stated that he was going to work now, and proposed to come and see her. He did his best to avoid observation, however, for he dreaded explaining the reason for his non-productive condition. Miriam Finch was almost glad that he had failed, since he had treated her so badly. Christina Channing was in opera, as he quickly discovered, for he saw her name blazoned one day the following November in the newspapers. She was a star whose talent great hopes were entertained, and was interested almost exclusively in her career. She was to sing in Bohème and Rigoletto. Another thing fortunate for Eugene at this time was that he changed his work. There came to the shop one day an Irish foreman, Timothy Deegan, master of a score of guineas, as he called the Italian day laborers who worked for him, who took Eugene's fancy greatly. He was of medium height, thick of body and neck, with a cheerful, healthy red face, a keen, twinkling gray eye, and stiff, closely cropped gray hair and mustache. He had come to lay the foundation for a small dynamo in the engine room at Speonk, which was to supply the plant with light in case of night work. And a car of his had been backed in, a tool car, full of boards, barrows, mortar boards, picks, and shovels. Eugene was amused and astonished at his insistent, defiant attitude and the brisk manner in which he was handing out orders to his men. "Come, Matt, come, Jimmy. Get the shovels now. Get the picks," he heard him shout. "Bring some sand here. Bring some stone. Where's the cement now? Where's the cement? Jesus Christ, I must have some cement. What are you all doing? Hurry now, hurry. Bring the cement." "Well, he knows how to give orders," commented Eugene to Big John, who was standing near. "He certainly does," replied the latter. To himself Eugene observed, hearing only the calls at first, the Irish brute. Later he discovered a subtle twinkling in Deegan's eyes as he stood brazenly in the door looking defiantly about. There was no brutality in it, only self-confidence and a hearty Irish insistence on the necessity of the hour. "Well, you're a dandy," commented Eugene boldly after a time, and laughed. "Ha ha," marked Deegan in return. "If you had to work as hard as these men you wouldn't laugh." "I'm not laughing at them. I'm laughing at you," explained Eugene. "Laugh?" said Deegan. "Sure you're as funny to me as I am to you." Eugene laughed again. The Irishman agreed with himself that there was humor in it. He laughed too. Eugene patted his big rough shoulder with his hands, and they were friends immediately. It did not take Deegan long to find out from Big John why he was there and what he was doing. "An artist," he commented. "Sure he'd better be outside than in. The looks of him packing shavings and him laughing at me." Big John smiled. "I believe he wants to get outside," he said. "Why don't he come with me then? He'd have a fine time working with the guineas. Sure that would make a man of him. A few months of that." He pointed to Angelo Esposito shoveling clay. Big John thought this worth reporting to Eugene. He did not think that he wanted to work with the guineas, but he might like to be with Deegan. Eugene saw his opportunity. He liked Deegan. "Would you like to have an artist who's looking for health come and work for you, Deegan?" Eugene asked genially. He thought Deegan might refuse, but it didn't matter. It was worth the trial. "Sure," replied the latter. "Will I have to work with the Italians?" "There'd be plenty of work for you to do without laying your hand to pick or shovel unless you want to. Sure, that's no work for white men to do." "And what do you call them, Deegan? Aren't they white?" "Sure they're not." "What are they then? They're not black." "Negroes, of course." "But they're not Negroes." "Well, begad, they're not white. Any man can tell that by looking at 'em." Eugene smiled. He understood at once the solid Irish temperament which could draw this hearty conclusion. There was no malice in it. Deegan did not underestimate these Italians. He liked his men, but they weren't white. He didn't know what they were exactly, but they weren't white. He was standing over them a moment later shouting, "Up with it! Up with it! Down with it! Down with it!" as though his whole soul were intent on driving the last scrap of strength out of these poor underlings, when, as a matter of fact, they were not working very hard at all. His glance was roving about in a general way as he yelled, and they paid little attention to him. Once in a while he would interpolate, "Come, Matt," in a softer key, a key so soft that it was entirely out of keeping with his other voice. Eugene saw it all clearly. He understood Deegan. "I think I'll get Mr. Haverford to transfer me to you if you'll let me come," he said at the close of the day, when Deegan was taking off his overalls and the Italians, as he called them, were putting things back in the car. "Sure," said Deegan, impressed by the great name of Haverford. If Eugene could accomplish that through such a far-off, wondrous personality, he must be a remarkable man himself. "Come along. I'll be glad to have you. You can just make out the O and K blanks and the reports and watch over the men such times as I'll not be there, and well, all told, you'll have enough to keep you busy." Eugene smiled. This was a pleasant prospect. Big John had told him during the morning that Deegan went up and down the road from Peekskill on the main line, Chatham on the Midland Division, and Mount Kisco on the third branch to New York City. He built wells, culverts, coal bins, building piers, small brick buildings, anything and everything in short which a capable foreman mason ought to be able to build, and in addition he was fairly content and happy in his task. Eugene could see it. The atmosphere of the man was wholesome. He was like a tonic, a revivifying dynamo to this sickly, overwrought sentimentalist. That night he went home to Angela, full of the humor and romance of his new situation. He liked the idea of it. He wanted to tell her about Deegan, to make her laugh. He was destined, unfortunately, to another kind of reception. For Angela by this time had endured the agony of her discovery to the breaking point. She had listened to his pretenses, knowing them to be lies, until she could endure it no longer. In following him she had discovered nothing, and the change in his work would make the chase more difficult. It was scarcely possible for anyone to follow him, for he himself did not know where he would be from day to day. He would be here, there, and everywhere. His sense of security, as well as his unfairness, made him sensitive about being nice in the unimportant things. When he thought at all, he was ashamed of what he was doing, thoroughly ashamed. Like the drunkard, he appeared to be mastered by his weakness, and the psychology of his attitude is so best interpreted. He caressed her sympathetically, for he thought from her drawn, weary look that she was verging on some illness. She appeared to him to be suffering from worry for him, overwork, or approaching malady. But Eugene, in spite of his unfaithfulness, did sympathize with Angela greatly. He appreciated her good qualities, her truthfulness, economy, devotion, and self-sacrifice in all things which related to him. He was sorry that his own yearning for freedom crossed with her desire for simple-minded devotion on his part. He could not love her as she wanted him to, that he knew, and yet he was at times sorry for it, very. He would look at her when she was not looking at him, admiring her industry, her patience, her pretty figure, her geniality in the face of many difficulties, and wish that she could have a better fate than to have met and married him. Because of these feelings on his part for her, he could not bear to see her suffer. When she appeared to be ill, he could not help drawing near to her, wanting to know how she was, endeavoring to make her feel better by those sympathetic, emotional demonstrations which he knew meant so much to her. On this particular evening, noting the still drawn agony of her face, he was moved to insist, "What's the matter with you, Angel Face, these days? You look so tired. You're not right. What's troubling you?" "Oh, nothing," replied Angela wearily. "But I know there is," he replied. "You can't be feeling well. What's ailing you? You're not like yourself at all. Won't you tell me, sweet? What's the trouble?" He was thinking, because Angela said nothing, that it must be a real physical illness. Any emotional complaint vented itself quickly. "Why should you care?" she asked cautiously, breaking her self-imposed vow of silence. She was thinking that Eugene and this woman, whoever she was, were conspiring to defeat her, and that they were succeeding. Her voice had changed from one of weary resignation to subtle, semi-concealed complaint and offense, and Eugene noticed it. Before she could add any more, he had observed, "Why shouldn't I? Why, how you talk! What's the matter now?" Angela really did not intend to go on. Her query was dragged out of her by his obvious sympathy. He was sorry for her in some general way. It made her pain and wrath all the greater. And his additional inquiry irritated her the more. "Why should you?" she asked weepingly. "You don't want me. You don't like me. You pretend sympathy when I look a little bad, but that's all. You don't care for me. If you could get rid of me, you would. That is so plain." "Why, what are you talking about?" he asked, astonished. Had she found out anything? Was the incident of the scraps of paper really closed? Had anybody been telling her anything about Carlotta? Instantly he was all at sea. Still he had to pretend. "You know I care," he said. "How can you say that?" "You don't. You know you don't," she flared up suddenly. "Why do you lie? You don't care. Don't touch me. Don't come near me. I'm sick of your hypocritical pretenses. Oh!" And she straightened up with her fingernails cutting into her palms. Eugene, at the first expression of disbelief on her part, had laid his hand soothingly on her arm. That was why she had jumped away from him. Now he drew back, nonplussed, nervous, a little defiant. It was easier to combat rage than sorrow, but he did not want to do either. "What's the matter with you?" he asked, assuming a look of bewildered innocence. "What have I done now?" "What haven't you done, you'd better ask, you dog, you coward," flared Angela. "Leaving me to stay out in Wisconsin while you go running around with a shameless woman. Don't deny it. Don't dare to deny it. This apropos of a protesting movement on the part of Eugene's head. I know all. I know more than I want to know. I know how you've been acting. I know what you've been doing. I know how you've been lying to me. You've been running around with a low, vile wretch of a woman, while I have been staying out in Blackwood eating my heart out. That's what you've been doing. Dear Angela, dear angel faced, dear Madonna Dolorosa. Ha! What have you been calling her, you lying, hypocritical coward? What names have you for her? Hypocrite, brute, liar. I know what you've been doing. Oh, how well I know. Why was I ever born? Why? Her voice trailed off in a wail of agony. Eugene stood there astonished to the point of inefficiency. He could not think of a single thing to do or say. He had no idea upon what evidence she based her complaint. He fancied that it must be much more than had been contained in that little note which he had torn up. She had not seen that. Of that he was reasonably sure. Or was he? Could she have taken it out of the box while he was in the bath and then put it back again? This sounded like it. She had looked very bad that night. How much did she know? Where had she secured this information? Mrs. Hibberdell? Carlotta? No. Had she seen her? Where? When? "You're talking through your hat," he said aimlessly and largely in order to get time. "You're crazy. What's got into you anyhow? I haven't been doing anything of the sort." "Oh, haven't you?" she sneered. "You haven't been meeting her at bridges and roadhouses and street cars, have you? You liar! You haven't been calling her Ashes of Roses and River Nymph and Angel Girl?" Angela was making up names and places out of her own mind. "I suppose you used some of the pet names on her that you gave to Christina Channing, didn't you? She liked those, the vile strumpet. And you dog, pretending to me, pretending sympathy, pretending loneliness, pretending sorrow, that I couldn't be here. A lot you cared what I was doing or thinking or suffering. Oh, I hate you, you horrible coward. I hate her. I hope something terrible happens to you. If I could get at her now, I would kill her and you both, and myself. I would. I wish I could die. I wish I could die." Eugene was beginning to get the measure of this inquiry as Angela interpreted it. He could see now how cruelly he had hurt her. He could see now how vile what he was doing looked in her eyes. It was bad business, running with other women. No doubt of it. It always ended in something like this, a terrible storm in which he had to sit by and hear himself called brutal names to which there was no legitimate answer. He had heard of this in connection with other people, but he had never thought it would come to him. And the worst of it was that he was guilty and deserving of it. No doubt of that. It lowered him in his own estimation. It lowered her in his and her own because she had to fight this way. Why did he do it? Why did he drag her into such a situation? It was breaking down that sense of pride in himself, which was the only sustaining power a man had before the gaze of the world. Why did he let himself into these situations? Did he really love Carlotta? Did he want pleasure enough to endure such abuse as this? This was a terrible scene. And where would it end? His nerves were tingling, his brain fairly aching. If he could only conquer this desire for another type and be faithful, and yet how dreadful that seemed. To confine himself in all his thoughts to just Angela, it was not possible. He thought of these things standing there, enduring the brunt of this storm. It was a terrible ordeal, but it was not wholly reformatory even at that. "What's the use of carrying on like that, Angela?" he said grimly, after he had listened to all this. "It isn't as bad as you think. I'm not a liar and I'm not a dog. You must have pieced that note I threw in the paper box together and read it. When did you do it?" He was curious about that and about how much she knew. What were her intentions in regard to him? What in regard to Carlotta? What would she do next? "When did I do it?" she replied. "When did I do it? What does that have to do with it? What right have you to ask? Where is this woman? That's what I want to know. I want to find her. I want to face her. I want to tell her what a wretched beast she is. I'll show her how to come and steal another woman's husband. I'll kill her. I'll kill her, and I'll kill you too. Do you hear? I'll kill you." And she advanced on him defiantly, blazingly. Eugene was astounded. He had never seen such rage in any woman. It was wonderful, fascinating, something like a great lightning-riven storm. Angela was capable of hurling thunderbolts of wrath. He had not known that. It raised her in his estimation, made her really more attractive than she would otherwise have been, for power, however displayed, is fascinating. She was so little, so grim, so determined. It was in its way a test of great capability, and he liked her for it, even though he resented her abuse. "No, no, Angela," he said sympathetically, and with a keen wish to alleviate her sorrow. "You would not do anything like that. You couldn't." I will," she declared. "I'll kill her and you too." And then, having reached this tremendous height, she suddenly broke. Eugene's big, sympathetic understanding was after all too much for her. His brooding patience in the midst of her wrath, his innate sorrow for what he could not or would not help, it was written all over his face. His very obvious presentation of the fact by his attitude that he knew that she loved him in spite of this, was too much for her. It was like beating her hands against a stone. She might kill him and this woman, whoever she was, but she would not have changed his attitude toward her, and that was what she wanted. A great torrent of heart-breaking sobs broke from her, shaking her frame like a reed. She threw her arms and head upon the kitchen table, fallen to her knees, and cried and cried. Eugene stood there contemplating the wreck he had made of her dreams. Certainly it was hell, he said to himself. Certainly it was. He was a liar, as she said, a dog, a scoundrel. Poor little Angela. Well, the damage had been done. What could he do now? Anything? Certainly not. Not a thing. She was broken, heartbroken. There was no earthly remedy for that. Priests might try for broken laws, but for a broken heart, what remedy was there? "Angela," he called gently. "Angela, I'm sorry. Don't cry, Angela. Don't cry." But she did not hear him. She did not hear anything. Lost in the agony of her situation, she could only sob convulsively until it seemed that her pretty little frame would break to pieces. End of section 57. Section 58 of The Genius by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 29. Eugene's feelings on this occasion were of a reasonable duration. It is always possible, under such circumstances, to take the victim of our brutalities in our arms and utter a few sympathetic or repentant words. The real kindness and repentance which consists in reformation is quite another matter. One must see with eyes too pure to behold evil to do that. Eugene was not to be reformed by an hour or many hours of agony on anyone's part. Angela was well within the range of his sympathetic interests. He suffered with her keenly, but not enough to outrun or offset his own keen desire for what he considered his spiritual right to enjoy beauty. What harm did it do, he would have asked himself, if he secretly exchanged affectionate looks and feelings with Carlotta or any other woman who fascinated him and in turn was fascinated by him? Could an affinity of this character really be called evil? He was not giving her any money, which Angela ought to have had, or very little. He did not want to marry her, and she really did not want to marry him, he thought. There was no chance of that anyhow. He wanted to associate with her, and what harm did that do Angela? None, if she did not know. Of course, if she knew, it was very sad for her and for him. But if the shoe were on the other foot, and Angela was the one who was acting as he was acting now, he would not care, he thought. He forgot to add that if he did not care it would be because he was not in love and Angela was in love. Such reasoning runs in circles. Only it is not reasoning. It is sentimental and emotional anarchy. There is no will toward progress in it. When Angela recovered from her first burst of rage and grief, it was only to continue it further, though not quite in the same vein. There can only be one superlative in any field of endeavor. Beyond that may be mutterings and thunderings, or a shining afterglow, but no second superlative. Angela charged him with every weakness and evil tendency, only to have him look at her in a solemn way, occasionally saying, "Oh, no, you know I'm not as bad as that," or "Why do you abuse me in that way? That isn't true," or "Why do you say that?" "Because it is so, and you know it's so," Angela would declare. "Listen, Angela," he replied once, with a certain amount of logic. "There is no use in browbeating me in this way. It doesn't do any good to call me names. You want me to love you, don't you? That's all you want. You don't want anything else. Will calling me names make me do it? If I can't, I can't. And if I can, I can. How will fighting help that?" She listened to him pitifully, for she knew that her rage was useless, or practically so. He was in the position of power. She loved him. That was the sad part of it. To think that tears and pleadings and wrath might not really avail after all. He could only love her out of a desire that was not self-generated. That was something she was beginning to see in a dim way as a grim truth. Once she folded her hands and sat white and drawn, staring at the floor. "Well, I don't know what to do," she declared. "I suppose I ought to leave you. If it just weren't for my family. They all think so highly of the marriage state. They are so naturally faithful and decent. I suppose these qualities have to be born in people. They can't be acquired. You would have to be made over." Eugene knew she would not leave him. He smiled at the superior condescension of the last remark, though it was not intended as such by her. To think of his being made over after the model Angela and her relatives would lay down. "I don't know where I'd go or what I'd do," she observed. "I can't go back to my family. I don't want to go there. I haven't been trained in anything except school teaching, and I hate to think of that again. If I could only study stenography or bookkeeping." She was talking as much to clear her own mind as his. She really did not know what to do. Eugene listened to this self-demonstrated situation with a shammed face. It was hard for him to think of Angela being thrown out on the world as a bookkeeper or a stenographer. He did not want to see her doing anything like that. In a way, he wanted to live with her, if it could be done in his way, much as the Mormons might, perhaps. What a lonely life hers would be if she were away from him, and she was not suited to it. She was not suited to the commercial world. She was too homely, too housewifely. He wished he could assure her now that she would not have further cause for grief, and mean it. But he was like a sick man, wishing he could do the things a hale man might. There was no self-conviction in his thoughts, only the idea that if he tried to do right in this matter, he might succeed, but he would be unhappy. So he drifted. In the meanwhile, Eugene had taken up his work with Deegan and was going through a very curious experience. At the time Deegan had stated that he would take him, he had written to Haverford, making a polite request for transfer, and was immediately informed that his wishes would be granted. Haverford remembered Eugene kindly. He hoped he was improving. He understood from inquiry of the superintendent of buildings that Deegan was in need of a capable assistant, anyhow, and that Eugene could well serve in that capacity. The foreman was always in trouble about his reports. An order was issued to Deegan commanding him to receive Eugene, and another to Eugene from the office of the superintendent of buildings ordering him to report to Deegan. Eugene went, finding him working on the problem of constructing a coal bin under the depot at Ford's Center, and raising as much a storm as ever. He was received with a grin of satisfaction. "So here you are. Well, you're just in time. I want you to go down to the office." Eugene laughed. "Sure," he said. Deegan was down in a freshly excavated hole, and his clothes were redolent of the freshly turned earth which surrounded him. He had a plumb bob in his hand and a spirit level, but he laid them down. Under the neat train shed to which he crawled when Eugene appeared, and where they stood, he fished from a pocket of his old gray coat a soiled and crumpled letter which he carefully unfolded with his thick and clumsy fingers. Then he held it up and looked at it defiantly. "I want you to go to Woodlawn," he continued, "and look after some bolts that are there. There's a keg of 'em, and sign the bill for 'em and ship them down to me. They're not many. And then I want you to go down to the office and take them this okay." And here he fished around and produced another crumpled slip. "It's nonsense," he exclaimed when he saw it. "It's unreasonable. They're always yelling for them OK blanks. You think, begad, I was going to steal from them. You think I lived on the things. OK blanks, OK blanks, from morning till night, OK blanks. It's nonsense. It's unreasonable." And his face flushed a defiant red. Eugene could see that some infraction of the railroad's rules had occurred, and that Deacon had been called down or jacked up about it, as the railroad men expressed it. He was in a high state of dudgeon, as defiant and pugnacious as his Royal Irish temper would allow. "I'll fix it," said Eugene. "That's all right. Leave it to me." Deegan showed some signs of approaching relief. At last he had a man of intelligence, as he would have expressed it. He flung a parting shot, though, at his superior as Eugene departed. "Tell him I'll sign for them when I get them and not before," he rumbled. Eugene laughed. He knew no such message would be accepted, but he was glad to give Deegan an opportunity to blow off steam. He entered upon his new tasks with vim, pleased with the out of doors, the sunshine, the opportunity for brief trips up and down the road like this. It was delightful. He would soon be all right now, that he knew. He went to Woodlawn and signed for the bolts, went to the office and met the chief clerk, delivering the desired OK blanks in person, who informed him of the chief difficulty in Deegan's life. It appeared that there were some 25 of these reports to be made out monthly, to say nothing of endless OK blanks to be filled in with acknowledgment of material received. Everything had to be signed for in this way. It mattered not whether it was a section of a bridge or a single bolt or a pound of putty. If a man could sit down and reel off a graphic report of what he was doing, he was the pride of the chief clerk's heart. His doing the work properly was taken as a matter of course. Deegan was not efficient at this, though he was assisted at times by his wife and all 3 of his children, a boy and 2 girls. He was constantly in hot water. "My God!" exclaimed the chief clerk when Eugene explained that Deegan had thought that he might leave the bolts at the station where they would be safe until he needed them, and then sign for them when he took them out. He ran his hands distractedly through his hair. "What do you think of that?" he exclaimed. "He'll leave them there until he needs them, will he? What becomes of my reports? I've got to have those OKs. You tell Deegan he ought to know better than that. He's been long enough on the road. You tell him that I said that I want a signed form for everything consigned to him the moment he learns that it's waiting for him. And I want it without fail. Let him go and get it. The gall! He's got to come to time about this, or something's going to drop. I'm not going to stand for it any longer. You'd better help him in this. I've got to make out my reports on time." Eugene agreed that he would. This was his field. He could help Deegan. He could be really useful. Time passed. The weather grew colder, and while the work was interesting at first, like all other things, it began after a time to grow monotonous. It was nice enough, when the weather was fine, to stand out under the trees where some culvert was being built, to bridge a small rivulet, or some well to supply the freight engines with water. and survey the surrounding landscape, but when the weather grew colder it was not so nice. Deegan was always interesting. He was forever raising a ruction. He lived a life of hard, narrow activity laid among boards, wheelbarrows, cement, stone, a life which concerned construction and had no particular joy in fruition. The moment a thing was nicely finished, they had to leave it and go where everything would be torn up again. Eugene used to look at the wounded ground, the piles of yellow mud, the dirty Italians, clean enough in their spirit, but soiled and gnarled by their labor, and wonder how much longer he could stand it. To think that he, of all men, should be here working with Deegan and the guineas. He became lonesome at times, terribly, and sad. He longed for Carlotta, longed for a beautiful studio, longed for a luxurious, artistic life. It seemed that life had wronged him terribly, and yet he could do nothing about it. He had no money-making capacity. About this time the construction of a rather pretentious machine shop, 200 by 200 feet and some 4 stories high, was assigned to Deegan, largely because of the efficiency which Eugene contributed to Deegan's work. Eugene handled his reports and accounts with rapidity and precision, and this so soothed the division management that they had an opportunity to see Deegan's real worth. The latter was beside himself with excitement, anticipating great credit and distinction for the work he was now to be permitted to do. "'Tis the fine time we'll have, Eugene, my boy," he exclaimed, "putting up that building. 'Tis no culvert we'll be after building now. No coal bin. Wait till the masons come. Then you'll see something." Eugene was pleased that their work was progressing so successfully, but of course there was no future in it for him. He was lonely and disheartened. Besides, Angela was complaining, and rightfully enough, that they were leading a difficult life, and to what end, so far as she was concerned? He might recover his health and his art. By reason of his dramatic shake-up and changes he appeared to be doing so, but what would that avail her? He did not love her. If he became prosperous again, it might be to forsake her, and at best he could only give her money and position. If he ever attained these, and how would that help? It was love that she wanted, his love, and she did not have that, or only a mere shadow of it. He had made up his mind after this last fatal argument that he would not pretend to anything he did not feel in regard to her, and this made it even harder. She did believe that he sympathized with her in his way, but it was an intellectual sympathy and had very little to do with the heart. He was sorry for her. Sorry? Sorry? How she hated the thought of that. If he could not do any better than that, what was there in all the years to come but misery? A curious fact to be noted about this period was that suspicion had so keyed up Angela's perceptions that she could almost tell, and that without knowing, when Eugene was with Carlotta or had been. There was something about his manner when he came in of an evening, to say nothing of those subtler thought waves which passed from him to her when he was with Carlotta, which told her instantly where he had been and what he had been doing. She would ask him where he had been, and he would say, "Oh, up to White Plains," or "out to Scarborough." But nearly always when he had been with Carlotta, she would flare up with, "Yes, I know where you've been. You've been out again with that miserable beast of a woman. Oh, God will punish her yet. You will be punished. Wait and see." Tears would flood her eyes, and she would berate him roundly. Eugene stood in profound awe before these subtle outbreaks. He could not understand how it was that Angela came to know or suspect so accurately. To a certain extent he was a believer in spiritualism and the mysteries of a subconscious mind or self. He fancied that there must be some way of this self-conscious self seeing or apprehending what was going on, and of communicating its knowledge in the form of fear and suspicion to Angela's mind. If the very subtleties of nature were in league against him, how was he to continue or profit in his career? Obviously, it could not be done. He would probably be severely punished for it. He was half terrified by the vague suspicion that there might be some laws which tended to correct in this way all the abuses in nature. There might be much vice and crime going seemingly unpunished, but there might also be much correction going on, as the suicides and deaths and cases of insanity seemed to attest. Was this true? Was there no escape from the result of evil except by abandoning it entirely? He pondered over this gravely. Getting on his feet again financially was not such an easy thing. He had been out of touch now for so long with things artistic, the magazine world, and the art agencies, that he felt as if he might not readily be able to get in touch again. Besides, he was not at all sure of himself. He had made sketches of men and things at Spionk, and of Deegan and his gang on the road, and of Carlotta and Angela, but he felt that they were weak in their import, lacking in the force and feeling which had once characterized his work. He thought of trying his hand at newspaper work if he could make any sort of connection, working in some obscure newspaper art department until he should feel himself able to do better, but he did not feel at all confident that he could get that. His severe breakdown had made him afraid of life, made him yearn for the sympathy of a woman like Carlotta, or of a larger, more hopeful, more tender attitude, and he dreaded looking for anything anywhere. Besides, he hated to spare the time unless he were going to get somewhere. His work was so pressing, but he knew he must quit it. He thought about it wearily, wishing he were better placed in the world, and finally screwed up his courage to leave this work, though it was not until something else was quite safely in his hands. End of section 58. Section 59 of The Genius by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 30. It was only after a considerable lapse of time, when trying to live on $9 a week, and seeing Angela struggle almost hopelessly in her determination to live on what he earned and put a little aside, that he came to his senses and made a sincere effort to find something better. During all this time he had been watching her narrowly, seeing how systematically she did all her housework, even under these adverse and trying circumstances, cooking, cleaning, marketing. She made over her old clothes, reshaping them so that they would last longer and still look stylish. She made her own hats, doing everything in short that she could to make the money in the bank hold out until Eugene should be on his feet. She was willing that he should take money and buy himself clothes when she was not willing to spend it on herself. She was living in the hope that somehow he would reform. Consciousness of what she was worth to him might some day strike him. Still, she did not feel that things could ever be quite the same again. She could never forget, and neither could he. The affair between Eugene and Carlotta, because of the various forces that were militating against it, was now slowly drawing to a close. It had not been able to endure all the storm and distress which followed its discovery. For one thing, Carlotta's mother, without telling her husband, made him feel that he had good cause to stay about, which made it difficult for Carlotta to act. Besides, she charged her daughter constantly, much as Angela was charging Eugene, with the utmost dissoluteness of character, and was as constantly putting her on the defensive. She was too hedged about to risk a separate apartment, and Eugene would not accept money from her to pay for expensive indoor entertainment. She wanted to see him, but she kept hoping he would get to the point where he would have a studio again, and she could see him as a star in his own field. That would be so much nicer. By degrees, their once exciting engagements began to lapse, and despite his grief, Eugene was not altogether sorry. To tell the truth, great physical discomfort recently had painted his romantic tendencies in a very sorry light for him. He thought he saw in a way where they were leading him. That there was no money in them was obvious. That the affairs of the world were put in the hands of those who were content to get their life's happiness out of their management seemed quite plain. Idlers had nothing as a rule, not even the respect of their fellow men. The licentious were worn threadbare and disgraced by their ridiculous and psychologically diseased propensities. Women and men who indulged in these unbridled relations were sickly sentimentalists as a rule, and were thrown out or ignored by all forceful society. One had to be strong, eager, determined, and abstemious if wealth was to come, and then it had to be held by the same qualities. One could not relax, otherwise one became much what he was now, a brooding sentimentalist, diseased in mind and body. So out of love excitement and poverty and ill health and abuse, he was coming to see, or thought he was, this one fact clearly, namely, that he must behave himself if he truly wished to succeed. Did he want to? He could not say that, but he had to. That was the sad part of it. And since apparently he had to, he would do the best he could. It was grim, but it was essential. At this time Eugene still retained the rather ultra-artistic appearance which had characterized his earlier years, but he began to suspect that on this score he was a little bizarre and out of keeping with the spirit of the times. Certain artists whom he met in times past and recently were quite commercial in their appearance, the very successful ones, and he decided that it was because they put the emphasis on the hard facts of life and not upon the romance connected with their work. It impressed him, and he decided to do likewise, abandoning the flowing tie and the rather indiscriminate manner he had of combing his hair, and thereafter affected severe simplicity. He still wore a soft hat because he thought it became him best, but otherwise he toned himself down greatly. His work with Deegan had given him a sharp impression of what hard, earnest labor meant. Deegan was nothing but a worker. There was no romance in him. He knew nothing about romance. Picks and shovels and mortar boards and concrete forms, such was his life, and he never complained. Eugene remembered commiserating him once on having to get up at 4 a.m. in order to take a train which would get to work by 7. Darkness and cold made no difference to him, however. "Sure, I have to be there," he had replied, with his quizzical Irish grin. "They're not paying me wages for lying in bed. If you were to get up that way every day for a year, it would make a man of you." "Oh, no," said Eugene teasingly. "Oh, yes," said Deegan, "it would. And you're the one that's needing it. I can tell that by the cut of you." Eugene resented this, but it stayed by him. Deegan had a habit of driving home salutary lessons in regard to work and abstemiousness without really meaning to. The two were wholly representative of him, just those two things and nothing more. One day he went down into Printing House Square to see if he could not make up his mind to apply at one of the newspaper art departments, when he ran into Hudson Dula, who he had not seen for a long while. The latter was delighted to see him. "Why, hello, Witla," he exclaimed, shocked to see that he was exceptionally thin and pale. "Where have you been all these years? I'm delighted to see you. What have you been doing? Let's go over here to Hans, and you tell me all about yourself." "I've been sick, Dula," said Eugene frankly. "I had a severe case of nervous breakdown, and I've been working on the railroad for a change. I tried all sorts of specialists, but they couldn't help me. So I decided to go to work by the day and see what that would do. I got all out of sorts with myself, and I've been pretty near 4 years getting back. I think I'm getting better, though. I'm going to knock off on the road one of these days and try my hand at painting again. I think I can do it." "Isn't that curious?" replied Dula reminiscently. "I was just thinking of you the other day and wondering where you were. You know, I've quit the art director game. Truth, failed, and I went into the lithographic business. I have a small interest in a plant that I'm managing down in Bond Street. I wish you'd come in and see me some day." "I certainly will," said Eugene. "Now, this nervousness of yours," said Dula, as they strolled into the restaurant where they were dining. "I have a brother-in-law that was hit that way. He's still doctoring around. I'm going to tell him about your case. You don't look so bad." "I'm feeling much better," said Eugene. "I really am. but I've had a bad spell of it. I'm going to come back in the game, though. I feel sure of it. When I do, I'll know better how to take care of myself. I overworked on that first burst of pictures. I must say that was the best stuff of that kind I ever saw done in this country," said Dula. "I saw both your shows, as you remember. They were splendid. What became of all those pictures?" "Oh, some were sold, and the rest are in storage," replied Eugene. "Curious, isn't it?" said Dula. "I should have thought all those things would have been purchased. They were so new and forceful in treatment. You want to pull yourself together and stay pulled. You're going to have a great future in that field." "Oh, I don't know," replied Eugene pessimistically. "It's all right to obtain a big reputation, but you can't live on that, you know. Pictures don't sell very well over here. I have most of mine left. A grocer with one delivery wagon has the best artist that ever lived, backed right off the board for financial results." "Not quite as bad as that," said Dula smilingly. "An artist has something which a tradesman can never have, and you want to remember that. His point of view is worth something. He lives in a different world spiritually. And then financially you can do well enough. You can live, and what more do you want? You're received everywhere. You have what the tradesman cannot possibly obtain, distinction, and you give the world a standard of merit. You will at least. If I had your ability, I would never sit about envying any butcher or baker. Why, all the artists know you now, the good ones anyhow. It only remains for you to do more, to obtain more. There are lots of things you can do." "What, for instance?" asked Eugene. "Why, ceilings, mural decorations. I was saying to someone the other day what a mistake it was that the Boston Library did not assign some of their panels to you. You would make splendid things of them." "You certainly have a world of faith in me," replied Eugene, tingling warmly. It was like a glowing fire to hear this after all the dreary days. Then the world still remembered him. He was worth while. "Do you remember Orrin Benedict? You used to know him out in Chicago, didn't you?" "I certainly did," replied Eugene. "I worked with him." "He's down on the World now, in charge of the art department there. He's just gone there." Then, as Eugene exclaimed over the curious shifts of time, he suddenly added, "Why, wouldn't that be a good idea for you? You say you're just about to knock off. Why don't you go down and do some pen work to get your hand in? It would be a good experience for you. Benedict would be glad to put you on, I'm sure." Dula suspected that Eugene might be out of funds, and this would be an easy way for him to slip into something which would lead back to studio work. He liked Eugene. He was anxious to see him get along. It flattered him to think he had been the first to publish his work in color. "That isn't a bad idea," said Eugene. "I was really thinking of doing something like that if I could. I'll go up and see him maybe today. It would be just the thing I need now. A little preliminary practice. I feel rather rusty and uncertain." "I'll call him up if you want," said Dula generously. "I know him well. He was asking me the other day if I knew one or two exceptional men. You wait here a minute." Eugene leaned back in his chair as Dula left. Could it be that he was going to be restored thus easily to something better? He had thought it would be so hard. Now this chance was coming to lift him out of his sufferings at the right time. Dula came back. "He says sure," he exclaimed. "Come right down. You'd better go down there this afternoon. That'll be just the thing for you. And when you are placed again, come around and see me. Where are you living?" Eugene gave him his address. "That's right. You're married," he added, when Eugene spoke of himself and Angela having a small place. "How is Mrs. Witla? I remember her as a very charming woman." "Mrs. Dula and I have an apartment in Gramercy Park. You didn't know I had tied up, did you? Well, I have. Bring your wife and come to see us. We'd be delighted. I'll make a dinner date for you two." Eugene was greatly pleased and elated. He knew Angela would be. They had seen nothing of artistic life lately. He hurried down to see Benedict and was greeted as an old acquaintance. They had never been very chummy, but always friendly. Benedict had heard of Eugene's nervous breakdown. "Well, I tell you," he said, after greeting and reminiscence were over, "I can't pay very much. $50 is high here just at present, and I have just one vacancy now at 25 which you can have if you want to try your hand. There's a good deal of hurry up about at times, but you don't mind that. When I get things straightened out here, I may have something better." "Oh, that's all right," replied Eugene cheerfully. "I'm glad to get that." He was very glad indeed. "And I don't mind the hurry. It will be good for a change." Benedict gave him a friendly handshake in farewell. He was glad to have him, for he knew what he could do. "I don't think I can come before Monday. I have to give a few days' notice. Is that all right?" "I could use you earlier, but Monday will do," said Benedict, and they parted genially. Eugene hurried back home. He was delighted to tell Angela, for this would rob their condition of part of its gloom. It was no great comfort to him to be starting in as a newspaper artist again at $25 a week, but it couldn't be helped, and it was better than nothing. At least it was putting him back on the track again. He was sure to do still better after this. He could hold this newspaper job, he felt, and outside that he didn't care very much for the time being. His pride had received some severe jolts. It was vastly better than day labor, anyway. He hurried up the 4 flights of stairs to the cheap little quarters they occupied, saying when he saw Angela at the gas range, "Well, I guess our railroad days are over." "What's the trouble?" asked Angela apprehensively. "No trouble," he replied. "I have a better job." "What is it?" "I'm going to be a newspaper artist for a while on the World." "When did you find that out?" she asked, brightening, for she had been terribly depressed over their state. "This afternoon. I'm going to work Monday. $25 will be some better than 9, won't it?" Angela smiled. "It certainly will," she said, and tears of thanksgiving filled her eyes. Eugene knew what those tears stood for. He was anxious to avoid painful reminiscences. "Don't cry," he said. "Things are going to be much better from now on." "Oh, I hope so, I hope so," she murmured, and he patted her head affectionately as it rested on his shoulder. "There now, cheer up, girlie, will you? We're going to be all right from now on." Angela smiled through her tears. She set the table exceedingly cheerful. "That is certainly good news," she laughed afterward. "But we're not going to spend any more money for a long while, anyhow. We're going to save something. We don't want to get in this hole again." "No more for mine," replied Eugene gaily. "Not if I know my business," and he went into the one little combination parlor, sitting room and reception room, and general room of all work, to open his evening newspaper and whistle. In his excitement he almost forgot his woes over Carlotta and the love question in general. He was going to climb again in the world and be happy with Angela. He was going to be an artist or a business man or something. Look at Hudson Dula, owning a lithographic business and living in Gramercy Park. Could any artist he knew do that? Scarcely. He would see about this. He would think this art business over. Maybe he could be an art director or a lithographer or something. He had often thought while he was with the road that he could be a good superintendent of buildings if he could only give it time enough. Angela, for her part, was wondering what this change really spelled for her. Would he behave now? Would he set himself to the task of climbing slowly and surely? He was getting along in life. He ought to begin to place himself securely in the world if he ever was going to. Her love was not the same as it had formerly been. It was crossed with dislike and opposition at times, but still she felt that he needed her to help him. Poor Eugene! If only he were not cursed with this weakness. Perhaps he would overcome it. So she mused. End of section 59. Section 60 of The Genius by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 31. The work which Eugene undertook in connection with the art department of the World was not different from that which he had done 10 years before in Chicago. It seemed no less difficult for all his experience. More so, if anything, for he felt above it these days and consequently out of place. He wished at once that he could get something which would pay him commensurately with his ability. To sit down among mere boys, there were men there as old as himself and older, though of course he did not pay so much attention to them, was galling. He thought Benedict should have had more respect for his talent than to have offered him so little, though at the same time he was grateful for what he had received. He undertook energetically to carry out all the suggestions given him, and surprised his superior with the speed and imagination with which he developed everything. He surprised Benedict the second day with a splendid imaginative interpretation of the Black Death, which was to accompany a Sunday newspaper article on the modern possibilities of plagues. The latter saw at once that Eugene could probably be only retained a very little while at the figure he had given him. He had made the mistake of starting him low, thinking that Eugene's talent, after so severe an illness, might be at a very low ebb. He did not know, being new to the art directorship of a newspaper, how very difficult it was to get increases for those under him. An advance of $10 to anyone meant earnest representation and an argument with the business manager, and to double and treble the salary, which should have been done in this case, was out of the question. 6 months was a reasonable length of time for anyone to wait for an increase. Such was that dictate of the business management, and in Eugene's case it was ridiculous and unfair. However, being still sick and apprehensive, he was content to abide by the situation, hoping with returning strength and the saving of a little money to put himself right eventually. Angela, of course, was pleased with the turn of affairs. Having suffered so long with only prospects of something worse in store, it was a great relief to go to the bank every Tuesday. Eugene was paid on Monday, and deposit $10 against a rainy day. It was agreed between them that they might use $6 for clothing, which Angela and Eugene very much needed, and some slight entertainment. It was not long before Eugene began to bring an occasional newspaper artist friend up to dinner, and they were invited out. They had gone without much clothing, with scarcely a single visit to the theater, without friends, everything. Now the tide began slowly to change. In a little while, because they were more free to go places, they began to encounter people whom they knew. There were 6 months of drifting journalistic work in which, as in his railroad work, he grew more and more restless. And then there came a time when he felt as if he could not stand that for another minute. He had been raised to $35 and then $50, but it was a terrific grind of exaggerated and to him thoroughly meretricious art. The only valuable result in connection with it were that for the first time in his life he was drawing a moderately secure living salary, and that his mind was fully occupied with details which gave him no time to think about himself. He was in a large room surrounded by other men who were as sharp as knives in their thrust of wit, and restless and greedy in their attitude toward the world. They wanted to live brilliantly, just as he did, only they had more self-confidence, and in many cases that extreme poise which comes of rare good health. They were inclined to think he was somewhat of a poseur at first, but later they came to like him, all of them. He had a winning smile, and his love of a joke so keen, so body-shaking, drew to him all those who had a good story to tell. "Tell that to Witla" was a common phrase about the office, and Eugene was always listening to someone. He came to lunching with first one, and then another, and then 3 or 4 at a time, and by degrees Angela was compelled to entertain Eugene and 2 or 3 of his friends twice, and sometimes 3 times a week. She objected greatly, and there was some feeling over that, for she had no maid, and she did not think that Eugene ought to begin so soon to put the burden of entertainment upon her slender income. She wanted him to make these things very formal and by appointment, but Eugene would stroll in genially, explaining that he had Irving Nelson with him, or Henry Hare, or George Beers, and asking nervously at the last minute whether it was all right. Angela would say, "Certainly, to be sure," in front of the guests, but when they were alone there would be tears and reproaches and firm declarations that she would not stand it. "Well, I won't do it any more," Eugene would apologize. "I forgot, you know." Still he wanted Angela to get a maid and let him bring all who would come. It was a great relief to get back into the swing of things and see life broadening out once more. It was not so long after he had grown exceedingly weary of his underpaid relationship to the world that he heard of something which promised a much better avenue of advancement. Eugene had been hearing for some time from one source and another of the development of art in advertising. He had read one or two articles on the subject in the smaller magazines, had seen from time to time curious and sometimes beautiful series of ads run first by one corporation and then another, advertising some product. He had always fancied, in looking at these things, that he could get up a notable series on almost any subject, and he wondered who handled these things. He asked Benedict one night, going up on the car with him, what he knew about it. "Why, so far as I know," said Benedict, "that is coming to be quite a business. There is a man out in Chicago, Saligerian, an American Syrian, his father was a Syrian, but he was born over here, who has built up a tremendous business out of designing series of ads like that for big corporations. He got up that Molly Maguire series for the new cleaning fluid. I don't think he does any of the work himself. He hires artists to do it. Some of the best men, I understand, have done work for him. He gets splendid prices. Then some big advertising agencies are taking up that work. One of them I know, the Somerville Company, has a big art department in connection with it. They employ 15 to 18 men all the time, sometimes more. They turn out some fine ads too, to my way of thinking. Do you remember that Corno series?" Benedict was referring to a breakfast food which had been advertised by a succession of 10 very beautiful and very clever pictures. "Yes," replied Eugene. "Well, they did that." Eugene thought of this as a most interesting development. Since the days in which he had worked on the Alexandria appeal, he had been interested in ads. The thought of an ad creation took his fancy. It was newer than anything else he had encountered recently. He wondered if there would not be some chance in that field for him. His paintings were not selling. He had not the courage to start a new series. If he could make some money first, say $10,000, so that he could get an interest income of say $600 or $700 a year, he might be willing to risk art for art's sake. He had suffered too much. Poverty had scared him so that he was very anxious to lean on a salary or a business income for the time being. It was while he was speculating over this almost daily that there came to him one day a young artist who had formerly worked on the World, a youth by the name of Morgenbau, Adolph Morgenbau, who admired Eugene and his work greatly, and who had since gone to another paper. He was very anxious to tell Eugene something, for he had heard of a change coming in the art directorship of the Somerville Company, and he fancied for one reason and another that Eugene might be glad to know of it. Eugene had never looked to Morgenbau like a man who ought to be working in a newspaper art department. He was too self-poised, too superior, too wise. Morgenbau had conceived the idea that Eugene was destined to make a great hit of some kind, and with that kindling intuition that sometimes saves us whole, he was anxious to help Eugene in some way and so gain his favor. "I have something I'd like to tell you, Mr. Witla," he observed. "Well, what is it?" smiled Eugene. "Are you going out to lunch?" "Certainly. Come along." They went out together, and Morgenbau communicated to Eugene what he had heard, that the Summerfield Company had just dismissed or parted company with or lost a very capable director by the name of Freeman, and they were looking for a new man. "Why don't you apply for that?" asked Morgenbau. "You could hold it. You're doing just that sort of work that would make great ads. You know how to handle men, too. They like you. All the young fellows around here do. Why don't you go and see Mr. Summerfield? He's up in 34th Street. You might be just the man he's looking for, and then you'd have a department of your own." Eugene looked at this boy, wondering what had put this idea in his head. He decided to call up Dula, and did so at once, asking him what he thought would be the best move to make. The latter did not know Summerfield, but he knew someone who did. "I'll tell you what to do, Eugene," he said. "You go and see Baker Bates of the Santina Company. That's at the corner of Broadway and 4th Street. We do a big business with the Santina Company, and they do a big business with Summerfield. I'll send a letter over to you by a boy, and you take that. Then I'll call Bates up on the phone, and if he's favorable, he can speak to Summerfield. He'll want to see you, though." Eugene was very grateful and eagerly awaited the arrival of the letter. He asked Benedict for a little time off and went to Mr. Baker Bates. The latter had heard enough from Dula to be friendly. He had been told by the latter that Eugene was potentially a great artist, slightly down on his luck, but that he was doing exceedingly well where he was and would do better in the new place. He was impressed by Eugene's appearance, for the latter had changed his style from the semi-artistic to the practical. He thought Eugene looked capable. He was certainly pleasant. "I'll talk to Mr. Summerfield for you," he said, "though I won't put much hope in what will come of it if I were you. He's a difficult man, and it's best not to appear too eager in this matter. If he can be induced to send for you, it will be much better. You let this rest until tomorrow. I'll call him up on another matter and take him out to lunch, and then I'll see how he stands, and who he has in mind, if he has anyone. He may have, you know. If there is a real opening, I'll speak of you. We'll see." Eugene went away once more, very grateful. He was thinking that Dula had always meant good luck to him. He had taken his first important drawing. The pictures he had published for him had brought him favor with Monsieur Charles. Dula had secured him the position that he had now. Would he be the cause of his getting this new one? On the way downtown on the car, he encountered a cross-eyed boy. He had understood from someone recently that cross-eyed boys were good luck, cross-eyed women bad luck. A thrill of hopeful prognostication passed over him. In all likelihood, he was going to get this place. If this sign came true this time, he would believe in signs. They had come true before, but this would be a real test. He stared cheerfully at the boy, and the latter looked him full in the eyes and grinned. "That settles it," said Eugene. "I'm going to get it." Still, he was far from being absolutely sure. End of section 60. Section 61 of The Genius by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 32. The Summerfield Advertising Agency, of which Mr. Daniel C. Summerfield was president, was one of those curious exfoliations or efflorescences of the personality of a single individual which is so often met with in the business world, and which always means a remarkable individual behind them. The ideas, the enthusiasm, the strength of Mr. Daniel C. Summerfield was all there was to the Summerfield Advertising Agency. It was true that there was a large force of men working for him, advertising canvassers, advertising writers, financial accountants, artists, stenographers, bookkeepers, and the like. But they were all, as it were, an emanation or irradiation of the personality of Mr. Daniel C. Summerfield. He was small, wiry, black-haired, black-eyed, black-mustached, with an olive complexion and even, pleasing, albeit sometimes wolfish, white teeth, which indicated a disposition as avid and hungry as a disposition well might be. Mr. Summerfield had come up into his present state of affluence, or comparative affluence, from the direst poverty, and by the directest route, his personal efforts. In the state in which he had originated, Alabama, his family had been known in the small circle to which they were known at all, as poor white trash. His father had been a rather lackadaisical, half-starved cotton planter who had been satisfied with a single bale or less of cotton to the acre on the ground which he leased, and who drove a lean mule very much the worse for age and wear, up and down the furrows of his leaner fields, the while he complained of the misery in his breast. He was afflicted with slow consumption, or thought he was, which was just as effective, and in addition had hookworm, though that parasitic producer of hopeless tiredness was not yet discovered and named. Daniel Christopher, his eldest son, had been raised with scarcely any education, having been put in a cotton mill at the age of 7. But nevertheless, he had soon manifested himself as the brain of the family. For 4 years he worked in the cotton mill, and then, because of his unusual brightness, he had been given a place in the printing shop of the Wickham Union, where he was so attractive to the slow-going proprietor that he soon became foreman of the printing department and then manager. He knew nothing of printing or newspapers at that time, but the little contact he obtained here soon cleared his vision. He saw instantly what the newspaper business was, and decided to enter it. Later, as he grew older, he suspected that no one knew very much about advertising as yet, or very little, and that he was called by God to revise it. With this vision of a still wider field of usefulness in his mind, he began at once to prepare himself for it, reading all manner of advertising literature and practicing the art of display and effective statement. He had been through such bitter things as personal fights with those who worked under him, knocking one man down with a heavy iron form key, personal altercation with his own father and mother, in which he frankly told them that they were failures, and that they had better let him show them something about regulating their hopeless lives. He had quarreled with his younger brothers, trying to dominate them, and had succeeded in controlling the youngest, principally for the very good reason that he had become foolishly fond of him. This younger brother he later introduced into his advertising business. He had religiously saved the little he had earned thus far, invested a part of it in the further development of the Wickham Union, bought his father an 8-acre farm, which he showed him how to work, and finally decided to come to New York to see if he could not connect himself with some important advertising concern where he could learn something more about the one thing that interested him. He was already married, and he brought his young wife with him from the South. He soon connected himself as a canvasser with one of the great agencies, and advanced rapidly. He was so smiling, so bland, so insistent, so magnetic, that business came to him rapidly. He became the star man in this New York concern, and Alfred Cookman, who was its owner and manager, was soon pondering what he could do to retain him. No individual or concern could long retain Daniel C. Summerfield, however, once he understood his personal capabilities. In 2 years he had learned all that Alfred Cookman had to teach him, and more than he could teach him. He knew his customers and what their needs were, and where the lack was in the service which Mr. Cookman rendered them. He foresaw the drift toward artistic representation of saleable products, and decided to go into that side of it. He would start an agency which would render a service so complete and dramatic that anyone who could afford to use his service would make money. When Eugene first heard of this agency, the Summerfield concern was 6 years old and rapidly growing. It was already very large and profitable, and as hard and forceful as its owner. Daniel C. Summerfield, sitting in his private office, was absolutely ruthless in his calculations as to men. He had studied the life of Napoleon, and had come to the conclusion that no individual life was important. Mercy was a joke to be eliminated from business. Sentiment was silly twaddle. The thing to do was to hire men as cheaply as possible, to drive them as vigorously as possible, and to dispose of them quickly when they showed signs of weakening under the strain. He had already had 5 art directors in as many years, had hired and fired, as he termed it, innumerable canvassers, ad writers, bookkeepers, stenographers, artists, getting rid of anyone and everyone who showed the least sign of incapacity or inefficiency. The great office floor which he maintained was a model of cleanliness, order, one might almost say beauty of a commercial sort, but it was the cleanliness, order, and beauty of a hard polished and well-oiled machine. Daniel C. Summerfield was not much more than that, but he had long ago decided that was what he must be in order not to be a failure, a fool, as he called it, a mark, and he admired himself for being so. When Mr. Baker Bates, at Hudson Dula's request, went to Mr. Summerfield in regard to the rumored vacancy which really existed, the latter was in a most receptive frame of mind. He had just come into two very important advertising contracts which required a lot of imagination and artistic skill to execute, and he had lost his art director because of a row over a former contract. It was true that in very many cases, in most cases in fact, his customers had very definite ideas as to what they wanted to say and how they wanted to say it, but not always. They were almost always open to suggestions as to modifications and improvements, and in a number of very important cases they were willing to leave the entire theory of procedure to the Summerfield Advertising Company. This called for rare good judgment not only in the preparation but in the placing of these ads, and it was in the matter of their preparation, the many striking ideas which they should embody, that the judgment and assistance of a capable art director of real imagination was most valuable. As has already been said, Mr. Summerfield had had 5 art directors in almost as many years. In each case he had used the Napoleonic method of throwing a fresh, unwearied mind into the breach of difficulty, and when it wearied or broke under the strain, tossing it briskly out. There was no compunction or pity connected with any detail of this method. "I hire good men, and I pay them good wages," was his favorite comment. "Why shouldn't I expect good results?" If he was wearied or angered by failure, he was prone to exclaim, "These goddamn cattle of artists, what can you expect of them? They don't know anything outside their little theory of how things ought to look. They don't know anything about life. Why, goddamn it, they're like a lot of children. Why should anybody pay any attention to what they think? Who cares what they think? They give me a pain in the neck." Mr. Daniel C. Summerfield was very much given to swearing, more as a matter of habit than of foul intention, and no picture of him would be complete without the interpolation of his favorite expressions. When Eugene appeared on the horizon as a possible applicant for this delightful position, Mr. Daniel C. Summerfield was debating with himself just what he should do in connection with the 2 new contracts in question. The advertisers were awaiting his suggestions eagerly. One was for the nationwide advertising of a new brand of sugar. The second for the international display of ideas in connection with a series of French perfumes, the sale of which depended largely upon the beauty with which they could be interpreted to the lay mind. The latter were not only to be advertised in the United States and Canada, but in Mexico also, and the fulfillment of the contracts in either case was dependent upon the approval given by the advertisers to the designs for newspaper, car, and billboard advertising which he should submit. It was a ticklish business worth $200,000 in ultimate profits, and naturally he was anxious that the man who should sit in the seat of authority in his art department should be one of real force and talent, a genius if possible, who should, through his ideas, help him win his golden harvest. The right man naturally was hard to find. The last man had been only fairly capable. He was dignified, meditative, thoughtful, with considerable taste and apprehension as to what the material situation required in driving home simple ideas, but he had no great imaginative grasp of life. In fact, no man who had ever sat in his art director's chair had ever really suited Mr. Summerfield. According to him, they had all been weaklings, dubs, fakes, hot air artists were some of his descriptions of them. Their problem, however, was a hard one, for they had to think very vigorously in connection with any product which he might be trying to market, and to offer him endless suggestions as to what would be the next best thing for a manufacturer to say or do to attract attention to what he had to sell. It might be a catchphrase such as, "Have you seen this new soap?" or "Do you know Seresta? It's red." It might be that a novelty in the way of hand or fingers, eye or mouth was all that was required, carrying some appropriate explanation in type. Sometimes, as in the case of very practical products, their very practical display in some clear, interesting, attractive way was all that was needed. In most cases, though, something radically new was required. For it was the theory of Mr. Summerfield that his ads must not only arrest the eye, but fix themselves in the memory, and convey a fact which was, or at least could be made to seem important to the reader. It was a struggling with one of the deepest and most interesting phases of human psychology. The last man, older Freeman, had been of considerable use to him in his way. He had collected about him a number of fairly capable artists, men temporarily down on their luck, who, like Eugene, were willing to take a working position of this character, and from them he had extracted by dint of pleading, cajoling, demonstrating, and the like, a number of interesting ideas. Their working hours were from 9 to 5:30, their pay meager, 18 to 35, with experts drawing in several instances $50 and $60, and their tasks innumerable and really never ending. Their output was regulated by a tabulated record system which kept account of just how much they succeeded in accomplishing in a week, and how much it was worth to the concern. The ideas on which they worked were more or less products of the brains of the art director and his superior, though they occasionally themselves made important suggestions. But for their proper execution, the amount of time spent on them, the failures sustained, the art director was more or less responsible. He could not carry to his employer a poor drawing of a good idea, or a poor idea for something which required a superior thought and long hope to retain his position. Mr. Daniel C. Summerfield was too shrewd and too exacting. He was really tireless in his energy. It was his art director's business, he thought, to get him good ideas for good drawings, and then to see that they were properly and speedily executed. Anything less than this was sickening failure in the eyes of Mr. Summerfield, and he was not at all bashful in expressing himself. As a matter of fact, he was at times terribly brutal. "Why the hell do you show me a thing like that?" he once exclaimed to Freeman. "Jesus Christ, I could hire an ashman and get better results. My God damn it, look at the drawing of the arm of that woman. Look at her ear. Who's going to take a thing like that? It's tame, it's punk, it's a joke. What sort of cattle have you got out there working for you anyhow?" "Why, if the Summerfield Advertising Company can't do better than that, I might as well shut up the place and go fishing. We'll be a joke in 6 weeks. Don't try to hand me any such goddamn tripe as that, Freeman. You know better. You ought to know our advertisers wouldn't stand for anything like that. Wake up. I'm paying you $5,000 a year. How do you expect I'm going to get my money back out of any such arrangement as that? You're simply wasting my money and your time letting a man draw a thing like that. Hell." The art director, whoever he was, having been by degrees initiated into the brutalities of the situation, and having, by reason of the time he had been employed and the privileges he had permitted himself on account of his comfortable and probably never before experienced salary, sold himself into bondage to his now financial necessities, was usually humble and tractable under the most galling fire. Where could he go and get $5,000 a year for his services? How could he live at the rate he was living if he lost this place? Art directorships were not numerous. Men who could fill them fairly acceptably were not impossible to find. If he thought at all, and he was not a heaven-born genius, serene in the knowledge of his God-given powers, he was very apt to hesitate, to worry, to be humble, and to endure a good deal. Most men under similar circumstances do the same thing. They think before they fling back into the teeth of their oppressor some of the slurs and brutal characterizations which so frequently issue therefrom. Most men do. Besides, there is almost a high percentage of truth in the charges made. Usually the storm is for the betterment of mankind. Mr. Summerfield knew this. He knew also the yoke of poverty and the bondage of fear which most, if not all his men were under. He had no compunction about using these weapons, much as a strong man might use a club. He had had a hard life himself. No one had sympathized with him very much. Besides, you couldn't sympathize and succeed. Better look the facts in the face, deal only with infinite capacity, roughly weed out the incompetents, and proceed along the line of least resistance, insofar as your powerful enemies were concerned. Men might theorize and theorize until the crack of doom, but this was the way things had to be done, and this was the way he preferred to do it. Eugene had never heard of any of these facts in connection with the Summerfield Company. The idea had been flung at him so quickly he had no time to think, and besides, if he had had time, it would have made no difference. A little experience of life had taught him, as it teaches everyone else, to mistrust rumor. He had applied for the place on hearing, and he was hoping to get it. At noon, the day following his visit to Mr. Baker Bates, the latter was speaking for him to Mr. Summerfield, but only very casually. "Say," he asked, quite apropos of nothing apparently, for they were discussing the chances of his introducing his product in South America, "do you ever have need of an art director over in your place?" "Occasionally," replied Summerfield guardedly, for his impression was that Mr. Baker Bates knew very little of art directors or anything else in connection with the art side of advertising life. He might have heard of his present need and be trying to palm off some friend of his, an incompetent, of course, on him. What makes you ask? "Why, Hudson Dula, the manager of the Triple Lithographic Company, was telling me of a man who is connected with the World, who might make a good one for you. I know something of him. He painted some remarkable views of New York and Paris here a few years ago. Dula tells me they were very good." "Is he young?" interrupted Summerfield, calculating. "Yes, comparatively. 31 or 2, I should say." "And he wants to be an art director, does he? Where is he?" "He's down on the World, and I understand he wants to get out of there. I heard you say last year that you were looking for a man, and I thought this might interest you." "What's he doing down on the World?" "He's been sick, I understand, and is just getting on his feet again." The explanation sounded sincere enough to Summerfield. "What's his name?" he asked. "Witla, Eugene Witla. He had an exhibition at one of the galleries here a few years ago." "I'm afraid of these regular highbrow artists," observed Summerfield suspiciously. "They're usually so set up about their art that there's no living with them. I have to have someone with hard, practical sense in my work, someone that isn't a plain damn fool. He has to be a good manager, good administrator. Mere talent for drawing won't do, though he has to have that, or know it when he sees it. You might send this fellow around sometime if you know him. I wouldn't mind looking at him. I may need a man pretty soon. I'm thinking of making certain changes." "If I see him, I will," said Baker indifferently, and dropped the matter. Summerfield, however, for some psychological reason, was impressed with the name. Where had he heard it? Somewhere, apparently. Perhaps he had better find out something about him. "If you send him, you'd better give him a letter of introduction," he added thoughtfully, before Bates should have forgotten the matter. "So many people try to get in to see me, I may forget." Baker knew at once that Summerfield wished to look at Witla. He dictated a letter of introduction that afternoon to a stenographer and mailed it to Eugene. "I find Mr. Summerfield apparently disposed to see you," he wrote. "You had better go and see him if you are interested. Present this letter. Very truly yours." Eugene looked at it with astonishment and a sense of foregoneness, so far as what was to follow. Fate was fixing this for him. He was going to get it. How strange life was. Here he was down on the World working for $50 a week, and suddenly an art directorship, a thing he had thought of for years, was coming to him out of nowhere. Then he decided to telephone Mr. Daniel Summerfield, saying that he had a letter from Mr. Baker Bates and asking him when he could see him. Later he decided to waste no time, but to present the letter direct without phoning. At 3 in the afternoon he received permission from Benedict to be away from the office between 3 and 5, and at 3:30 he was in the anteroom of the general offices of the Summerfield Advertising Company, waiting for a much desired permission to enter. End of section 61. Section 62 of The Genius by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 33. When Eugene called, Mr. Daniel C. Summerfield was in no great rush about any particular matter, but he had decided in this case, as he had in many others, that it was very important that anyone who wanted anything from him should be made to wait. Eugene was made to wait a solid hour before he was informed by an underling that he was very sorry, but that other matters had so detained Mr. Summerfield that it was now impossible for him to see him at all this day, but that tomorrow at 12 he would be glad to see him. Eugene was finally admitted on the morrow, however, and then, at the first glance, Mr. Summerfield liked him. A man of intelligence, he thought, as he leaned back in his chair and stared at him. A man of force, young still, wide-eyed, quick, clean-looking. Perhaps I have found someone in this man who will make a good art director. He smiled, for Summerfield was always good-natured in his opening relationships, usually so in all of them, and took most people, his employees, and prospective employees particularly, with an air of superior but genial condescension. Sit down, he exclaimed cheerfully, and Eugene did so, looking about at the handsomely decorated walls, the floor, which was laid with a wide, soft, light brown rug, and the mahogany desk, flat-topped, glass-covered, on which lay handsome ornaments of silver, ivory, and bronze. This man looked so keen, so dynamic, like a polished Japanese carving, hard and smooth. "Now tell me all about yourself," began Summerfield. "Where do you come from? Who are you? What have you done?" Hold, said Eugene easily and tolerantly. "Not so fast. My history isn't so much the short and simple annals of the poor. I'll tell you in 2 or 3 sentences." Summerfield was a little taken back at this abruptness, which was generated by his own attitude. Still, he liked it. This was something new to him. His applicant wasn't frightened or apparently even nervous so far as he could judge. He is droll, he thought, sufficiently so. A man who has seen a number of things evidently. He is easy in manner, too, and kindly. "Well," he said smilingly, for Eugene's slowness appealed to him. His humor was something new in art directors. So far as he could recall, his predecessors had never had any to speak of. "Well, I'm an artist," said Eugene, "working on the world. Let's hope that doesn't militate against me very much." "It don't," said Summerfield. "And I want to become an art director because I think I'd make a good one." "Why?" asked Summerfield, his even teeth showing amiably. "Well, because I like to manage men, or I think I do, and they take to me." "You know that?" "I do. In the next place, I know too much about art to want to do the little things that I'm doing. I can do bigger things." "I like that also," applauded Summerfield. He was thinking that Eugene was nice and good-looking, a little pale and thin to be wholly forceful, perhaps, but he wasn't sure. His hair was a little too long, his manner perhaps a bit too deliberate. Still, he was nice. Why did he wear a soft hat? Why did artists always insist on wearing soft hats, most of them? It was so ridiculous, so unbusinesslike. "How much do you get?" he added, "if it's a fair question." "Less than I'm worth," said Eugene. "Only $50. But I took it as a sort of health cure. I had a nervous breakdown several years ago. Better now, as Mulvaney used to say. And I don't want to stay at that. I'm an art director by temperament, or I think I am. Anyhow, here I am." "You mean," said Summerfield, "you never ran an art department before?" "Never." Know anything about advertising? I used to think so. How long ago was that? When I worked on the Alexandria, Illinois, Daily Appeal. Summerfield smiled. He couldn't help it. That's almost as important as the Wickham Union, I fancy. It sounds as if it might have the same wide influence. Oh, much more, returned Eugene quietly. The Alexandria Appeal had the largest exclusively country circulation of any county south of Sangamon. I see, replied Summerfield good-humoredly. It's all day with the Wickham Union. Well, how was it you came to change your mind? Well, I got a few years older for one thing, said Eugene, and then I decided that I was cut out to be the greatest living artist. And then I came to New York, and in the excitement, I almost lost the idea. I see. But I have it again, thank heaven, tied up back of the house, and here I am. Well, Whitla, to tell you the truth, you don't look like a real live, everyday, sure enough art director, but you might make good. You're not quite arty enough according to the standards that prevail around this office. Still, I might be willing to take one gosh awful chance. I suppose if I do, I'll get stung as usual. But I've been stung so often that I ought to be used to it by now. I feel sort of spotted at times from the hornets I've hired in the past. But, be that as it may, what do you think you could do with a real live art directorships if you had it? Eugene mused. This persiflage entertained him. He thought Summerfield would hire him now that they were together. Oh, I'd draw my salary first, and then I'd see that I had the proper system of approach so that anyone who came to see me would think I was the King of England. And then I was really busy yesterday, interpolated Summerfield apologetically. I'm satisfied of that, replied Eugene gaily. And finally, I might condescend, if I were coaxed enough, to do a little work. This speech at once irritated and amused Mr. Summerfield. He liked a man of spirit. You could do something with someone who wasn't afraid, even if he didn't know so much to begin with. And Eugene knew a good deal, he fancied. Besides, his talk was precisely in his own sarcastic, semi-humorous vein. Coming from Eugene, it did not sound so hard as it would have coming from himself. But it had his own gay, bantering attitude of mind in it. He believed Eugene could make good. He wanted to try him, instanter, anyhow. Well, I'll tell you what, Whitla, he finally observed. I don't know whether you can run this thing or not. The probabilities are all against you, as I have said. But you seem to have some ideas, or what might be made, some under my direction, and I think I'll give you a chance. Mind you, I haven't much confidence. My personal likes usually prove very fatal to me. Still, you're here, and I like your looks, and I haven't seen anyone else, and so... Thanks, said Eugene. Don't thank me. You have a hard job ahead of you if I take you. It's no child's play. You'd better come with me first and look over the place. And he led the way out into the great central room, where, because it was still noontime, there were few people working, but where one could see just how imposing this business really was. 72 stenographers, bookkeepers, canvassers, and writers, and trade aid people at their desks, he observed, with an easy wave of his hand, and moved on into the art department, which was in another wing of the building, where a north and east light could be secured. Here's where you come in, he observed, throwing open the door, where 32 artists' desks and easels were ranged. Eugene was astonished. You don't employ that many, do you? He asked interestedly. Most of the men were out to lunch. 20 to 25 all the time, sometimes more, he said. Some on the outside. It depends on the conditions of business. And how much do you pay them, as a rule? Well, that depends. I think I'll give you $75 a week to begin with. If we come to an understanding, if you make good, I'll make it $100 a week inside of 3 months. It all depends. The others we don't pay so much. The business manager can tell you. Eugene noticed the evasion. His eyes narrowed. Still, there was a good chance here. $75 was considerably better then 50, and it might lead to more. He would be his own boss, a man of some consequence. He could not help stiffening with pride a little as he looked at the room which Summerfield pointed out to him as his own if he came. A room where a large, highly polished oak desk was placed and where some of the Summerfield Advertising Company's art products were hung on the walls. There was a nice rug on the floor and some leather-backed chairs. "Here's where you will be if you come here," said Summerfield. Eugene gazed round. Certainly life was looking up. How was he to get this place? On what did it depend? His mind was running forward to various improvements in his affairs. A better apartment for Angela, better clothes for her, more entertainment for both of them, freedom from worry over the future, for a little bank account would soon result from a place like this. "Do you do much business a year?" Eugene asked curiously. "Oh, about $2 million worth." "And you have to make drawings for every ad?" "Exactly. Not one but 6 or 8 sometimes. It depends upon the ability of the art director. If he does his work right, I save money." Eugene saw the point. "What became of the other man?" he asked, noting the name of Older Freeman on the door. "Oh, he quit," said Summerfield. "Or rather, he saw what was coming and got out of the way. He was no good. He was too weak. He was turning out work here which was a joke. Some things had to be done over 8 and 9 times." Eugene discovered the wrath and difficulties and opposition which went with this. Summerfield was a hard man, plainly. He might smile and joke now, but anyone who took that chair would hear from him constantly. For a moment Eugene felt as though he could not do it, as though he had better not try it, and then he thought, "Why shouldn't I? It can't hurt me. If worse comes to worse, I have my art to fall back on." "Well, so it goes," he said. "If I don't make good, the door for mine, I suppose." "No, nothing so easy," chuckled Summerfield. "The coal chute." Eugene noticed that he champed his teeth like a nervous horse, and that he seemed fairly to radiate waves of energy. For himself, he winced the least bit. This was a grim, fighting atmosphere he was coming into. He would have to fight for his life here, no doubt of that. "Now," said Summerfield, when they were strolling back to his own office, "I'll tell you what you might do. I have 2 propositions, one from the Sand Perfume Company and another from the American Crystal Sugar Refining Company, which may mean big contracts for me if I can present them the right line of ideas for advertising. They want to advertise. The Sand Company wants suggestions for bottles, labels, car ads, newspaper ads, posters, and so on. The American Crystal Company wants to sell its sugar in small packages, powdered, grained, cubed, hexagoned. We want package forms, labels, posters, ads, and so on for that. It's a question of how much novelty, simplicity, and force we can put in the smallest possible space. Now, I depend upon my art director to tell me something about these things. I don't expect him to do everything. I'm here, and I'll help him. I have men in the trade aid department out there who are wonders at making suggestions along this line. But the art director is supposed to help. He's the man who is supposed to have the taste and can execute the proposition in its last form. Now suppose you take these 2 ideas and see what you can do with them. Bring me some suggestions. If they suit me, and I think you have the right note, I'll hire you. If not, well then I won't. And no harm done. Is that all right?" "That's all right," said Eugene. Mr. Summerfield handed him a bundle of papers, catalogs, prospectuses, communications. "You can look these over if you want to. Take them along and then bring them back." Eugene rose. "I'd like to have 2 or 3 days for this," he said. "It's a new proposition to me. I think I can give you some ideas. I'm not sure. Anyhow, I'd like to try." Go ahead," said Summerfield. "The more the merrier. And I'll see you any time you're ready. I have a man out there, Freeman's assistant, who's running things for me temporarily. Here's luck," and he waved his hand indifferently. Eugene went out. Was there ever such a man, so hard, so cold, so practical? It was a new note to him. He was simply astonished, largely because he was inexperienced. He had not yet gone up against the business world as those who try to do anything in a big way commercially must. This man was getting on his nerves already, making him feel that he had a tremendous problem before him, making him think that the quiet realms of art were merely the backwaters of oblivion. Those who did anything, who were out there in the front row of effort, were fighters such as this man was, raw products of the soil, ruthless, superior, indifferent. If only he could be that way, he thought. If he could be strong, defiant, commanding, what a thing it would be. Not to wince, not to quail, but to stand up firm, square to the world, and make people obey. Oh, what a splendid vision of empire was here before him. End of section 62. Section 63 of The Genius by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 34. The designs or suggestions which Eugene offered his prospective employer for the advertising of the products of M. Sand et Cie and the American Crystal Sugar Refining Company were peculiar. As had been indicated, Eugene had one of those large, effervescent intelligences which, when he was in good physical condition, fairly bubbled ideas. His imaginings, without any effort on his part, naturally took all forms and shapes. The call of Mr. Summerfield was for streetcar cards, posters, and newspaper ads of various sizes, and what he wanted Eugene specifically to supply was not so much the lettering or rather wording of the ads as it was their artistic form and illustrative point. What one particular suggestion in the form of a drawing or design could be made in each case which would arrest public attention? Eugene went home and took the sugar proposition under consideration first. He did not say anything of what he was really doing to Angela, because he did not want to disappoint her. He pretended that he was making sketches which he might offer to some company for a little money, and because it amused him. By the light of his green shaded working lamp at home, he sketched designs of hands holding squares of sugar, either in the fingers or by silver and gold sugar tongs, urns piled high with crystalline concoctions, a blue and gold after dinner cup with one lump of the new form on the side against a section of snow white tablecloth, and things of that character. He worked rapidly and with ease until he had some 35 suggestions on this one proposition alone, and then he turned his attention to the matter of perfumery. His first thought was that he did not know all the designs of the company's bottles, but he originated peculiar and delightful shapes of his own, some of which were afterwards adopted by the company. He designed boxes and labels to amuse himself, and then made various still life compositions, such as a box, a bottle, a dainty handkerchief, and a small white hand, all showing in a row. His mind slipped to the manufacture of perfume, the growing of flowers, the gathering of blossoms, the type of girls and men that might possibly be employed. And then he hurried to the great public library the next day to see if he could find a book or magazine article which would tell him something about it. He found this in several articles on sugar growing and refining, which gave him new ideas in that direction. He decided that in each case he would put a beautifully designed bottle of perfume or a handsome package of sugar, say, in the upper right or lower left-hand corner of the design, and then for the rest show some scene in the process of its manufacture. He began to think of men who could carry out his ideas brilliantly, if they were not already on his staff, letterers, character artists, men with a keen sense of color combination whom he might possibly hire cheaply. He thought of Jerry Matthews of the old Chicago Globe days. Where was he now? And Philip Schottmeyer, who would be almost ideal to work under his direction, for he was a splendid letterer, and Henry Hare, still of the world, with whom he had frequently talked on the subject of ads and posters. Then there was young Morgenbau, who was a most excellent character man, looking to him for some opportunity, and 8 or 10 men whose work he had admired in the magazines, the best known ones. He decided first to see what could be done with the staff that he had, and then to eliminate and fill in as rapidly as possible until he had a capable working group. He had already caught by contact with Summerfield some of that eager personage's ruthlessness and began to manifest it in his own attitude. He was most impressionable to things advantageous to himself, and this chance to rise to a higher level out of the slough of poverty in which he had so greatly suffered nerved him to the utmost effort. In 2 days he had a most impressive mass of material to show his prospective employer, and he returned to his presence with considerable confidence. The latter looked over his ideas carefully and then began to warm to his attitude of mind. "I should say," he said generously, "that there's some life to this stuff. I can see you getting $5,000 a year all right if you keep on. You're a little new, but you've caught the drift." And he sat down to show him where some improvements from a practical point of view could be made. "Now, Professor," he said finally, when he was satisfied that Eugene was the man he wanted, "you and I might as well call this a deal. It's pretty plain to me that you've got something I want. Some of these things are fine. I don't know how you're going to make out as a master of men, but you might as well take that desk out there and we'll begin right now. I wish you luck, I really do. You're a live wire, I think." Eugene thrilled with satisfaction. This was the result he wanted. No half-hearted commendation, but enthusiastic praise. He must have it. He always felt that he could command it. People naturally ran after him. He was getting used to it by now, taking it as a matter of course. If he hadn't broken down, curse the luck, think where he could have been today. He had lost 5 years, and he was not quite well yet, but thank God he was getting steadily better, and he would try and hold himself in check from now on. The world demanded it. He went out with Summerfield into the art room, and was there introduced by him to the various men employed. Mr. Davis, Mr. Whitla, Mr. Hart, Mr. Whitla, Mr. Clemens, Mr. Whitla. So it went, and the staff was soon aware of who he was. Summerfield then took him into the next room and introduced him to the various heads of departments, the business manager, who fixed his and his artist's salaries, the cashier who paid him, the manager of the ad writing department, the manager of the trade aid department, and the head of the stenographic department, a woman. Eugene was a little disgusted with what he considered the crassness of these people. After the quality of the art atmosphere in which he had moved, these people seemed to him somewhat raw and voracious, like fish. They had no refinement. Their looks and manners were unduly aggressive. He resented particularly the fact that one canvasser with whom he shook hands wore a bright red tie and had on yellow shoes. The insistence on department store models for suits and floor walker manners pained him. To hell with such cattle, he thought, but on the surface he smiled and shook hands and said how glad he would be to work with them. Finally, when all the introductions were over, he went back to his own department to take up the work which rushed through here like a living stream, pell-mell. His own staff, of course, much more agreeable to him. These artists who worked for him interested him, for they were, as he suspected, men very much like himself, in poor health probably, or down on their luck, and compelled to do this. He called for his assistant, Mr. Davis, whom Summerfield had introduced him as such, and asked him to let him see how the work stood. "Have you a schedule of the work in hand?" he asked easily. "Yes, sir," said his new attendant. "Let me see it." The latter brought what he called his order book and showed him just how things worked. Each particular piece of work, or order as it was called, was given a number when it came in, the time of its entry marked on the slip, the name of the artist to whom it was assigned, the time taken to execute it, and so forth. If one artist only put 2 hours on it, and another took it and put 4, this was noted. If the first drawing was a failure, and a second begun, the records would show all, the slips and errors of the office as well as its speed and capacity. Eugene perceived that he must see to it that his men did not make many mistakes. After this order book had been carefully inspected by him, he rose and strolled about among the men to see how they were getting on. He wanted to familiarize himself at once with the styles and methods of his men. Some were working on clothing ads, some on designs illustrative of the beef industry, some on a railroad travel series for the streetcars, and so forth. Eugene bent over each one graciously, for he wanted to make friends with these people and win their confidence. He knew from experience how sensitive artists were, how they could be bound by feelings of good fellowship. He had a soft, easy, smiling manner which he hoped would smooth his way for him. He leaned over this man's shoulder and that, asking what the point was, how long a piece of work of that character ought to take, suggesting where a man appeared to be in doubt what he thought would be advisable. He was not at all certain of himself, this line of work being so new, but he was hopeful and eager. It was a fine sensation, this being a boss, if one could only triumph at it. He hoped to help these men to help themselves, to make them make good in ways which would bring them and him more money. He wanted more money, that 5,000 no less. "I think you have the right idea there," he said to one pale, anemic worker who looked as though he might have a lot of talent. The man, whose name was Dillon, responded to the soothing, caressing tone of his voice. He liked Eugene's appearance, though he was not at all disposed to pass favorable judgment as yet. It was already rumored that he had had an exceptional career as an artist. Summerfield had attended to that. He looked up and smiled and said, "Do you think so?" "I certainly do," said Eugene cheerfully. "Try a touch of yellow next to that blue. See if you don't like that." The artist did as requested and squinted at it narrowly. "It helps it a lot, don't it?" he observed, as though it were his own. "It certainly does," said Eugene. "That's a good idea." And somehow Dillon felt as though he had thought of it. Inside of 20 minutes the whole staff was agreeing with itself that he was a nice man to all outward appearances, and that he might make good. He appeared to be so sure. They little knew how perturbed he was inwardly, how anxious he was to get all the threads of this in his hand and to see that everything came to an ideal fruition. He dreaded the hour when he might have something to contend with which was not quite right. Days passed at this new work, and then weeks, and by degrees he grew moderately sure of himself and comparatively easy in his seat, though he realized that he had not stepped into a bed of roses. He found this a most tempestuous office to work in, for Summerfield was, as he expressed it, on the job, early and late, and tireless in his insistence and enthusiasm. He came down from his residence in the upper portion of the city at 8:50 in the morning, and remained almost invariably until 6:30 and 7, and not infrequently until 8 and 9 in the evening. He had the inconsiderate habit of keeping such of his staff as happened to be working on the thing in which he was interested until all hours of the night, sometimes transferring his deliberations to his own home, and that without dinner or the proffer of it to those whom he made to work. He would talk advertising with one big merchant or another until it was time to go home, and would then call in the weary members of his staff before they had time to escape and begin a long and important discussion of something he wanted done. At times, when anything went wrong, he would fly into an insane fury, rave and curse, and finally, perhaps, discharge the one who was really not to blame. There were no end of labored and irritating conferences in which hard words and sarcastic references would fly about, for he had no respect for the ability or personality of anyone who worked for him. They were all more or less machines in his estimation, and rather poorly constructed ones at that. Their ideas were not good enough, unless for the time being they happened to be new, or, as in Eugene's case, displaying pronounced talent. He could not fathom Eugene so readily, for he had never met anyone of his kind. He was looking closely in his case, as he was in that of all the others, to see if he could not find some weakness in his ideas. He had a gleaming, insistent, almost demoniac eye, a habit of chewing incessantly and even violently on the stub end of a cigar, the habit of twitching, getting up and walking about, stirring things on his desk, doing anything and everything to give his restless, generative energy a chance to escape. "Now, Professor," he would say when Eugene came in and seated himself quietly and unobtrusively in some corner, "we have a very difficult thing here to solve today. I want to know what you think could be done in such and such a case," describing a particular condition. Eugene would brace himself up and begin to consider, but rumination was not what Summerfield wanted from anyone. "Well, Professor, well, well," he would exclaim. Eugene would stir irritably. This was so embarrassing, in a way so degrading to him. "Come to life, Professor," Summerfield would go on. He seemed to have concluded long before that the gad was the most effective commercial weapon. Eugene would then make some polite suggestion, wishing instead that he could tell him to go to the devil. But that was not the end of it. Before all the old writers, canvassers, trade ad men, sometimes one or two of his own artists, who might be working upon the particular task in question, he would exclaim, "Lord, what a poor suggestion!" or "Can't you do any better than that, Professor?" or "Good heavens, I have 3 or 4 ideas better than that myself." The best he would ever say in a conference was, "Well, there may be something in that," though privately afterwards he might possibly express great pleasure. Past achievements counted for nothing, that was so plain. One might bring in gold and silver all day long. The next day there must be more gold and silver and in larger quantities. There was no end to the man's appetite. There was no limit to the speed at which he wished to drive his men. There was no limit to the venomous commercial idea as an idea. Summerfield set an example of nagging and irritating insistence, and he urged all his employees to the same policy. The result was a bear garden, a den of prize fighters, liars, cutthroats, and thieves, in which every man was for himself, openly and avowedly, and the devil take the hindmost. End of section 63. Section 64 of The Genius by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 35. Still time went by, and although things did not improve very much in his office over the standards which he saw prevailing when he came there, he was obviously getting things much better arranged in his private life. In the first place, Angela's attitude was getting much better. The old agony which had possessed her in the days when he was acting so badly had modified as day by day she saw him working and conducting himself with reasonable circumspection. She did not trust him as yet. She was not sure that he had utterly broken with Carlotta Wilson. She had never found out who his paramour was, but all the evidence seemed to attest it. There was a telephone downstairs in a drugstore by which, during his days on the world, Angela would call him up at any time, and whenever she had called him up, he was always in the office. He seemed to have plenty of time to take her to the theater if she wished to go, and to have no especial desire to avoid her company. He had once told her frankly that he did not propose to pretend to love her any more, though he did care for her, and this frightened her. In spite of her wrath and suffering, she cared for him, and she believed that he still sympathized with her and might come to care for her again, that he ought to. She decided to play the role of the affectionate wife, whether it was true or not, and to hug and kiss him and fuss over him if he would let her, just as though nothing had happened. Eugene did not understand this. He did not see how Angela could still love him. He thought she must hate him, having such grounds, for having by dint of hard work and absence come out of his vast excitement about Carlotta, he was beginning to feel that he had done her a terrific injustice and to wish to make amends. He did not want to love her. He did not feel that he could. But he was perfectly willing to behave himself, to try to earn a good living, to take her to the theater and opera as opportunity permitted, and to build up and renew a social relationship with others which should act as a substitute for love. He was beginning to think that there was no honest or happy solution to any affair of the heart in the world. Most people, so far as he could see, were unhappily married. It seemed to be the lot of mankind to make mistakes in its matrimonial selections. He was probably no more unhappy than many others. Let the world wag as it would for a time. He would try to make some money now and restore himself in the eyes of the world. Later, life might bring him something. Who could tell? In the next place, their financial condition, even before he left the world, was so much better than it had been. By dint of saving and scraping, refusing to increase their expenses more than was absolutely necessary, Angela had succeeded by the time he left the world in laying by over $1,000, and since then it had gone up to $3,000. They had relaxed sufficiently so that now they were wearing reasonably good clothes, were going out and receiving company regularly. It was not possible in their little apartment, which they still occupied, to entertain more than 3 or 4 at the outside, and 2 was all that Angela ever cared to consider as either pleasurable or comfortable. But they entertained this number frequently. There were some slight recoveries of friendship and of the old life. Hudson Dula, Jerry Matthews, who had moved to Newark, William McConnell, Philip Schottmeyer, McHugh and Smite were away, one painting in Nova Scotia, the other working in Chicago. As for the old art crowd, socialists and radicals included, Eugene attempted to avoid them as much as possible. He knew nothing of the present whereabouts of Miriam Finch and Norma Whitmore. Of Christina Channing he heard much, for she was singing in grand opera, her pictures displayed in the paper and upon billboards. There were many new friends, principally young newspaper artists like Adolph Morgenbau, who took to Eugene and were in a sense his disciples. Angela's relations showed up from time to time, among them David Blue, now a sub-lieutenant in the army, with all the army officer's pride of place and station. There were women friends of Angela's for whom Eugene cared little. Mrs. Desmas, the wife of the furniture manufacturer at Riverwood, from whom they had rented their 4 rooms there, Mrs. Wertheim, the wife of the multimillionaire to whom M. Charles had introduced them, Mrs. Link, the wife of the West Point Army captain, who had come to the old Washington Square studio with Marietta, and who was now stationed at Fort Hamilton in Brooklyn, and a Mrs. Jurgens, living in a neighboring apartment. As long as they were very poor, Angela was very careful how she revived acquaintances. But when they began to have a little money, she decided that she might indulge her predilection and so make life less lonesome for herself. She had always been anxious to build up social connections for Eugene, but as yet she did not see how it was to be done. When Eugene's new connection with Summerfield Company was consummated, Angela was greatly astonished and rather delighted to think that if he had to work in this practical field for long, it was to be under such comforting auspices. That is, as a superior and not as an underling. Long ago she had come to feel that Eugene would never make any money in a commercial way. To see him mounting in this manner was curious, but not wholly reassuring. They must save money, that was her one cry. They had to move soon, that was very plain. But they mustn't spend any more than they had to. She delayed until the attitude of Summerfield, upon an accidental visit to their flat, made it commercially advisable. Summerfield was a great admirer of Eugene's artistic ability. He had never seen any of his pictures, but he was rather keen to. and once when Eugene told him that they were still on display, one or two of them at Pottle Frères, Jacob Bergman's, and Henry LaRue's, he decided to visit these places, but put it off. One night, when he was riding uptown on the L Road with Eugene, he decided, because he was in a vagrom mood, to accompany him home and see his pictures there. Eugene did not want this. He was chagrined to be compelled to take him into their very little apartment, but there was apparently no way of escaping it. He tried to persuade him to visit Pottle Frères instead, where one picture was still on view, but Summerfield would none of that. "I don't like you to see this place," finally he said apologetically, as they were going up the steps of the 5-story apartment house. "We are going to get out of here pretty soon. I came here when I worked on the road." Summerfield looked about at the poor neighborhood, the inlet of a canal some 2 blocks east, where a series of black coal pockets were, and to the north, where there was flat open country and a railroad yard. "Why, that's all right," he said, in his direct, practical way. "It doesn't make any difference to me. It does to you, though, Witla. You know, I believe in spending money. Everybody's spending money. Nobody gets anywhere by saving anything. Pay out, pay out. That's the idea. I found that out myself long ago. You'd better move when you get a chance soon, and surround yourself with clever people." Eugene considered this easy talk of a man who was successful and lucky, but he still thought there was much in it. Summerfield came in and viewed the pictures. He liked them, and he liked Angela, though he wondered how Eugene ever came to marry her. She was such a quiet little homebody. Eugene looked more like a bohemian or a club man now that he had been worked upon by Summerfield. The soft hat had long since been discarded for a stiff derby, and Eugene's clothes were of the most practical business type he could find. He looked more like a young merchant than an artist. Summerfield invited them over to dinner at his house, refusing to stay to dinner here, and went his way. Before long, because of his advice, they moved. They had practically $4,000 by now, and because of his salary, Angela figured that they could increase their living expenses to, say, $2,500 or even $3,000. She wanted Eugene to save $2,000 each year against the day when he should decide to return to art. They sought about together Saturday afternoons and Sundays, and finally found a charming apartment in Central Park West, overlooking the park, where they thought they could live and entertain beautifully. It had a large dining room and a living room, which, when the table was cleared away, formed one great room. There was a handsomely equipped bathroom, a nice kitchen with ample pantry, 3 bedrooms, one of which Angela turned into a sewing room, and a square hall or entry which answered as a temporary reception room. There were plenty of closets, gas and electricity, elevator service with nicely uniformed elevator men, and a house telephone. It was very different from their last place, where they only had a long dark hall, stairways to climb, gas only, and no phone. The neighborhood, too, was so much better. Here were automobiles and people walking about in the park or promenading on a Sunday afternoon, an obsequious consideration or polite indifference to your affairs from everyone who had anything to do with you. "Well, the tide is certainly turning," said Eugene, as they entered it the first day. He had the apartment redecorated in white and delft blue and dark blue, getting a set of library and dining room furniture in imitation rosewood. He bought a few choice pictures which he had seen at various exhibitions to mix with his own, and set a cut glass bowl in the ceiling where formerly the commonplace chandelier had been. There were books enough accumulated during a period of years to fill the attractive white bookcase with its lead-paned doors. Attractive sets of bedroom furniture in bird's eye maple and white enamel were secured, and the whole apartment given a very cozy and tasteful appearance. A piano was purchased outright, and dinner and breakfast sets of Haviland china. There were many other dainty accessories, such as rugs, curtains, portieres, and so forth, the hanging of which Angela supervised. Here they settled down to a comparatively new and attractive life. Angela had never really forgiven him his indiscretions of the past, his radical brutality in this last instant, but she was not holding them up insistently against him. There were occasional scenes even yet, the echoes of a far-off storm. But as long as they were making money and friends were beginning to come back, she did not propose to quarrel. Eugene was very considerate. He was very, very hard-working. Why should she nag him? He would sit by a window overlooking the park at night and toil over his sketches and ideas until midnight. He was up and dressed by 7, down to his office by 8:30, out to lunch at 1 or later, and only back home at 8 or 9 o'clock at night. Sometimes Angela would be cross with him for this, sometimes rail at Mr. Summerfield for an inhuman brute. But seeing that the apartment was so lovely, and that Eugene was getting along so well, how could she quarrel? It was for her benefit as much as for his that he appeared to be working. He did not think about spending money. He did not seem to care. He would work, 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 until she actually felt sorry for him. "Certainly Mr. Summerfield ought to like you," she said to him one day, half in compliment, half in rage at a man who would exact so much from him. "You're valuable enough to him. I never saw a man who could work like you can. Don't you ever want to stop?" "Don't bother about me, Angel Face," he said. "I have to do it. I don't mind. It's better than walking the streets and wondering how I'm going to get along." And he fell to his ideas again. Angela shook her head. Poor Eugene! If ever a man deserved success for working, he certainly did. And he was really getting nice again, getting conventional. Perhaps it was because he was getting a little older. It might turn out that he would become a splendid man, after all. End of section 64. Section 65 of The Genius by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 36. There came a time, however, when all this excitement and wrath and quarreling began to unnerve Eugene and to make him feel that he could not indefinitely stand the strain. After all, his was the artistic temperament, not that of a commercial or financial genius. He was too nervous and restless. For one thing, he was first astonished, then amused, then embittered by the continual travesty of justice, truth, beauty, sympathy, which he saw enacted before his eyes. Life, stripped of its illusion and its seeming, becomes a rather deadly thing to contemplate. Because of the ruthless, insistent, inconsiderate attitude of his employer, all the employees of this place followed his example, and there was neither kindness nor courtesy, nor even raw justice anywhere. Eugene was compelled to see himself looked upon from the beginning, not so much by his own staff as by the other employees of the company, as a man who could not last long. He was disliked, forsooth, because Summerfield displayed some liking for him, and because his manners did not coincide exactly with the prevailing standard of the office. Summerfield did not intend to allow his interest in Eugene to infringe in any way upon his commercial exactions. But this was not enough to save or aid Eugene in any way. The others disliked him, some because he was a true artist to begin with, because of his rather distant air, and because in spite of himself he could not take them all as seriously as he should. Most of them seemed little mannequins to him, little second, third, and fourth editions or copies of Summerfield. They all copied that worthy's insistent air. They all attempted to imitate his briskness. Like children, they were inclined to try to imitate his bitter persiflage and be smart, and they demanded, as he said they should, the last ounce of consideration and duty from their neighbors. Eugene was too much of a philosopher not to take much of this with a grain of salt. But after all, his position depended on his activity and his ability to get results. And it was a pity, he thought, that he could expect neither courtesy nor favor from anyone. Departmental chiefs stormed his room daily, demanding this, that, and the other work immediately. Artists complained that they were not getting enough pay. The business manager railed because expenses were not kept low, saying that Eugene might be an improvement in the matter of the quality of the results obtained and the speed of execution, but that he was lavish in his expenditure. Others cursed openly in his presence at times, and about him to his employer, alleging that the execution of certain ideas was rotten, or that certain work was delayed, or that he was slow or discourteous. There was little in these things, as Summerfield well knew from watching Eugene, but he was too much of a lover of quarrels and excitement as being productive of the best results in the long run to wish to interfere. Eugene was soon accused of delaying work generally, of having incompetent men, which was true, of being slow, of being an artistic snob. He stood it all calmly because of his recent experience with poverty, but he was determined to fight ultimately. He was no longer, or at least not going to be, he thought, the ambling, cowardly, dreaming Witla he had been. He was going to stand up, and he did begin to. "Remember, you are the last word here, Witla," Summerfield had told him on one occasion. "If anything goes wrong here, you're to blame. Don't make any mistakes. Don't let anyone accuse you falsely. Don't run to me. I won't help you." It was such a ruthless attitude that it shocked Eugene into an attitude of defiance. In time, he thought, he had become a hardened and changed man, aggressive, contentious, bitter. "They can all go to hell," he said one day to Summerfield, after a terrific row about some delayed pictures, in which one man, who was animated by personal animosity more than anything else, had said hard things about him. "The thing that's been stated here isn't so. My work is up to and beyond the mark. This individual here," pointing to the man in question, "simply doesn't like me. The next time he comes into my room nosing around, I'll throw him out. He's a damn fakir, and you know it. He lied here today, and you know that." "Good for you, Witla!" exclaimed Summerfield joyously. The idea of a fighting attitude on Eugene's part pleased him. "You're coming to life. You'll get somewhere now. You've got the ideas. But if you let these wolves run over you, they'll do it, and they'll eat you. I can't help it. They're all no good. I wouldn't trust a single goddamn man in the place." So it went. Eugene smiled. Could he ever get used to such a life? Could he ever learn to live with such cheap, inconsiderate, indecent little pups? Summerfield might like them, but he didn't. This might be a marvelous business policy, but he couldn't see it. Somehow, it seemed to reflect the mental attitude and temperament of Mr. Daniel C. Summerfield, and nothing more. Human nature ought to be better than that. It is curious how fortune sometimes binds up the wounds of the past, covers over the broken places as with clinging vines, gives to the miseries and mental weariness of life a look of sweetness and comfort. An illusion of perfect joy is sometimes created where still, underneath, are cracks and scars. Here were Angela and Eugene living together now, beginning to be visited by first one and then the other of those they had known in the past, seemingly as happy as though no storm had ever beset the calm of their present sailing. Eugene, despite all his woes, was interested in his work. He liked to think of himself as the captain of a score of men, having a handsome office desk, being hailed as chief by obsequious subordinates, and invited here and there by Summerfield, who still liked him. The work was hard, but it was so much more profitable than anything he had ever had before. Angela was happier too, he thought, than she had been in a long time, for she did not need to worry about money, and his prospects were broadening. Friends were coming back to them in a steady stream, and they were creating new ones. It was possible to go to a seaside resort occasionally, winter or summer, or to entertain 3 or 4 friends at dinner. Angela had a maid. The meals were served with considerable distinction under her supervision. She was flattered to hear nice things said about her husband in her presence, for it was whispered abroad in art circles, with which they were now slightly in touch again, that half the effectiveness of the Summerfield ads was due to Eugene's talent. It was no shame for him to come out now and say where he was, for he was getting a good salary and was a department chief. He, or rather the house through him, had made several great hits, issuing series of ads which attracted the attention of the public generally to the products which they advertised. Experts in the advertising world first, and then later the public generally, were beginning to wonder who it was that was primarily responsible for the hits. The Summerfield Company had not had them during the previous 6 years of its history. There were too many of them coming close together not to make a new era in the history of the house. Summerfield, it was understood about the office, was becoming a little jealous of Eugene, for he could not brook the presence of a man with a reputation, and Eugene, with his $5,000 in cash in 2 savings banks, with practically $2,500 worth of tasteful furniture in his apartment, and with a $10,000 life insurance policy in favor of Angela, was carrying himself with quite an air. He was not feeling so anxious about his future. Angela noted it, Summerfield also. The latter felt that Eugene was beginning to show his artistic superiority in a way which was not entirely pleasant. He was coming to have a direct, insistent, sometimes dictatorial manner. All the driving Summerfield had done had not succeeded in breaking his spirit. Instead, it had developed him. From a lean, pale, artistic soul, wearing a soft hat, he had straightened up and filled out until now he looked more like a businessman than an artist, with a derby hat, clothes of the latest cut, a ring of oriental design on his middle finger, and pins and ties which reflected the prevailing modes. Eugene's attitude had not as yet changed completely, but it was changing. He was not nearly so fearsome as he had been. He was beginning to see that he had talents in more directions than one, to have the confidence of this fact. $5,000 in cash, with $200 or $300 being added monthly, and interest at 4% being paid upon it, gave him a reserve of self-confidence. He began to joke Summerfield himself, for he began to realize that other advertising concerns might be glad to have him. Word had been brought to him once that the Alfred Cookman Company, of which Summerfield was a graduate, was considering making him an offer, and the Twine Campbell Company, the largest in the field, was also interested in what he was doing. His own artists, mostly faithful, because he had sought to pay them well and to help them succeed, had spread his fame greatly. According to them, he was the sole cause of all the recent success which had come to the house, which was not true at all. A number, perhaps the majority, of things recently had started with him, but they had been amplified by Summerfield, worked over by the ad writing department, revised by the advertisers themselves, and so on and so forth, until notable changes had been effected and success achieved. There was no doubt that Eugene was directly responsible for a share of this. His presence was inspiring, constructive. He keyed up the whole tone of the Summerfield Company merely by being there, but he was not all there was to it by many a long step. He realized this himself. He was not at all offensively egotistic, simply surer, calmer, more genial, less easily ruffled, but even this was too much. Summerfield wanted a frightened man, and seeing that Eugene might be getting strong enough to slip away from him, he began to think how he should either circumvent his possible sudden flight or discredit his fame, so that if he did leave he would gain nothing by it. Neither of them was directly manifesting any ill will or indicating his true feelings, but such was the situation just the same. The things which Summerfield thought he might do were not easy to do under any circumstances. It was particularly hard in Eugene's case. The man was beginning to have an air. People liked him. Advertisers who met him, the big manufacturers, took note of him. They did not understand him as a trade figure, but thought he must have real force. One man, a great real estate plunger in New York, who saw him once in Summerfield's office, spoke to the latter about him. "That's the most interesting man you have there, that man Witla," he said, when they were out to lunch together. "Where does he come from?" "Oh, out west somewhere," replied Summerfield evasively. "I don't know. I've had so many art directors I don't pay much attention to them." Winfield, ex-Senator Kenyon C. Winfield of Brooklyn, perceived a slight undercurrent of opposition and belittling. "He looks like a bright fellow," he said, intending to drop the subject. He is," returned Summerfield, "but like all artists, he's flighty. They're the most unstable people in the world. You can't depend upon them. Good for one idea today, worth nothing tomorrow. I have to handle them like a lot of children. The weather sometimes makes all the difference in the world." Winfield fancied this was true. Artists generally were worth nothing in business. Still, he remembered Eugene pleasantly. As Summerfield talked here, so it was in the office and elsewhere. He began to say in the office and out that Eugene was really not doing as well as he might, that in all likelihood he would have to drop him. It was sad, but all directors, even the best of them, had their little day of ability and usefulness and then ran the seed. He did not see why it was that all these directors failed so, but they did. They never really made good in the company. By this method his own undiminished ability was made to stand out free and clear, and Eugene was not able to appear as important. No one who knew anything about Eugene, however, at this time believed this, but they did believe in the office that he might lose his position. He was too bright, too much of a leader. They felt that this condition could not continue in a one-man concern, and this made the work harder, for it bred disloyalty in certain quarters. Some of his men were disposed to counsel with the enemy. But as time passed, and in spite of the change of attitude which was coming over Summerfield, Eugene became even stronger in his own self-esteem. He was not getting vainglorious as yet, merely sure. Because of his artwork, his art connections had revived considerably, and he had heard again from such men as Louis Deesa, Monsieur Charles, Luc Severus, and others, who now knew where he was and wondered why he did not come back to painting proper. Monsieur Charles was disgusted. A great error, he said. He always spoke of him to others as a great loss to art. Strange to relate, one of his pictures was sold the spring following his entry into the Summerfield Company, and another the following winter. Each netted him $250. Pulte Faris being the agent in one case, Jacob Bergman in the other. These sales, with their consequent calls for additional canvases to show, cheered him greatly. He felt satisfied now that if anything happened to him, he could go back to his art and that he could make a living anyhow. There came a time when he was sent for by Mr. Alfred Cookman, the advertising agent for whom Summerfield had worked, but nothing came of that, for the latter did not care to pay more than $6,000 a year, and Summerfield had once told Eugene that he would eventually pay him $10,000 if he stayed with him. He did not think it was fair to leave him just then, and besides, Cookman's firm had not the force and go and prestige which Summerfield had at this time. His real chance came some 6 months later, when one of the publishing houses of Philadelphia, having an important weekly to market, began looking for an advertising manager. It was the policy of this house to select young men, and to select from among all the available candidates just the one particular one to suit the fancy of the owner, who had a record of successful effort behind him. Now Eugene was not any more an advertising manager by experience than he was an art director, but having worked for Summerfield for nearly 2 years, he had come to know a great deal about advertising, and the public thought he knew a great deal more. He knew by now just how Summerfield had his business organized. He knew how he specialized his forces, giving this line to one and that line to another. He had been able to learn by sitting in conferences and consultations what it was that advertisers wanted, how they wanted their goods displayed, what they wanted said. He had learned that novelty, force, and beauty were the keynotes, and he had to work these elements out under the most galling fire so often that he knew how it ought to be done. He knew also about commissions, rebates, long-time contracts, and so forth. And he had fancied more than once that he might run a little advertising business of his own to great profit if he could only find an honest and capable business manager or partner. Since this person was not forthcoming, he was content to bide his time. But the Calvin Publishing Company of Philadelphia had heard of him. In his search for a man, Obadiah Calvin, the founder of the company, had examined many individuals through agents in Chicago, in St. Louis, in Baltimore, Boston, and New York. But he had not yet made up his mind. He was slow in his decisions, and always flattered himself that once he made a selection, he was sure of a good result. He had not heard of Eugene until toward the end of his search. But one day in the Union Club in Philadelphia, when he was talking to a big advertising agent with whom he did considerable business, the latter said, "I hear you're looking for an advertising manager for your weekly." "I am," he said. "I heard of a man the other day who might suit you. He's with the Summerfield Company in New York. They've been getting up some very striking ads of late, as you may have noticed." "I think I have seen some of them," replied Calvin. "I'm not sure of the man's name, Whitla or Gitla, or some such thing as that, but anyhow he's over there, and they say he's pretty good. Just what he is in the house I don't know. You might look him up." "Thanks, I will," replied Calvin, who was really quite grateful, for he was not quite satisfied with any of those he had seen or heard of. He was an old man, extremely sensitive to ability, wanting to combine force with refinement if he could. He was a good Christian, and was running Christian, or rather their happy correlatives, decidedly conservative publications. When he went back to his office he consulted with his business partner, a man named Fredericks, who held but a minor share in the company, and asked him if he couldn't find out something about this promising individual. Fredericks did so. He called up Cookman in New York, who was delighted to injure his old employee, Summerfield, to the extent of taking away his best man if he could. He told Fredericks that he thought Eugene was very capable, probably the most capable young man in the field, and in all likelihood the man he was looking for, a hustler. "I thought once of hiring him myself here not long ago," he told Fredericks. "He has ideas, you can see that." The next thing was a private letter from Mr. Fredericks to Mr. Whitla, asking if by any chance he could come over to Philadelphia the following Saturday afternoon, indicating that there was a business proposition of considerable importance which he wished to lay before him. From the paper on which it was written, Eugene could see that there was something important in the wind, and laid the matter before Angela. The latter's eyes glistened. "I'd certainly go if I were you," she advised. "He might want to make you business manager or art director or something. You can be sure they don't intend to offer you less than you're getting now. And Mr. Summerfield certainly has not treated you very well anyhow. You've worked like a slave for him, and he's never kept his agreement to raise your salary as much as he said he would. It may mean our having to leave New York, but that doesn't make any difference for a while. You don't intend to stay in this field anyhow. You only want to stay long enough to get a good sound income of your own." Angela's longing for Eugene's art career was nevertheless being slightly stilled these days by the presence and dangle lure of money. It was a great thing to be able to go downtown and buy dresses and hats to suit the seasons. It was a fine thing to be taken by Eugene Saturday afternoons and Sundays in season to Atlantic City, to Spring Lake and Shelter Island. "I think I will go," he said, and he wrote Mr. Fredericks a favorable reply. The latter met him at the Central Station in Philadelphia with his auto, and took him out to his country place in the Haverford district. On the way he talked of everything but business, the state of the weather, the condition of the territory through which they were traveling, the day's news, the nature and interest of Eugene's present work. When they were in Fredericks' house, where they arrived in time for dinner, and while they were getting ready for it, Mr. Obadiah Calvin dropped in, ostensibly to see his partner, but really to look at Eugene without committing himself. He was introduced to Eugene and shook hands with him cordially. During the meal he talked with Eugene a little, though not on business, and Eugene wondered why he had been called. He suspected, knowing as he did that Kalvin was the president of the company, that the latter was there to look at him. After dinner Mr. Kalvin left, and Eugene noted that Mr. Fredericks was then quite ready to talk with him. "The thing I wanted you to come over and see me about is in regard to our weekly and the advertising department. We have a great paper over here, as you know," he said. "We are intending to do much more with it in the future than we have in the past even. Mr. Kalvin is anxious to get just the man to take charge of the advertising department. We have been looking for someone for quite a little while. Several people have suggested your name, and I'm rather inclined to think that Mr. Kalvin would be pleased to see you take it. His visit here today was purely accidental, but it was fortunate. He had a chance to look at you, so that if I should propose your name, he will know just who you are. I think you would find his company a fine background for your efforts. We have no penny wise and pound foolish policy over here. We know that any successful thing is made by the men behind it, and we are willing to pay good money for good men. I don't know what you are getting where you are, and I don't care very much. If you are interested, I should like to talk to Mr. Kalvin about you. And if he is interested, I should like to bring you two together for a final conference. The salary will be made right. You needn't worry about that. Mr. Kalvin isn't a small man. If he likes a man, and I think he might like you, he offers you what he thinks you're worth, and you can take it or leave it. I never heard anyone complain about the salary he offered." Eugene listened with extreme self-gratulation. He was thrilled from head to toe. This was the message he had been expecting to hear for so long. He was getting $5,000 now. He had been offered $6,000. Mr. Kalvin could do no less than offer him $7 or $8, possibly $10. He could easily ask $7,500. "I must say," he said innocently, "the proposition sounds attractive to me. It's a different kind of thing, somewhat, from what I have been doing, but I think I could handle it successfully. Of course, the salary will determine the whole thing. I'm not at all badly placed where I am. I just got comfortably settled in New York, and I'm not anxious to move. But I would not be opposed to coming. I have no contract with Mr. Summerfield. He has never been willing to give me one." "Well, we are not keen upon contracts ourselves," said Mr. Fredericks. "It is not a very strong reed to lean upon, anyhow, as you know. Still, a contract might be arranged if you wish it. Supposing we talk a little further to Mr. Kalvin today. He doesn't live so far from here." And with Eugene's consent, he went to the phone. The latter had supposed that the conversation with Mr. Kalvin was something which would necessarily have to take place at some future date. But from the conversation then and there held over the phone, it appeared not. Mr. Fredericks explained elaborately over the phone, as though it was necessary, that he had been about the work of finding an advertising manager for some time, as Mr. Kalvin knew, and that he had some difficulty in finding the right man. "I have been talking to Mr. Witla, whom you met here today, and he is interested in what I have been telling him about the weekly. He strikes me, from my talk with him here, as possibly the man you are looking for. I thought you might like to talk with him further." Mr. Kalvin evidently signified his assent, for the machine was called out, and they traveled to his house, perhaps a mile away. On the way Eugene's mind was busy with the possibilities of the future. It was all so nebulous, this talk of a connection with the famous Kalvin Publishing Company. But at the same time it was so significant, so potential. Could it be possible that he was going to leave Summerfield after all, under such advantageous circumstances? It seemed like a dream. Mr. Kalvin met them in the library of his house, which stood in a spacious lawn, and which, save for the lights in the library, was quite dark and apparently lonely. And here their conversation was continued. He was a quiet man, small, gray-haired, searching in his gaze. He had, as Eugene noted, little hands and feet, and appeared as still and composed as a pool in dull weather. He said slowly and quietly that he was glad that Eugene and Mr. Fredericks had had a talk. He had heard a little something of Eugene in the past, not much. He wanted to know what Eugene thought of current advertising policies, what he thought of certain new developments in advertising method, and so on at some length. "So you think you might like to come with us," he observed dryly toward the end, as though Eugene had proposed coming. "I don't think I would object to coming under certain conditions," he replied. "And what are those conditions?" "Well, I would rather hear what you have to suggest, Mr. Kalvin. I am really not sure that I want to leave where I am. I'm doing pretty well as it is." "Well, you seem a rather likely young man to me," said Mr. Kalvin. "You have certain qualities which I think I need. I'll say 8,000 for this year, and if everything is satisfactory 1 year from this time, I'll make it 10. After that, we'll let the future take care of itself." 8,000, 10 next year, thought Eugene. The title of advertising manager of a great publication. This was certainly a step forward. "Well, that isn't so bad," he said after a moment's apparent reflection. "I'd be willing to take that, I think." "I thought you would," said Mr. Kalvin with a dry smile. "Well, you and Mr. Fredericks can arrange the rest of the details. Let me wish you good luck," and he extended his hand cordially. Eugene took it. It did not seem, as he rode back in the machine with Mr. Fredericks to the latter's house, for he was invited to stay for the night, that it could really be true. 8,000 a year! Was he eventually going to become a great business man instead of an artist? He could scarcely flatter himself that this was true, but the drift was strange. 8,000 this year, 10 the next if he made good, 12, 15, 18. He had heard of such salaries in the advertising field alone. And how much more would his investments bring him? He foresaw an apartment on Riverside Drive in New York, a house in the country perhaps, for he fancied he would not always want to live in the city, an automobile of his own perhaps, a grand piano for Angela, Sheraton or Chippendale furniture, friends, fame. What artist's career could compare to this? Did any artist he knew enjoy what he was enjoying now even? Why should he worry about being an artist? Did they ever get anywhere? Would the approval of posterity let him ride in an automobile now? He smiled as he recalled Dula's talk about class superiority, the distinction of being an artist, even though poor. Poverty be hanged. Posterity could go to the devil. He wanted to live now, not in the approval of posterity. End of section 65. Section 66 of The Genius by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 37. The best positions are not always free from the most disturbing difficulties, for great responsibility goes with great opportunity. But Eugene went gaily to his new task, for he knew that it could not possibly be much more difficult than the one he was leaving. Truly, Summerfield had been a terrible man to work for. He had done his best by petty nagging, insisting on endless variations, the most frank and brutal criticism, to break down Eugene's imperturbable good nature, and make him feel that he could not reasonably hope to handle the situation without Summerfield's cooperation and assistance. But he had only been able, by doing so, to bring out Eugene's better resources. His self-reliance, coolness under fire, ability to work long and ardently, even when his heart was scarcely in it, were all strengthened and developed. "Well, luck to you, Witla," he said, when Eugene informed him one morning that he was going to leave and wished to give him notice. "You needn't take me into consideration. I don't want you to stay if you're going to go. The quicker the better. These long drawn-out agonies over leaving don't interest me. There's nothing in that. Clinch the job today if you want it. I'll find someone." Eugene resented his indifference, but he only smiled a cordial smile in reply. "I'll stay a little while if you want me to, 1 or 2 weeks. I don't want to tie up your work in any way." "Oh, no, no, you won't tie up my work. On your way, and good luck." The little devil, thought Eugene. But he shook hands and said he was sorry. Summerfield grinned imperturbably. He wound up his affairs quickly and got out. "Thank God," he said the day he left, "I'm out of that hell hole." But he came to realize afterward that Summerfield had rendered him a great service. He had forced him to do his best and utmost, which no one had ever done before. It had told in his character, his spiritual make-up, his very appearance. He was no longer timid and nervous, but rather bold and determined looking. He had lost that fear of very little things, for he had been sailing through stormy seas. Little storms did not, could never again really frighten him. He had learned to fight. That was the one great thing Summerfield had done for him. In the offices of Calvin Company it was radically different. Here was comparative peace and quiet. Calvin had not fought his way up by clubbing little people through little difficulties, but had devoted himself to thinking out a few big things and letting them, because of their very bigness and newness, make their own way and his. He believed in big men, honest men, the biggest and most honest he could find. He saw something in Eugene, a tendency toward perfection perhaps, which attracted him. The formalities of this new arrangement were soon concluded, and Eugene came into his new and beautiful offices, heralded by the word recently passed about that he was a most charming man. He was greeted by the editor, Townsend Miller, in the most cordial manner. He was met by his assembled staff in the most friendly spirit. It quite took Eugene's breath away to realize that he was the responsible head of some 15 capable advertising men here in Philadelphia alone, to say nothing of 8 or more in a branch office in Chicago, and traveling canvassers in the different parts of the country, the far west, the south, the southwest, the Canadian northwest. His material surroundings were much more imposing than they had been with the Summerfield Company. The idea of all these men was to follow up business, to lay interesting propositions before successful merchants and manufacturers who had not yet tried the columns of the North American Weekly, to make contracts which should be mutually advantageous to the advertiser and the weekly, and to gain and retain goodwill according to the results rendered. It was no very difficult task in connection with the North American Weekly to do this, because owing to a novel and appealing editorial policy, it was already in possession of a circulation of 500,000 a week, and was rapidly gaining more. It was not difficult, as Eugene soon found, to show advertisers in most cases that this was a proposition in which worthwhile results could be obtained. What with Eugene's fertility in suggesting new methods of advertising, his suaveness of approach and geniality in laying before the most recalcitrant his very desirable schemes, his ability to get ideas and suggestions out of his men in conference, he was really in no danger of not being able to hold his own, and indeed was destined to make a rather remarkable showing. Eugene and Angela settled into what might have been deemed a fixed attitude of comfort and refinement. Without much inconvenience to himself, and with little friction among those about, he had succeeded in reorganizing his staff along lines which were eminently satisfactory to himself. Some men who were formerly with the Summerfield Company were now with him. He had brought them because he found he could inculcate in them the spirit of sympathetic relationship and good understanding, such as Calvin desired. He was not making the progress which Summerfield was making with really less means at his command, but then, on the other hand, this was a rich company which did not ask or expect any such struggle as that which Summerfield had been and was still compelled to make for himself. The business ethics of this company were high. It believed in clean methods, good salaries, honest service. Calvin liked him, and he had one memorable conversation with Eugene some time after he came there, almost a year, which stuck in his memory and did him much good. Calvin saw clearly wherein both his strength and weaknesses lay, and once said to Fredericks, his business manager, "The one thing I like about that man is his readiness with ideas. He always has one, and he's the most willing man to try I ever knew. He has imagination. He needs to be steadied in the direction of sober thought so that he doesn't promise more than he can fulfill. Outside this, I see nothing the matter with him." Fredericks agreed. He liked Eugene also. He did as much as he could to make things smooth, but of course Eugene's task was personal and to be worked out by him solely. Calvin said to him when it became necessary to raise his salary, "I've watched your work for a year now, and I'm going to keep my word and raise your salary. You're a good man. You have many excellent qualities which I need and want in the man who sits at that desk. But you also have some failings. I don't want you to get offended. A man in my position is always like a father who sits at the head of a family, and my lieutenants are like my sons. I have to take an interest in them because they take an interest in me. Now, you've done your work well, very well, but you are subject to one fault which may sometime lead into trouble. You are a little too enthusiastic. I don't think you stop to think enough. You have a lot of ideas. They swarm in your head like bees, and sometimes you let them all out at once, and they buzz around you and confuse you and everyone else connected with you. You would really be a better man if you had, not less ideas. I wouldn't say that, but better control of them. You want to do too many things at once. Go slow, take your time. You have lots of time. You're young yet. Think. If you're in doubt, come down and consult with me. I'm older in this business than you are, and I'll help you all I can." Eugene smiled and said, "I think that's true." "It is true," said Calvin. "And now I want to speak of another thing which is a little more of a personal matter, and I don't want you to take offense, for I'm saying it for your benefit. If I'm any judge of men, and I flatter myself sometimes that I am, you're a man whose greatest weakness lies, and mind you, I have no actual evidence to go upon, not one scrap. Your greatest weakness lies, perhaps, not so much in the direction of women, as in love of luxury generally, of which women might become, and usually are, a very conspicuous part." Eugene flushed the least bit nervously and resentfully, for he thought he had conducted himself in the most circumspect manner here. In fact, everywhere since the days he had begun to put the Riverwood incident behind him. Now I suppose you wonder why I say that. Well, I raised 2 boys, both dead now, and one was just a little like you. You have so much imagination that it runs not only to ideas in business, but ideas in dress and comfort and friends and entertainment. Be careful of the kind of people you get in with. Stick to the conservative element. It may be hard for you, but it's best for you, materially speaking. You're the kind of man, if my observations and intuitions are correct, who is apt to be carried away by his ideals of anything, beauty, women, show. Now, I have no ascetic objection to women, but to you they are dangerous as yet. At bottom, I don't think you have the making of a real cold business man in you, but you are a splendid lieutenant. I'll tell you frankly, I don't think a better man than you has ever sat or could sit in that chair. You are very exceptional, but your very ability makes you an uncertain quantity. You're just on the threshold of your career. This additional $2,000 is going to open up new opportunities to you. Keep cool. Keep out of the hands of clever people. Don't let subtle women come near you. You're married, and for your sake, I hope you love your wife. If you don't, pretend to, and stay within the bounds of convention. Don't let any scandal ever attach to you. If you do, it will be absolutely fatal so far as I am concerned. I have had to part with a number of excellent men in my time because a little money turned their heads and they went wild over some one woman or many women. Don't you be that way. I like you. I'd like to see you get along. Be cold if you can. Be careful. Think. That's the best advice I can give you, and I wish you luck." He waved him a dismissal, and Eugene rose. He wondered how this man had seen so clearly into his character. It was the truth, and he knew it was. His inmost thoughts and feelings were evidently written where this man could see them. Fittingly, he was president of a great company. He could read men. He went back into his office and decided to take this lesson to heart. He must keep cool and sane always. "I guess I've had enough experience to know that, though, by now," he said, and dismissed the idea from his mind. For this year and the year following, when his salary was raised to $12,000, Eugene flourished prodigiously. He and Miller became better friends than ever. Miller had advertising ideas which were of value to Eugene. Eugene had art and editorial ideas which were of value to Miller. They were together a great deal at social functions, and were sometimes hailed by their companions as the Calvin Kids and the Limelight Twins. Eugene learned to play golf with Miller, though he was a slow student and never good, and also tennis. He and Mrs. Miller, Angela and Townsend, frequently made a set on their own court or over at Miller's. They automobiled and rode a great deal. Eugene met some charming women, particularly young ones at dances, of which he had become very fond, and at dinners and receptions. They and the Millers were invited to a great many affairs, but by degrees it became apparent to him, as it did to Miller and Mrs. Miller, that his presence was much more desired by a certain type of smart woman than was that of his wife. "Oh, he is so clever," was an observation which might have been heard in various quarters. Frequently the compliment stopped there, and nothing was said of Angela, or later on it would come up that she was not quite so nice. Not that she was not charming and worthy and all that, but you know, my dear, she isn't quite so available. You can't use her as you can some women. It was at this time that Angela first conceived the notion seriously that a child might have a sobering effect on Eugene. She had, in spite of the fact that for some time now they had been well able to support one or more, and in spite also of the fact that Eugene's various emotional lapses indicated that he needed a sobering weight of some kind, steadily objected in her mind to the idea of subjecting herself to this ordeal. To tell the truth, aside from the care and worry which always, owing to her early experience with her sister's children, had been associated in her mind with the presence of them, she was decidedly afraid of the result. She had heard her mother say that most girls in their infancy showed very clearly whether they were to be good, healthy mothers or not, and whether they were to have children. And her recollection was that her mother had once said that she would not have any children. She half believed it to be impossible in her case, though she had never told this to Eugene, and she had guarded herself jealously against the chance of having any. Now, however, after watching Eugene all these years, seeing the drift of his present mood, feeling the influence of prosperity on him, she wished sincerely that she might have one, without great danger or discomfort to herself, in order that she might influence and control him. He might learn to love it. The sense of responsibility involved would have its effect. People would look to him to conduct himself soberly under these circumstances, and he probably would. He was so subject to public opinion now. She thought of this a long time, wondering, for fear and annoyance were quite strong influences with her, and she did nothing immediately. She listened to various women who talked with her from time to time about the child question, and decided that perhaps it was very wrong not to have children, at least one or two, that it was very likely possible that she could have one if she wanted to. A Mrs. Sanafori, who called on her quite frequently in Philadelphia, she met her at the Millers, told her that she was sure she could have one even if she was past the usual age for first babies, for she had known so many women who had. "If I were you, Mrs. Witla, I would see a doctor," she suggested one day. "He can tell you. I'm sure you can if you want to. They have so many ways of dieting and exercising you which make all the difference in the world. I'd like to have you come some day and see my doctor, if you will." Angela decided that she would, for curiosity's sake, and in case she wished to act in the matter sometime, and was informed by the wiseacre who examined her that in his opinion there was no doubt she could. She would have to subject herself to a strict regimen. Her muscles would have to be softened by some form of manipulation. Otherwise, she was apparently in a healthy, normal condition and would suffer no intolerable hardship. This pleased and soothed Angela greatly. It gave her a club wherewith to strike her lord, a chain wherewith to bind him. She did not want to act at once. It was too serious a matter. She wanted time to think, but it was pleasant to know that she could do this, unless Eugene sobered down now. During the time in which he had been working for the Summerfield Company, and since then for the Calvin Company here in Philadelphia, Eugene, in spite of the large salary he was receiving, more each year, really had not saved so much money. Angela had seen to it that some of his earnings were invested in Pennsylvania Railroad stock, which seemed to her safe enough, and in a plot of ground 200 by 200 feet at Upper Montclair, New Jersey, near New York, where she and Eugene might some day want to live. His business engagements had necessitated considerable personal expenditures. His opportunity to enter the Baltusrol Golf Club, the Erie Tennis Club, the Philadelphia Country Club, and similar organizations had taken annual sums not previously contemplated, and the need of having a modest automobile, not a touring car, was obvious. His short experience with that served as a lesson, however, for it was found to be a terrific expense, entirely disproportionate to his income. After paying for endless repairs, salarying a chauffeur wearisomely, and meeting with an accident which permanently damaged the look of his machine, he decided to give it up. They could rent autos for all the uses they would have, and so that luxury ended there. It was curious, too, how during this time their Western home relations fell rather shadowily into the background. Eugene had not been home now for nearly 2 years, and Angela had seen only David of all her family since she had been in Philadelphia. In the fall of their 3rd year there, Angela's mother died, and she returned to Blackwood for a short time. The following spring, Eugene's father died. Myrtle moved to New York. Her husband, Frank Bangs, was connected with a Western furniture company which was maintaining important showrooms in New York. Myrtle had broken down nervously and taken up Christian Science. Eugene heard. Henry Burgess, Sylvia's husband, had become president of the bank with which he had been so long connected, and had sold his father's paper, the Alexandria Appeal, when the latter suddenly died. Marietta was promising to come to Philadelphia next year, in order, as she said, that Eugene might get her a rich husband. But Angela informed him privately that Marietta was now irrevocably engaged, and would, the next year, marry a wealthy Wisconsin lumberman. Everyone was delighted to hear that Eugene was doing so well, though all regretted the lapse of his career as an artist. His fame as an advertising man was growing, and he was thought to have considerable weight in the editorial direction of the North American Weekly. So he flourished. End of section 66. Section 67 of The Genius by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 38. It was in the fall of the 3rd year that the most flattering offer of any was made him, and that without any seeking on his part, for he was convinced that he had found a fairly permanent berth and was happy among his associates. Publishing and other trade conditions were at this time in a peculiar condition, in which lieutenants of any importance in any field might well be called to positions of apparently extraordinary prominence and trust. Most of the great organizations of Eugene's day were already reaching a point where they were no longer controlled by the individuals who had founded and constructed them, but had passed into the hands of sons or holding companies or groups of stockholders, few of whom knew much, if anything, of the business with which they were called to engineer and protect. Hiram C. Colfax was not a publisher at all at heart. He had come into control of the Swinton Scudder Davis Company by one of those curious manipulations of finance which sometimes give the care of sheep into the hands of anything but competent or interested shepherds. Colfax was sufficiently alert to handle anything in such a way that it would eventually make money for him, even if that result were finally attained by parting with it. In other words, he was a financier. His father had been a New England soap manufacturer, and having accumulated more or less radical ideas along with his wealth, had decided to propagandize in favor of various causes. The single tax theory of Henry George for one, socialism for another, the promotion of reform ideas in politics generally. He had tried in various ways to get his ideas before the public, but had not succeeded very well. He was not a good speaker, not a good writer, simply a good money maker and fairly capable thinker, and this irritated him. He thought once of buying or starting a newspaper in Boston, but investigation soon showed him that this was a rather hazardous undertaking. He next began subsidizing small weeklies which should advocate his reforms, but this resulted in little. His interest in pamphleteering did bring his name to the attention of Martin W. Davis of the Swinton Scudder Davis Company, whose imprint on books, magazines, and weeklies was as common throughout the length and breadth of the land as that of Oxford is upon the English Bible. The Swinton Scudder Davis Company was in sad financial straits. Intellectually, for various reasons, it had run to seed. John Jacob Swinton and Owen V. Scudder, the men with book, magazine, and true literary instincts, were long since dead. Mr. Davis had tried, for the various heirs and assigns involved, to run it intelligently and honestly, but intelligence and honesty were of little value in this instance without great critical judgment. This he had not. The house had become filled with editors, readers, critics, foremen of manufacturing and printing departments, business managers, art directors, traveling salesmen, and so on without end, each of whom might be reasonably efficient if left alone, but none of whom worked well together, and all of whom used up a great deal of money. The principal literary publication, a magazine of great prestige, was in the hands of an old man who had been editor for nearly 40 years. A weekly was being run by a boy, comparatively a youth of 29. A second magazine, devoted to adventure fiction, was in the hands of another young man of 26. The National Critical Monthly was in the hands of salaried critics of great repute and uncompromising attitude. The book department was divided into the hands of juvenile editor, a fiction editor, a scientific and education editor, and so on. It was Mr. Davis's task to see that competent overseers were in charge of all departments, so that they might flourish and work harmoniously under him. But he was neither sufficiently wise nor forceful to fill the role. He was old and was veered about first by one theory and then by another, and within the house were rings and cliques. One of the most influential of these, the most influential, in fact, was one which was captained and led by Florence J. White, an Irish-American, who, as business manager, and really more than that, general manager under Davis, was in charge of the manufacturing and printing departments, and who, because of his immense budgets for paper, ink, printing, mailing, and distribution generally, was in practical control of the business. He it was whom, with Davis's approval, said how much was to be paid for paper, ink, composition, press work, and salaries generally. He it was who, through his henchman, the head of the printing department, arranged the working schedules by which the magazines and books were to reach the presses, with the practical power to say whether they were to be on time or not. It was he who, through another superintendent, supervised the mailing and the stockroom, and by reason of his great executive ability was coming to have a threatening control over the advertising and circulation departments. The one trouble with White, and this was something which would affect any man who should come in through Davis's auspices, was that he knew nothing of art, literature, or science, and cared less, his only interest being in manufacture. He had risen so rapidly on the executive side that his power had outrun his financial means. Davis, the present head above him, had no means beyond his own depreciated share. Because of poor editorial judgment, the books and magazines were tottering through a serious loss of prestige to eventual failure. Something had to be done, for at that time the expenditure for 3 years past had been much greater than the receipts. So Marshall P. Colfax, the father of Hiram Colfax, had been appealed to, because of his interest in reform ideas, which might be to a certain extent looked upon as related to literature, and because he was reported to be a man of great wealth. Rumor reported his fortune as being anywhere between 6 and 8 millions. The proposition which Davis had to put before him was this: that he buy from the various heirs and assigns the whole of the stock outside his, Davis's, own, which amounted to somewhere about 65%, and then come in as managing director and reorganize the company to suit himself. Davis was old. He did not want to trouble himself about the future of this company or risk his own independent property. He realized as well as anyone that what the company needed was new blood. A receivership at this juncture would injure the value of the house imprint very much indeed. White had no money, and besides, he was so new and different that Davis scarcely understood what his ambitions or his true importance might be. There was no real intellectual sympathy between them. In the main, he did not like White's temperament, and so in considering what might be done for the company, he passed him by. Various consultations were held. Colfax was greatly flattered to think that this proposition should be brought to his attention at all. He had 3 sons, only one of whom was interested in the soap business. Edward and Hiram, the 2 youngest, wanted nothing to do with it. He thought this might be an outlet for the energies of one or both of them, preferably Hiram, who was more of an intellectual and scientific turn than the others, though his chief interests were financial, and besides, these books and publications would give him the opportunity which he had long been seeking. His personal prestige might be immensely heightened thereby. He examined carefully into the financial phases of the situation, using his son Hiram, whose financial judgment he had faith in, as an accountant and mouthpiece, and finally, after seeing that he could secure the stock on a long-term consideration for a very moderate valuation, $1,500,000, while it was worth $3 million, he had his son Hiram elected director and president, and proceeded to see what could be done with the company. In this approaching transaction, Florence J. White had seen his opportunity and seized it. He had realized on sight that Hiram would need and possibly appreciate all the information and assistance he could get, and being in a position to know, he had laid all the facts in connection with the house plainly before him. He saw clearly where the trouble lay: the warring factions, the lack of editorial judgment, the poor financial manipulations. He knew exactly where the stock was and by what representations it could be best frightened and made to release itself cheaply. He worked vigorously for Hiram because he liked him, and the latter reciprocated his regard. "You've been a prince in this transaction, White," he said to that individual one day. "You put things practically in my hands. I'm not going to forget it." "Don't mention it," said White. "It is to my interest to see a real live man come in here. When I become president, you become vice president, and that means $25,000 a year." White was then getting 12. "When I become vice president, nothing will ever happen to your interests," returned the other man grimly. White was 6 feet tall, lean, savage, only semi-articulate. Colfax was small, wiry, excitable, with enough energy to explode a cartridge by yelling at it. He was eager, vainglorious, in many respects brilliant. He wanted to shine in the world, and he did not know how to do it as yet exactly. The two shook hands firmly. Some 3 months later Colfax was duly elected director and president, and the same meeting that elected him president elected Florence J. White vice president. The latter was for clearing out all the old elements and letting in new blood. Colfax was for going slow, until he could see for himself what he wanted to do. 1 or 2 men were eliminated at once, an old circulation man and an old advertising man. In 6 months, while they were still contemplating additional changes and looking for new men, Colfax Sr. died, and the Swinton Scudder Davis Company, or at least Mr. Colfax's control of it, was willed to Hiram. So he sat there, accidentally president, and in full charge, wondering how he should make it a great success, and Florence J. White was his henchman and sworn ally. At the time that Colfax first heard of Eugene, he had been in charge of the Swinton Scudder Davis Company, which he was planning to reincorporate as the United Magazine Corporation, for 3 years. He had made a number of changes, some radical, some conservative. He had put in an advertising man whom he was now finding unsatisfactory, and he had made changes in the art and editorial departments, which were more the result of the suggestions of others, principally of White, than the thoughts of his own brain. Martin W. Davis had retired. He was old and sick and unwilling to ruminate in a back-room position. Such men as the editor of the National Review, Swinton's Magazine, and the Scudder's Weekly were the only figures of importance about the place, and they were now, of course, immensely subsidiary to Hiram Cox and Florence White. The latter had introduced a rather hard, bitter atmosphere into the place. He had been raised under difficult conditions himself in a back street in Brooklyn, and had no sympathy with the airs and intellectual insipidities which characterized the editorial and literary element which filled the place. He had an Irishman's love of organization and politics, but far and away above that he had an Irishman's love of power. Because of the trick he had scored in winning the favor of Hiram Colfax at the time when the tremendous affairs of the concern were in a state of transition, he had become immensely ambitious. He wanted to be, not nominally, but actually, director of the affairs of this house under Colfax. He saw his way clear to do it by getting editors, art directors, department heads, and assistants generally who were agreeable to him. But unfortunately, he could not do this directly, for while Colfax cared little about the details of the business, his hobby was just this one thing: men. Like Obadiah Calvin, of the Calvin Publishing Company, who, by the way, was now his one great rival, Colfax prided himself on his ability to select men. His general idea was that if he could find one more man as good as Florence White to take charge of the art, editorial, and book end of the business, not from the manufacturing and commercial, but from the intellectual and spiritual ends, a man with ideas who would draw to him authors, editors, scientific writers, and capable assistants generally, the fortune of the house would be made. He thought, sanely enough, from some points of view, that this publishing world could be divided in this way: White bringing the inside manufacturing, purchasing, and selling interests to a state of perfection, the new man, whoever he might be, bringing the ideas of the house and their literary and artistic representation up to such a state of efficiency that the whole country would know that it was once more powerful and successful. He wanted to be called the foremost publisher of his day, and then he could retire gracefully or devote himself to other financial matters as he pleased. He really did not understand Florence J. White as well as he did himself. White was a past master at dissembling. He had no desire to see any such thing as Colfax was now planning to come to pass. He could not do the things intellectually and spiritually which Colfax wanted done. Nevertheless, he wanted to be king under this emperor, the real power behind the throne, and he did not propose to brook any interference if he could help it. It was in his power, having the printing and composing room in his hands, to cause any man whom he greatly disliked to suffer severely. Forms could be delayed, material lost, complaints lodged as to dilatoriness in the matter of meeting schedules, and so on ad infinitum. He had the Irishman's love of chicanery in the matter of morals. If he could get at an enemy's record, and there was a flaw in it, the facts were apt to become mysteriously known at the most inconvenient times. He demanded the utmost loyalty of those who worked under him. If a man did not know enough instinctively to work intelligently for his interests, while at the same time appearing to serve the interests of the house at large only, he was soon dismissed on one pretext or another. Intelligent department heads, not sure of their own strength, and seeing which way the wind was blowing, soon lined up in his course. Those whom he liked and who did his will prospered. Those whom he disliked suffered greatly in their duties, and were forever explaining or complaining to Colfax, who was not aware of White's subtlety, and who therefore thought them incompetent. Colfax, when he first heard of Eugene, was still cherishing his dream of a literary and artistic primate who should rank in power with White. He had not found him as yet, for all the men he sincerely admired and thought fitted for the position were in business for themselves. He had sounded one man after another, but to no satisfactory end. Then it became necessary to fill the position of advertising manager with someone who would make a conspicuous success of it, and he began to sound various authorities. Naturally, he looked at the different advertising men working for various publications, and quickly came to the name of Eugene Witla. The latter was rumored to be making a shining success of his work. He was well liked where he was. 2 different business men told Colfax that they had met him and that he was exceptionally clever. A third told him of his record with Summerfield, and through a fourth man who knew Eugene and who was having him to lunch at the Hardware Club a few weeks later, Colfax had a chance to meet him without appearing to be interested in him in any way. Not knowing who Colfax was, or rather very little, other than that he was president of this great rival publishing concern, Eugene was perfectly free and easy in his manner. He was never affected at any time, decidedly eager to learn things from anybody, and supremely good-natured. "So you're Swinton, Scudder, and Davis, are you?" he said to Colfax on introduction. "That trinity must have shrunk some to get condensed into you. But I suppose the power is all there." "Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know about that," exclaimed Colfax electrically. He was always ready, like a greyhound, to run another a race. "They tell me Swinton and Scudder were exceptionally big men. If you have as much force as you have length, there's nothing the matter with you, though." "Oh, I'm all right," said Eugene, "when I'm by myself. These little men worry me, though. They're so darned smart." Colfax cackled ecstatically. He liked Eugene's looks. The latter's manner, easy and not in any way nervous or irritable, but coupled with a heavenly alertness of eye, took his fancy. It was a fit companion for his own terrific energy, and it was not unduly soft or yielding. "So you're the advertising manager of the North American. How'd they ever come to tie you down to that?" "They didn't tie me," said Eugene. "I just laid down. But they put a nice fat salary on top of me to keep me there. I wouldn't lie down for anything except a salary." He grinned smartly. Colfax cackled. "Well, my boy, it doesn't seem to be hurting your ribs, does it? They've not caved in yet. They've not, have they? Eugene studied this little man with great interest. He was taken by his sharp, fierce, examining eye. He was so different from Calvin, who was about his size, but so much more quiet, peaceful, dignified. Colfax was electric, noisy, insistent, like a pert jack-in-the-box. He seemed to be nothing but energy. Eugene thought of him as having an electric body coated over with some thin veneer of skin. He seemed as direct as a flash of lightning. "Doing pretty good over there, are you?" he asked. "I've heard a little something about you from time to time. Not much, not much. Just a little. Not unfavorable, though. Not unfavorable." "I hope not," said Eugene easily. He wondered why Colfax was so interested in him. The latter kept looking him over, much as one might examine a prize animal. Their eyes would meet, and Colfax's would gleam with a savage but friendly fire. "Well," said Eugene to him finally. "I'm just thinking, my boy, I'm just thinking," he returned, and that was all Eugene could get out of him. It was not long after this very peculiar meeting, which stuck in Eugene's memory, that Colfax invited him over to his house in New York to dinner. "I wish," he wrote one day, not long after this meeting, "that the next time you are in New York you would let me know. I would like to have you come to my house to dine. You and I ought to be pretty good friends. There are a number of things I would like to talk to you about." This was written on the paper of the United Magazine Corporation, which had just been organized to take over the old company of Swinton, Scudder and Davis, and was labeled "The Office of the President." Eugene thought this was significant. Could Colfax be going to make him an offer of some kind? Well, the more the merrier. He was doing very well indeed, and he liked Mr. Kalvin very much. In fact, all his surroundings, but as an offer was a testimonial to merit and could be shown as such, he would not be opposed to receiving it. It might strengthen him with Kalvin if it did nothing else. He made an occasion to go over, first talking the letter over with Angela, who was simply curious about the whole thing. He told her how much interested Colfax appeared to be the first time they met, and that he fancied it might mean an offer from the United Magazine Corporation at some time or other. "I'm not particularly anxious about it," said Eugene, "but I'd like to see what is there." Angela was not sure that it was wise to bother with it. "It's a big firm," she said, "but it isn't bigger than Mr. Kalvin's. And he's been mighty nice to you. You'd better not do anything to injure yourself with him." Eugene thought of this. It was sound advice. Still, he wanted to hear. "I won't do anything," he said. "I would like to hear what he has to say, though." A little later he wrote that he was coming on the 20th, and that he would be glad to take dinner with Colfax. The first meeting between Eugene and Colfax had been conclusive so far as future friendship was concerned. These two, like Eugene and Summerfield, were temperamentally in accord, though Colfax was very much superior to Summerfield in his ability to command men. This night, when they met at dinner at Colfax's house, the latter was most cordial. Colfax had invited him to come to his office, and together they went uptown in his automobile. His residence was in Upper Fifth Avenue, a new white marble fronted building with great iron gates at the door, and a splendid entry set with small palms and dwarf cedars. Eugene saw at once that this man was living in that intense atmosphere of commercial and financial rivalry which makes living in New York so keen. You could feel the air of hard, cold order about the place, the insistence on perfection of appointment, the compulsion toward material display which was held in check only by that sense of fitness which knowledge of current taste and the mode in everything demanded. His automobile was very large and very new, the latest model, a great dark blue affair which ran as silently as a sewing machine. The footman who opened the door was 6 feet tall, dressed in knee breeches and a swallow-tailed coat. The valet was a Japanese, silent, polite, attentive. Eugene was introduced to a Mrs. Colfax, a most graceful but somewhat self-conscious woman. A French maid later presented 2 children, a boy and a girl. Eugene by now had become used to luxury in various forms, and this house was not superior to many he had seen, but it ranked with the best. Colfax was most free in it. He threw his overcoat to the valet carelessly and tossed his babies in the air by turn. When they were presented to him by the French maid, his wife, slightly taller than himself, received a resounding smack. "There's Sita," he exclaimed, a diminutive for Cecile, as Eugene subsequently learned. "How do you like that, eh? Meet Mr. Witla. He's an artist and an art director and an advertising manager and—" "A most humble person," put in Eugene smilingly. "Not half as bad as you may think. His report is greatly exaggerated." Mrs. Colfax smiled sweetly. "I discount much of what he says at once," she returned. "More later. Won't you come up into the library?" They ascended together, jesting. Eugene was pleased with what he saw. Mrs. Colfax liked him. She excused herself after a little while, and Colfax talked life in general. "I'm going to show you my house now, and after dinner I'm going to talk a little business to you. You interest me. I may as well tell you that." "Well, you interest me, Colfax," said Eugene genially. "I like you." "You don't like me any more than I like you. That's a sure thing," replied the other. End of section 67. Section 68 of The Genius by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 39. The results of this evening were most pleasant, but in some ways disconcerting. It became perfectly plain that Colfax was anxious to have Eugene desert the Calvin Company and come over to him. "You people over there," he said to him at one stage of the conversation, "have an excellent company, but it doesn't compare with this organization which we are revising. Why, what are your 2 publications to our 7? You have one eminently successful one, the one you're on, and no book business whatsoever. We have 7 publications all doing excellently well, and a book business that is second to none in the country. You know that. If it hadn't been that the business had been horribly mismanaged, it would never have come into my hands at all. Why, Witla, I want to tell you one little fact in connection with that organization which will illustrate everything else which might be said in connection with it before I came here. They were wasting $20,000 a year on ink alone. We were publishing 100 absolutely useless books that did not sell enough to pay for the cost of printing, let alone the paper, plates, type work, and cost of distribution. I think it's safe to say we lost over $100,000 a year that way. The magazines were running down. They haven't waked up sufficiently yet to suit me, but I'm looking for men. I'm really looking for one man eventually who will take charge of all that editorial and artwork and make it into something exceptional. He wants to be a man who can handle men. If I can get the right man, I will even include the advertising department, for that really belongs with the literary and art sections. It depends upon the man." He looked significantly at Eugene, who sat there stroking his upper lip with his hand. "Well," he said thoughtfully, "that ought to make a very nice place for someone. Who have you in mind?" "No one as yet that I'm absolutely sure of. I have one man in mind who I think might come to fill the position after he had had a look about the organization and a chance to study its needs a little. It's a hard position to hold. It requires a man with imagination, tact, judgment. He would have to be a sort of vice Colfax, for I can't give my attention permanently to that business. I don't want to. I have bigger fish to fry. But I want someone who will eventually be my other self in these departments, who can get along with Florence White and the men under him and hold his own in his own world. I want a sort of bipartisan commission down there, each man supreme in his own realm." "It sounds interesting," said Eugene thoughtfully. "Who's your man?" "As I say, he isn't quite ready yet, in my judgment, but he is near it. And he's the right man. He's in this room now. You're the man I'm thinking about, Witla." "No," said Eugene quietly. "Yes, you," replied Colfax. "You flatter me," he said, with a deprecatory wave of his hand. "I'm not so sure that he is." "Oh, yes, he is, if he thinks he is," replied Colfax emphatically. "Opportunity doesn't knock in vain at a real man's door. At least, I don't believe it will knock here and not be admitted. Why, the advertising department of this business alone is worth $18,000 a year to begin with." Eugene sat up. He was getting 12. Could he afford to ignore that offer? Could the Calvin Company afford to pay him that much? They were paying him pretty well as it was. Could the Calvin Company offer him the prospects which this company was offering him? What is more, I might say," went on Colfax, "the general publishing control of this organization, the position of managing publisher, which I am going to create, and which, when you are fitted for it, you can have, will be worth $25,000 a year, and that oughtn't to be so very far away either." Eugene turned that over in his mind without saying anything. This offer, coming so emphatically and definitely at this time, actually made him nervous and fearsome. It was such a tremendous thing to talk about. The literary, art, and advertising control of the United Magazines Corporation. Who was this man White? What was he like? Would he be able to agree with him? This man beside him was so hard, so brilliant, so dynamic. He would expect so much. And then his work with Townsend Miller and under Mr. Calvin. How much he had learned of the editorial game by merely talking and planning with these two men. He had got the whole idea of timely topics, of big progressive national forecasts and features, of odd departments and interesting pieces of fiction and personality studies, from talking with Miller alone. Calvin had made clear to him what constituted great craftsmanship. Of course, long before, he had suspected just how it was. But in Philadelphia he had sat in conference with Miller and Calvin and knew. He had practically managed the former's little art department for him, without paying much attention to it either. Could he really handle this greater thing if he tried? If he didn't, someone else would. Would the man who would be so much greater than himself? "I'm not anxious that you should act hastily," said Colfax soothingly, after a little bit, for he saw that Eugene was debating the question solemnly, and that it was a severe problem for him. "I know how you feel. You have gone into the Calvin Company, and you've made good. They've been nice to you. It's only natural that they should be. You hate to leave. Well, think it over. I won't tempt you beyond your best judgment. Think it over. There's a splendid chance here. Just the same, I like you, and I think you are the man to get away with it. Come down to my place tomorrow and let me show you what we have. I want to show our resources. I don't think you know how big this thing really is." "Yes, I do," replied Eugene, smiling. "It certainly is a fascinating proposition, but I can't make up my mind about it now. It's something I want to think about. I'd like to take my time, and I'll let you know." "Take all the time you want, my boy. Take all the time you want," exclaimed Colfax. "I'll wait for you a little while. I'm in no life or death hurry. This position can't be filled satisfactorily in a minute. When you're ready, let me know what you decide. And now, let's go to the theater. What do you say?" The automobile was called. Mrs. Colfax and her guest, Miss Janier, appeared. There was an interesting evening in a box, with Eugene talking gaily and entertainingly to all, and then an after-theater bite at Sherry's. The next morning, for he stayed all night at the Colfaxes, they visited the United Magazine Corporation building together, and at noon Eugene returned to Philadelphia. His head was fairly seething and ringing with all he had seen and heard. Colfax was a great man, he thought, greater in some respects than Calvin. He was more forceful, more enthusiastic, younger, more like himself than Calvin. He could never fail. He was too rich. He would make a success of this great corporation, a tremendous success, and if he went, he might help make it with him. What a thing that would be! Very different from working for a corporation with whose success he had never had anything to do. Should he ignore this offer? New York, a true art and literary standing, a great executive and social standing, fame, money, all these were calling. Why, on 18 or 25,000 he could have a splendid studio apartment of his own, say on Riverside Drive. He could entertain magnificently. He could keep an automobile without worrying about it. Angela would cease feeling that they had to be careful. It would be the apex of lieutenantship for him. Beyond that, he would take stock in the company or a business of his own. What a long distance he had come from the days when, here as a boy, he had walked the streets wondering where he would find a $3 room, and when, as an art failure, he carried his paintings about and sold them for $10 and $15. Dear heaven, what peculiar tricks fortune could play! The discussion with Angela of this proposition led to some additional uncertainty, for although she was greatly impressed with what Colfax offered, she was afraid Eugene might be making a mistake in leaving Kalvin. The latter had been so nice to Eugene. He had never associated with him in any intimate way, but he and Angela had been invited to his home on several formal occasions, and Eugene had reported that Kalvin was constantly giving him good advice. His attitude in the office was not critical, but analytic and considerate. "He's been mighty nice to me," Eugene said to her one morning at breakfast. "They all have. It's a shame to leave him. And yet, now that I look at it, I can see very plainly that there is never going to be the field here that there will be with the United Company. They have the publications and the book business, and the Kalvin Company hasn't and won't have. Kalvin is too old. They're in New York, too. That's one thing I like about it. I'd like to live in New York again, wouldn't you?" "It would be fine," said Angela, who had never really cared for Philadelphia and saw visions of tremendous superiority in this situation. Philadelphia had always seemed a little out of the way of things after New York and Paris. Only Eugene's good salary and the comforts they had experienced here had made it tolerable. "Why don't you speak to Mr. Kalvin and tell him just what Mr. Colfax says?" she asked. "It may be that he'll offer to raise your salary so much that you'll want to stay when he hears of this." "No danger," replied Eugene. "He may raise it a bit, but he never can pay me $25,000 a year. There isn't any reason for paying it. It takes a corporation like the United to do it. There isn't a man in our place gets that unless it's Fredericks. Besides, I could never be anything more here, or much more, than advertising manager. Miller has that editorial job sewed up. He ought to have it, too. He's a good man. This thing that Colfax offers lets me out into a new field. I don't want to be an advertising manager all my days, if I can help it." "I don't want you to be either, Eugene," sighed Angela. "It's a shame you can't quit entirely and take up your art work. I always thought that if you were to stop now and go to painting, you would make a success of it. There's nothing the matter with your nerves now. It's just a question of whether we want to live more simply for a while and let you work at that. I'm sure you'd make a big success of it." "Art doesn't appeal to me so much as it once did," replied Eugene. "I've lived too well, and I know a lot more about living than I once did. Where could I make $12,000 a year painting? If I had $100,000 or a couple of $100,000 laid aside, it would be a different thing, but I haven't. All we have is that Pennsylvania Railroad stock and those lots in Montclair eating their merry little heads off in taxes, and that Steel common stock. If we go back to New York, we ought to build on that Montclair property and rent it if we don't want to live in it. If I quit now, we wouldn't have more than $2,000 a year outside of what I could earn. And what sort of life can you live on that?" Angela saw, disappearing under those circumstances, the rather pleasant world of entertainment in which they were disporting themselves. Art distinction might be delightful, but would it furnish such a table as they were sitting at this morning? Would they have as nice a home and as many friends? Art was glorious, but would they have as many rides and automobile trips as they had now? Would she be able to dress as nicely? It took money to produce a variety of clothing, house, street, evening, morning, and other wear. Hats at $35 and $40 were not in the range of artist wives as a rule. Did she want to go back to a simpler life for his art's sake? Wouldn't it be better to have him go with Mr. Colfax and make $25,000 a year for a while, and then have him retire? "You'd better talk to Mr. Kalvin," she counseled. "You'll have to do that anyhow. See what he says. After that, you can decide what you must do." Eugene hesitated, but thinking it all over, he decided that he would. One morning, not long after, when he met Mr. Kalvin in the main hall on the editorial floor, he said, "I'd like to talk to you for a few moments sometime today alone, Mr. Kalvin, if you can spare me the time." "Certainly. I'm not busy now," returned the president. "Come right down. What is it you want to see me about?" "Well, I tell you," said Eugene, when they had reached the former's office and he had closed the door, "I've had an offer that I feel that I ought to talk to you about. It's a pretty fascinating proposition, and it's troubling me. I owe it to you as well as to myself to speak about it." "Yes, what is it?" said Kalvin considerately. "Mr. Colfax of the United Magazine Corporation came to me not long ago and wanted to know if I would not come with him. He offers me $18,000 a year as advertising manager to begin with, and a chance to take charge of all the art and editorial ends as well a little later at $25,000. He calls it the managing publishing end of the business. I've been thinking of it seriously, for I've handled the art and advertising ends here and at the Summerfield Company, and I have always imagined that I knew something of the book and magazine business. I know it's a rather large proposition, but I'm not at all sure that I couldn't handle it." Mr. Kalvin listened quietly. He saw what Colfax's scheme was and liked it as a proposition. It was a good idea, but needed an exceptional man for the position. Was Eugene that man? He wasn't sure of that, and yet perchance he might be. Colfax, he thought, was a man of excellent financial, if not publishing judgment. He might, if he could get the proper person, make an excellent success of his business. Eugene interested him, perhaps more at first flash than he would later. This man before him had a most promising appearance. He was clean, quick, with an alert mind and eye. He could see how, because of Eugene's success here, Colfax was thinking of him being even more exceptional than he was. He was a good man, a fine man, under direction. Would Colfax have the patience, the interest, the sympathy to work with and understand him? "Now let's think about that a little, Witla," he said quietly. "It's a flattering offer. You'd be foolish if you didn't give it careful consideration. Do you know anything about the organization of that place over there?" "No," replied Eugene. "Nothing except what I learned by casually going over it with Mr. Colfax." "Do you know much about Colfax as a man?" "Very little. I've only met him twice. He's forceful, dramatic, a man with a lot of ideas. I understand he's very rich, 3 or 4 millions, someone told me." Kalvin's hand moved indifferently. "Do you like him?" "Well, I can't say yet absolutely whether I do or don't. He interests me a lot. He's wonderfully dynamic. I'm sure I'm favorably impressed with him." "And he wants to give you charge eventually of all the magazines and books, the publishing end?" "So he says," said Eugene. "I'd go a little slow if I were saddling myself with that responsibility. I'd want to be sure that I knew all about it. You want to remember, Witla, that running one department under the direction and with the sympathetic assistance and consideration of someone over you is very different from running 4 or 5 departments on your own responsibility, with no one over you except someone who wants intelligent guidance from you. Colfax, as I understand him, isn't a publisher, either by tendency or training or education. He's a financier. He'll want you, if you take that position, to tell him how it shall be done. Now, unless you know a great deal about the publishing business, you'll have a difficult task in that. I don't want to appear to be throwing cold water on your natural ambition to get up in the world. You're entitled to go higher if you can. No one in your circle of acquaintances would wish you more luck than I will if you decide to go. I want you to think carefully of what you are doing. Where you are here, you are perfectly safe, or as nearly safe as any man who behaves himself and maintains his natural force and energy can be. It's only natural that you should expect more money in the face of this offer, and I shall be perfectly willing to give it to you. I intended, as you possibly expected, to do something better for you by January. I'll say now that if you want to stay here, you can have $14,000 now and possibly $16,000 in a year or a year and a half from now. I don't want to overload this department with what I consider an undue salary. I think $16,000 when it is paid will be high for the work that is done here, but you're a good man, and I'm perfectly willing to pay it to you. The thing for you to do is to make up your mind whether this proposition which I now make you is safer and more in accord with your desires than the one Mr. Colfax makes you. With him, your 18,000 begins at once. With me, 16,000 is a year away, anyhow. With him, you have promise of an outlook which is much more glittering than you can reasonably hope for here. But you want to remember that difficulties will be, of course, proportionately greater. You know something about me by now. You still, and don't think I want to do him any injustice, I don't, have to learn about Mr. Colfax. Now, I advise you to think carefully before you act. Study the situation over there before you accept it. The United Magazine Corporation is a great concern. I have no doubt that under Mr. Colfax's management it has a brilliant future in store for it. He is an able man. If you finally decide to go, come and tell me, and there will be no hard feelings one way or the other. If you decide to stay, the new salary arrangements goes into effect at once. As a matter of fact, I might as well have Mr. Fredericks credit that up to you so that you can say that you have drawn that sum here. It won't do you any harm. Then we can run along as before. I know it isn't good business as a rule to try and keep a man who has been poisoned by a bigger offer, and because I know that is the reason why I am only offering you $14,000 this year, I want to be sure that you are sure that you want to stay. See?" He smiled. Eugene arose. "I see," he said. "You are one of the best men I have ever known, Mr. Kalvin. You have constantly treated me with more consideration than I ever expected to receive anywhere. It has been a pleasure and a privilege to work for you. If I stay, it will be because I want to, because I value your friendship." "Well," said Kalvin quietly, "that's very nice, I'm sure, and I appreciate it, but don't let your friendship for me or your sense of gratitude stop you from doing something you think you ought to do. Go ahead if you feel like it. I won't feel the least bit angry with you. I'll feel sorry. But that's neither here nor there. Life is a constant condition of readjustment, and every good business man knows it." He took Eugene's extended hand. "Good luck," he said, "whatever you do," his favorite expression. End of section 68. Section 69 of The Genius by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 40. The upshot of Eugene's final speculation was that he accepted the offer of the United Magazine Corporation and left Mr. Kalvin. Colfax had written one day to his house asking him what he thought he would do about it. The more he had turned it over in his mind, the more it had grown in attraction. The Colfax Company was erecting a tremendous building, 18 stories high, in the heart of the middle business district in New York, near Union Square, to house all their departments. Colfax had said at the time Eugene took dinner with him that the 16th, 17th, and 18th floors would be devoted to the editorial, publication, circulation, art, and advertising departments. He had asked Eugene what he had thought would be a good floor arrangement, and the latter, with his usual facility for scheming such things, had scratched out on a piece of paper a tentative layout for the various departments. He had put the editorial and art departments on the topmost floor, giving the publisher, whoever he might eventually prove to be, a commanding position in a central room on the western side of the building, which overlooked all the city between the square and Hudson River, and showed that magnificent body of water as a panorama for the eye to feast upon. He had put the advertising and some overflow editorial rooms on the 17th floor, and the circulation with its attendant mailing and cabinet record rooms on the 16th. The publishers' and editors' rooms he laid out after an old Flemish scheme he had long had in mind, in which green, dark blue, blood red, and black walnut shades contrasted richly with the flood of light which would be available. "You might as well do this thing right, if you do it at all," he had said to Colfax. "Nearly all the editorial offices I have ever seen have been the flimsiest makeshifts. A rich-looking editorial, art, and advertising department would help your company a great deal. It has advertising value." He recalled, as he spoke, Summerfield's theory that a look of prosperity was about the most valuable asset a house could have. Colfax agreed with him, and said when the time came that he wished Eugene would do him the favor to come and look the thing over. "I have 2 good architects on the job," he explained, "but I would rather trust your ideas as to how those rooms should be laid out." When he was considering this final call for a decision, he was thinking how this floor would look, how rich it would be. Eventually, if he succeeded, his office would be the most sumptuous thing in it. He would be the most conspicuous figure in the great new building, apart from Colfax himself. Thoughts of this kind, which ought to have had but very little share in any commercial speculation, were nevertheless uppermost in Eugene's mind. For he was not a businessman. He was primarily an artist. And for all his floundering around in the commercial world, he remained an artist still. His sense of his coming dignity and standing before the world was almost greater than his sense of the terrifying responsibility which it involved. Colfax was a hard man, he knew, harder even than Summerfield, for he talked less and acted more. But this did not sink into Eugene's consciousness sufficiently to worry him. He fancied he was a strong man and able to hold his own anywhere. Angela was not really very much opposed to the change, though her natural conservatism made her worry and hesitate to approve. It was a great step forward if Eugene succeeded, but if he failed, it would be such a loss. "Colfax has so much faith in me," he told her. "He's convinced that I can do it, and faith like that is a great help. I'd like to try it anyhow. It can't do me any harm. If I think I can't handle the publishing proposition, I'll stick to the advertising end." "All right," said Angela, "but I scarcely know what to advise. They've been so nice to you over here." "I'll try it," said Eugene determinedly. Nothing ventured, nothing have, and he informed Kalvin the same day. The latter looked at him solemnly, his keen gray eyes contemplating the situation from all points of view. "Well, Eugene," he said, "you're shouldering a great responsibility. It's difficult. Think carefully of everything that you do. I'm sorry to see you go. Goodbye." He had the feeling that Eugene was making a mistake, that he would do better to rest a while where he was, but persuasion was useless. It would only give Eugene the notion that he was more important than he was, make matters more difficult in the future. Kalvin had heard a number of things concerning Colfax recently, and he fancied that Eugene might find it hard to deal with him later. The general impression was that he was subject to sudden likes and dislikes, which did not bear the test of time. He was said to be scarcely human enough to be the effective head of a great working corporation. The truth was that this general opinion was quite correct. Colfax was as hard as steel, but of a smiling and delightful presence to those he fancied. Vanity was really his other name, and ambition with him knew no bounds. He hoped to make a tremendous success of his life, to be looked up to as an imposing financier, and he wanted men, only strong men, about him. Eugene seemed to Colfax to be a strong man, and the day he finally communicated with him, saying that he thought that he would accept his offer, but that he wished to talk to him further, Colfax threw his hat up in the air, slapped his side partner White on the back, and exclaimed, "Whee, Florrie! There's a trick I've scored for this corporation. There's a man, unless I'm greatly mistaken, who will do something here. He's young, but he's all right. He's got the looks on you and me, Florrie, but we can stand that, can't we?" White eyed him with a show of joy and satisfaction which was purely simulated. He had seen many editors and many advertising men in his time. To his judgment, they were nearly all lightweights, men who were easily satisfied with the little toy wherewith he or anyone might decide to gratify their vanity. This was probably another case in point, but if a real publisher were coming in here, it would not be so well with him. He might attempt to crowd in on his authority, or at least divide it with him. That did not appeal to his personal vanity. It really put a stumbling block in his path, for he hoped to rule here some day alone. Why was it that Colfax was so eager to have the authority in this house divided? Was it because he was somewhat afraid of him? He thought so, and he was exceedingly close to the truth when he thought so. "Florrie's a good lieutenant," Colfax said to himself, "but he needs to be counterbalanced here by someone who will represent the refinements and that intellectual superiority which the world respects." He wanted this refinement and intellectual superiority to be popular with the public, and to produce results in the shape of increased circulations of his magazines and books. These two would then act as checks to each other, thus preventing the house from becoming overweight in either direction. Then he could drive this team as a grand master, the man who had selected both, whose ideas they represented, and whose judgment they respected. The world of finance and trade would know they were nothing without him. What Eugene thought and what White thought of this prospective situation was that the other would naturally be the minor figure, and that he, under Colfax, would be the shining light. Eugene was convinced that the house, without its proper artistic and intellectual dominance, was nothing. White was convinced that without sane commercial management it was a failure, and that this was the thing to look to. Money could buy brains. Colfax introduced Eugene to White on the morning he arrived to take charge, for on the previous occasions when he had been there, White was absent. The two looked at each other and immediately suspended judgment, for both were able men. Eugene saw White as an interesting type, tall, leathery, swaggering, a backstreet bully evolved into the semblance of a gentleman. White saw in Eugene a nervous, refined, semi-emotional literary and artistic type, who had, however, a curious versatility and virility not common among those whom he had previously encountered. He was exceedingly forceful, but not poised. That he could eventually undermine him, if he could not dominate him, he did not doubt. Still, he was coming in with the backing of Colfax and a great reputation. It might not be easy. Eugene made him feel nervous. He wondered as he looked at him whether Colfax would really make him general literary, artistic, and advertising administrator, or whether he would remain simply advertising manager as he now entered. Colfax had not accepted Eugene for more than that. "Here he is, Florrie," Colfax had said of Eugene in introducing him to White. "This is the man I've been talking about. Witla, Mr. White. White, Mr. Witla. You two want to get together for the good of this house in the future. What do you think of each other?" Eugene had previously noted the peculiarity of this rowdy, rah-rah attitude on the part of Colfax. He seemed to have no sense of the conventions of social address and conference at any time. "Now, by God," Colfax exclaimed, striking his right fist against his left palm, "unless I'm greatly mistaken, this house is going to begin to move. I'm not positive that I have the man I want, but I think I have. White, let's stroll around and introduce him." White swaggered to the office door. "Sure," he said quietly. "An exceptional man," he said to himself. Colfax was almost beside himself with satisfaction, for he was subject to emotional flushes which, however, related to self-aggrandizement only. He walked with a great stride, little as he was, which was his wont when he was feeling particularly satisfied. He talked in a loud voice, for he wanted everyone to know that he, Hiram Colfax, was about and as forceful as the lord of so great an institution should be. He could yell and scream something like a woman in a paroxysm of rage when he was thwarted or irritated. Eugene did not know that as yet. "Here's one of the printing floors," he said to Eugene, throwing open a door which revealed a room full of thundering presses of giant size. "Where's Dodson, boy? Where's Dodson? Tell him to come here. He's foreman of our printing department," he added, turning to Eugene, as the printer's devil, who had been working at the press, scurried away to find his master. "I told you, I guess, that we have 30 of these presses. There are 4 more floors just like this." "So you did," replied Eugene. "It's certainly a great concern. I can see that the possibilities of a thing like this are almost limitless. Limitless, I should say. It depends upon what you can do with this," and he tapped Eugene's forehead. "If you do your part right, and he does his," turning to White, "there won't be any limit to what this house can do. That remains to be seen." Just then Dodson came bustling up, a shrewd, keen henchman of White's, and looked at Eugene curiously. "Dodson, Mr. Witla, the new advertising manager. He's going to try to help pay for all this wasteful press work you're doing. Witla, Mr. Dodson, manager of the printing department." The two men shook hands. Eugene felt in a way as though he were talking to an underling and did not pay very definite attention to him. Dodson resented his attitude somewhat, but he gave no sign. His loyalty was to White, and he felt himself perfectly safe under that man's supervision. The next visit was to the composing room, where a vast army of men were working away at type racks and linotype machines. A short, fat, ink-streaked foreman, in a green striped apron that looked as though it might have been made of bed ticking, came forward to greet them ingratiatingly. He was plainly nervous at their presence, and withdrew his hand when Eugene offered to take it. "It's too dirty," he said. "I'll take the will for the deed, Mr. Witla." More explanations and laudations of the extent of the business followed. Then came the circulation department with its head, a tall, dark man who looked solemnly at Eugene, uncertain as to what place he was to have in the organization and uncertain as to what attitude he should ultimately have to take. White was butting into his affairs, as he told his wife, and he did not know where it would end. He had heard rumors to the effect that there was to be a new man soon, who was to have great authority over various departments. Was this he? There came next the editors of the various magazines, who viewed this triumphal procession with more or less contempt. For to them both Colfax and White were raw, uncouth upstarts, blazoning their material superiority in loud-mouthed phrases. Colfax talked too loud and was too vainglorious. White was too hard, bitter, and unreasoning. They hated them both with a secret hate, but there was no escaping their domination. The need of living salaries held all in obsequious subjection. "Here's Mr. Marchwood," Colfax said inconsiderately, "of the editor of the International Review. He thinks he's making a wonderful publication of that, but we don't know whether he is yet or not." Eugene winced for Marchwood. He was so calm, so refined, so professional. "I suppose we can only go by the circulation department," he replied simply, attracted by Eugene's sympathetic smile. That's all," exclaimed Colfax. "That is probably true," said Eugene, "but a good thing ought to be as easily circulated as a poor one. At least it's worth trying." Mr. Marchwood smiled. It was a bit of intellectual kindness in a world of cruel comment. "It's a great institution," said Eugene finally, on reaching the president's office again. "I'll begin now and see what I can do." "Good luck, my boy, good luck," said Colfax loudly. "I'm laying great stress on what you're going to do, you know." "Don't lean too hard," returned Eugene. "Remember, I'm just one in a great organization." I know. But the one is all I need. Up there, the one. See?" Yes, laughed Eugene. "Cheer up. We'll be able to do a little something, I'm sure." "A great man, that," Colfax declared to White as he went away. The real stuff in that fellow. No flinching there, you notice. He knows how to think. Now, Florrie, unless I miss my guess, you and I are going to get somewhere with this thing." White smiled gloomily, almost cynically. He was not so sure. Eugene was pretty good, but he was obviously too independent, too artistic, to be really stable and dependable. He would never run to him for advice, but he would probably make mistakes. He might lose his head. What must he do to offset this new invasion of authority? Discredit him? Certainly. But he needn't worry about that. Eugene would do something. He would make mistakes of some kind. He felt sure of it. He was almost positive of it. End of section 69. Section 70 of The Genius by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 41. The opening days of this their second return to New York were a period of great joy to Angela. Unlike that first time, when she was returning after 7 months of loneliness and unhappiness to a sick husband and a gloomy outlook, she was now looking forward to what, in spite of her previous doubts, was a glorious career of dignity, prosperity, and abundance. Eugene was such an important man now. His career was so well marked and in a way almost certified. They had a good bit of money in the bank. Their investments in stocks, on which they obtained a uniform rate of interest of about 7%, aggregated $30,000. They had 2 lots, 200 by 200, in Montclair, which were said to be slowly increasing in value, and which Eugene now estimated to be worth about $6,000. He was talking about investing what additional money he might save in stocks bearing better interest or some sound commercial venture. When the proper time came a little later, he might even abandon the publishing field entirely and renew his interest in art. He was certainly getting near the possibility of this. The place which they selected for their residence in New York was in a new and very sumptuous studio apartment building on Riverside Drive near 79th Street, where Eugene had long fancied he would like to live. This famous thoroughfare and showplace, with its restricted park atmosphere, its magnificent and commanding view of the lordly Hudson, its wondrous woods of color and magnificent sunsets, had long taken his eye. When he had first come to New York, it had been his delight to stroll here, watching the stream of fashionable equipages pour out towards Grant's Tomb and return. He had sat on a park bench many an afternoon at this very spot or farther up and watched the gay company of horsemen and horsewomen riding cheerfully by, nodding to their social acquaintances, speaking to the park keepers and road scavengers in a condescending and superior way, taking their leisure in a comfortable fashion and looking idly at the river. It seemed a wonderful world to him at that time. Only millionaires could afford to live there, he thought. So ignorant was he of the financial tricks of the world. These handsomely garbed men in riding coats and breeches, the chic-looking girls in stiff black hats, trailing black riding skirts, yellow-gloved, and sporting short whips which looked more like dainty canes than anything else, took his fancy greatly. It was his idea at that time that this was almost the apex of social glory, to be permitted to ride here of an afternoon. Since then he had come a long way and learned a great deal. But he still fancied this street as one of the few perfect expressions of the elegance and luxury of metropolitan life, and he wanted to live on it. Angela was given authority, after discussion, to see what she could find in the way of an apartment of say 9 or 11 rooms, with 2 baths or more, which should not cost more than $3,000 or $3,500. As a matter of fact, a very handsome apartment of 9 rooms and 2 baths, including a studio room 18 feet high, 40 feet long, and 22 feet wide, was found at the now, to them, comparatively moderate sum of $3,200. The chambers were beautifully finished in old English oak, carved and stained after a very pleasing 15th century model, and the walls were left to the discretion of the incoming tenant. Whatever was desired in the way of tapestries, silks, or other wall furnishings would be supplied. Eugene chose green-brown tapestries representing old Rhine castles for his studio, and blue and brown silks for his wall furnishings elsewhere. He now realized a long-cherished dream of having the great wooden cross of brown-stained oak ornamented with a figure of the bleeding Christ, which he set in a dark shaded corner behind two immense wax candles, set in tall, heavy bronze candlesticks, the size of small bedposts. These, when lighted in an otherwise darkened room and flickering ruefully, cast a peculiar spell of beauty over the gay throngs which sometimes assembled there. A grand piano in old English oak occupied one corner. A magnificent music cabinet in French burnt woodwork stood nearby. There were a number of carved and fluted high-backed chairs, a carved easel with one of his best pictures displayed, a black marble pedestal bearing a yellow-stained marble bust of Nero with his lascivious, degenerate face showing grimly at the world, and two gold-plated candelabra of 11 branches each hung upon the north wall. Two wide, tall windows with storm sashes, which reached from the floor to the ceiling, commanded the west view of the Hudson. Outside one was a small stone balcony wide enough to accommodate 4 chairs, which gave a beautiful cool view of the drive. It was shielded by an awning in summer and was 9 stories above the ground. Over the water of the more or less peaceful stream were the stacks and outlines of a great factory, and in the roadstead lay boats always, war vessels, tramp freighters, sailboats, and up and down past the endless traffic of small craft always so pleasant to look upon in fair or foul weather. It was a beautiful apartment, beautifully furnished, in which most of their furniture, brought from Philadelphia, fitted admirably. It was here that at last they settled down to enjoy the fruit of that long struggle and comparative victory which brought them so near their much desired goal, an indestructible and unchangeable competence which no wind or ill fortune could readily destroy. Eugene was quite beside himself with joy and satisfaction at thus finding himself and Angela eventually surrounded by those tokens of luxury, comfort, and distinction which had so long haunted his brain. Most of us go through life with the furniture of our prospective castle well outlined in mind, but with never the privilege of seeing it realized. We have our pictures, our hangings, our servitors well and ably selected. Eugene's were real at last. End of section 70. Section 71 of The Genius by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 42. The affairs of the United Magazine Corporation, so far as the advertising, commercial, and manufacturing ends at least were concerned, were not in such an unfortunate condition by any means as to preclude their being quickly restored by tact, good business judgment, and hard work. Since the accession to power of Florence White in the commercial and financial ends, things in that quarter, at least, had slowly begun to take a turn for the better, although he had no judgment whatsoever as to what constituted a timely article, an important book, or a saleable art feature. He had that peculiar intuition for right methods of manufacture, right buying and right selling of stock, right handling of labor from the cost and efficiency point of view, which made him a power to be reckoned with. He knew a good manufacturing man to employ at sight. He knew where books could be sold and how. He knew how to buy paper in large quantities and at the cheapest rates, and how to print and manufacture at a cost which was as low as could possibly be figured. All waste was eliminated. He used his machines to their utmost capacity, via a series of schedules which saved an immense amount of waste and demanded the least possible help. He was constantly having trouble with the labor unions on this score, for they objected to a policy which cut out duplication of effort and so eliminated their men. He was an iron master, however, coarse, brutal, foul when dealing with them, and they feared and respected him. In the advertising end of the business things had been going rather badly, for the reason that the magazines for which this department was supposed to get business had not been doing so well editorially. They were out of touch with the times to a certain extent, not in advance of the feelings and emotions of the period, and so the public was beginning to be inclined to look elsewhere for its mental pabulum. They had had great circulation and great prestige. That was when they were younger, and all the original publishers and editors in their prime. Since then, days of weariness, indifference, and confusion had ensued. Only with the accession of Colfax to power had hope begun to return. As has been said, he was looking for strong men in every quarter of this field, but in particular he was looking for one man who would tell him how to govern them after he had them, who was to dream out the things which would interest the public in each particular magazine proposition, who was to draw great and successful authors to the book end of the house, who was to inspire the men who were directing the various departments with a spirit which would bring public interest and success. Eugene might be the man eventually, he hoped, but how soon? He was anxious to hurry his progress now that he had him. It was not long after Eugene was seated in his advertising managerial chair that he saw how things lay. His men, when he gathered them in conference, complained that they were fighting against falling circulation. "You can talk all you want, Mr. Witla," said one of his men gloomily, "but circulation and circulation only is the answer. They have to keep up the magazines here. All these manufacturers know when they get results. We go out and get new business all the time, but we don't keep it. We can't keep it. The magazines don't bring results. What are you going to do about that?" "I'll tell you what we're going to do," replied Eugene calmly. "We're going to key up the magazines. I understand that a number of changes are coming in that direction. They are doing better already. The manufacturing department, for one thing, is in splendid shape. I know that. In a short time the editorial departments will be. I want you people to put up, at this time, the best fight you know how under the conditions as they are. I'm not going to make any changes here if I can help it. I'm going to show you how it can be done, each one separately. I want you to believe that we have the greatest organization in the world, and that it can be made to sweep everything before it. Take a look at Mr. Colfax. Do you think he's ever going to fail? We may, but he won't." The men liked Eugene's manner and confidence. They liked his faith in them, and it was not more than 10 days before he had won their confidence completely. He took home to the hotel, where he and Angela were stopping temporarily, all the magazines and examined them carefully. He took home a number of the latest books issued and asked Angela to read them. He tried to think just what it was each magazine should represent, and who and where was the man who would give to each its proper life and vigor. At once, for the adventure magazine, he thought of a man whom he had met years before, who had since been making a good deal of success editing a Sunday newspaper magazine supplement. Jack Beneza. He had started out as a radical writer, but had tamed down and become a most efficient newspaper man. Eugene had met him several times in the last few years, and each time had been impressed by the force and subtlety of his judgment of life. Once he had said to him, "Jack, you ought to be editing a magazine of your own." I will be," returned that worthy. "Now, As he looked at this particular proposition, Bezenah struck in his mind as the man who should be employed. He had seen the present editor, but he seemed to have no force at all. The weekly needed a man like Townsend Miller. Where would he find him? The present man's ideas were interesting, but not sufficiently general in their appeal. Eugene went about among the various editors, looking at them, ostensibly making their acquaintance, but he was not satisfied with any one of them. He waited to see that his own department was not needing any vast effort on his part before he said to Colfax one day, "Things are not right with your editorial department. I've looked into my particular job to see that there is nothing so radically behindhand there but what it can be remedied. But your magazines are not right. I wish, aside from salary propositions entirely, that you would let me begin to make a few changes. You haven't the right sort of people upstairs. I'll try not to move too fast, but you couldn't be worse off than you are now in some instances." "I know it," said Colfax. "I know it. What do you suggest?" "Simply better men, that's all," replied Eugene. "Better men with newer ideas. It may cost you a little more money at present, but it will bring you more back in the long run." "You're right," insisted Colfax enthusiastically. "I've been waiting for someone whose judgment I thought was worth two whoops to come and tell me that for a long time. So far as I'm concerned, you can take charge right now. The salary that I promised you goes with it. I want to tell you something, though. I want to tell you something. You're going in there now with full authority, but don't you fall or stub your toe or get sick or make any mistakes. If you do, God help you. If you do, I'll eat you alive. I'm a good employer, Witla. I'll pay any price for good men within reason. But if I think I'm being done or made a fool of, or a man is making a mistake, then there's no mercy in me, not a single bit. I'm a plain, everyday blank, blank, blank." And he used the term so foul that it would not bear repetition in print. "And that's all there is to me. Now we understand each other." Eugene looked at the man in astonishment. There was a hard, cold gleam in his blue eyes which he had seen there before. His presence was electric, his look demoniac. "I've had remarks somewhat of that nature made to me before," commented Eugene. He was thinking of Summerfield's "The Coal Chute for Yours." He had hardly expected to hear so cold and definite a proposition laid down so soon after his entry upon his new duties. But here it was, and he had to face it. He was sorry for the moment that he had ever left Kalvin. "I'm not at all afraid of responsibility," replied Eugene grimly. "I'm not going to fall down or stub my toe or make any mistakes if I can help it. And if I do, I won't complain to you." "Well, I'm only telling you," said Colfax, smiling and good-natured again. The cold light was gone. "And I mean it in the best way in the world. I'll back you up with all power and authority, but if you fail, God help you. I can't." He went back to his desk, and Eugene went upstairs. He felt as though the red cap of a cardinal had been put upon his head, and at the same time an axe suspended over him. He would have to think carefully of what he was going to do from now on. He would have to go slow, but he would have to go. All power had been given him, all authority. He could go upstairs now and discharge everybody in the place. Colfax would back him up, but he would have to replace them, and that quickly and effectively. It was a trying hour, notable but grim. His first move was to send for Bezenah. He had not seen him for some time, but his stationery, which he now headed, the United Magazine Corporation, and in one corner, office of the managing publisher, brought him fast enough. It was a daring thing to do, in a way, thus to style himself managing publisher when so many able men were concerned in the work. But this fact did not disturb him. He was bound and determined to begin, and this stationery, the mere engraving of it, was as good a way as any of serving notice that he was in the saddle. The news flew like wildfire about the building. for there were many in his office, even his private stenographer, to carry the news. All the editors and assistants wondered what it could mean, but they asked no questions except among themselves. No general announcement had been made. On the same stationery he sent for Adolph Morgenbau, who had exhibited marked skill at Summerfield's as his assistant, and who had since become the art editor of the Sphere, a magazine of rising importance. He thought that Morgenbau might now be fitted to handle the artwork under him, and he was not mistaken. Morgenbau had developed into a man of considerable force and intelligence, and was only too glad to be connected with Eugene again. He also talked with various advertising men, artists and writers, as to just who were the most live editorial men in the field at that time, and these he wrote to, asking if they would come to see him. One by one they came, for the fact that he had come to New York to take charge not only of the advertising but the editorial ends of the United Magazine Corporation spread rapidly over the city. All those interested in art, writing, editing, and advertising heard of it. Those who had known something of him in the past could scarcely believe their ears. Where did he get the skill? Eugene stated to Colfax that he deemed it advisable that a general announcement be made to the staff that he was in charge. "I have been looking about," he said, "and I think I know what I want to do." The various editors, art directors, and advertising men and book workers were called to the main office, and Colfax announced that he wished to make a statement which affected all those present. "Mr. Witla here will be in charge of all the publishing ends of the business from now on. I am withdrawing from any say in the matter, for I am satisfied that I do not know as much about it as he does. I want you all to look to him for advice and counsel, just as you have to me in the past. Mr. White will continue in charge of the manufacturing and distributing end of the business. Mr. White and Mr. Witla will work together. That's all I have to say." The company departed, and once more Eugene returned to his office. He decided at once to find an advertising man who could work under him and run that branch of the business as well as he would. He spent time looking for this man, and finally found him working for the Hayes Rickett Company, a man who he had known something of in the past as an exceptional worker. He was a strong, forceful individual of 32, Carter Hayes by name, who was very anxious to succeed in his chosen work, and who saw a great opportunity here. He did not like Eugene so very well. He thought that he was overestimated, but he decided to work for him. The latter put him in at $10,000 a year, and then turned his attention to his new duties completely. The editorial and publishing world was entirely new to Eugene from the executive side. He did not understand it as well as he did the art and advertising worlds, and because it was in a way comparatively new and strange to him, he made a number of initial mistakes. His first was in concluding that all the men about him were more or less weak and inefficient, principally because the magazines were weak, when, as a matter of fact, there were a number of excellent men whom conditions had repressed, and who were only waiting for some slight recognition to be of great value. In the next place, he was not clear as to the exact policies to be followed in the case of each publication, and he was not inclined to listen humbly to those who could tell him. His best plan would have been to have gone exceedingly slow, watching the men who were in charge, getting their theories and supplementing their efforts with genial suggestions. Instead, he decided on sweeping changes, and not long after he had been in charge, he began to make them. Marshwood, the editor of the Review, was removed, as was Gayler of the Weekly. The editorialship of the Adventure Story magazine was given to Bezenah. In any organization of this kind, however, great improvements cannot be effected in a moment, and weeks and months must elapse before any noticeable change can be shown. Instead of throwing the burden of responsibility on each of his assistants and leaving it there, making occasional criticisms, Eugene undertook to work with each and all of them, endeavoring to direct the policy intimately in each particular case. It was not easy, and to him at times it was confusing. He had a great deal to learn. Still he did have helpful ideas in a score of directions daily, and these told. The magazines were improved. The first issues, which were affected by his judgment and those of his men, were inspected closely by Colfax and White. The latter was particularly anxious to see what improvement had been made, and while he could not judge well himself, he had the means of getting opinions. Nearly all of these were favorable, much to his disappointment, for he had hoped to find things to criticize. Colfax, who had been watching Eugene's determined air, the energy with which he went about his work, and the manner in which he freely accepted responsibility, came to admire him even more than he had before. He liked him socially, his companionship after business hours, and began to invite him up to the house for dinner. Unlike Calvin, on most of these occasions he did not take Angela into consideration, for having met her, he was not so very much impressed with her. She was nice, but she was not of the same coruscating quality as her husband. Mrs. Colfax expressed a derogatory opinion, and this also made it difficult. He sincerely wished that Eugene were single. Time passed. Eugene worked more and more with the various propositions which this situation involved, and he became more and more at his ease. Those who have ever held an executive position of any importance know how easy it is, given a certain degree of talent, to attract men and women of ability and force according to that talent. Like seeks like, and those who are looking for advancement in their world according to their talents naturally drift to those who are more highly placed and who are much like themselves. Advertising men, artists, circulation men, editors, book critics, authors, and all those who were sufficiently in his vein to understand or appreciate him sought him out, and by degrees he was compelled to learn to refer all applicants to the heads of departments. He was compelled to learn to rely to a certain degree on his men, and having learned this, he was inclined to go to the other extreme and rely too much. In the case of Carter Hayes in the advertising department, he was particularly impressed with the man's efficiency and rested on him heavily for all the details of that work, merely inspecting his programs of procedure and advising him in difficult situations. The latter appreciated this, for he was egotistical to the roots, but it did not develop a sense of loyalty in him. He saw in Eugene a man who had risen by some fluke of fortune, and who was really not an advertising man at heart. He hoped some day that circumstances would bring it about that he could be advertising manager in fact, dealing directly with Colfax and White, whom, because of their great financial interest in the business, he considered Eugene's superiors, and whom he proposed to court. There were others in the other departments who felt the same way. The one great difficulty with Eugene was that he had no great power of commanding the loyalty of his assistants. He had the power of inspiring them, of giving them ideas which would be helpful to themselves, but these they used, as a rule, merely to further their own interests, to cause them to advance to a point where they deemed themselves beyond him. Because in his manner he was not hard, distant, bitter, he was considered, as a rule, rather easy. The men whom he employed, and he had talent for picking men of very exceptional ability, sometimes much greater than his own in their particular specialties, looked upon him not so much as a superior after a time as someone who was in their path and to whose shoes they might properly aspire. He seemed so good-natured about the whole work, so easy-going. Now and then he took the trouble to tell a man that he was getting too officious, but in the main he did not care much. Things were going smoothly, the magazines were improving, the advertising and circulation departments were showing marked gains, and altogether his life seemed to have blossomed out into comparative perfection. There were storms and daily difficulties, but they were not serious. Colfax advised with him genially when he was in doubt, and White pretended a friendship which he did not feel. End of section 71. Section 72 of The Genius by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 43. The trouble with this situation was that it involved more power, comfort, ease, and luxury than Eugene had ever experienced before, and made him a sort of oriental potentate, not only among his large company of assistants, but in his own home. Angela, who had been watching his career all these years with curiosity, began to conceive of him at last as a genius in every respect, destined to some great preeminence in art or finance or the publishing world, or all three. She did not relax her attitude in regard to his conduct, being more convinced than ever that to achieve the dizzy eminence to which he was now so rapidly ascending, he must be more circumspect than ever. People were watching him so closely now. They were so obsequious to him, but still so dangerous. A man in his position must be so careful how he dressed, talked, walked. "Don't make so much fuss," he used to say to her. "For heaven's sake, let me alone." This merely produced more quarrels, for Angela was determined to regulate him in spite of his wishes and in his best interests. Grave men and women in various walks of life, art, literature, philanthropy, trade, began to seek him out, because in the first place he had an understanding mind, and because in the next place, which was much more important, he had something to give. There are always those in all walks of life who are seeking something through those avenues which a successful person represents, whatever they may be, and these, together with those others who are always intensely eager to bask in the reflected glory of a rising luminary, make a retinue for every successful man. Eugene had his retinue, men and women of his own station or beneath it, who would eagerly shake his hand with an "Oh, yes, indeed," managing publisher of the United Magazines Corporation. Oh, yes, yes. Women were particularly prone to smile, showing him even white teeth and regretting that all good-looking and successful men were married. In July following his coming from Philadelphia, the United Magazines Corporation moved into its new building, and then he was installed in the most imposing office of his career. A subtle assistant, wishing to ingratiate the staff in Eugene's good graces, suggested that a collection be taken up for flowers. His room, which was done in white, blue, and gold, with rosewood furniture to set it apart from the prevailing decorative scheme, and so make it more impressive, was scattered with great bouquets of roses, sweet peas, and pinks, in beautiful and ornate vases of different colors, countries, and schools. His great rosewood flat-topped desk, covered with a thick plate glass through which the polished wood shone brightly, was decorated with flowers. On the morning of his entry he held an impromptu reception, on which occasion he was visited by Colfax and White, who, after going to look at their new rooms, came to his. A general reception which followed some 3 weeks later, and in which the successful representatives of various walks of life in the metropolis took part, drew to the building a great crowd, artists, writers, editors, publishers, authors, and advertising men, who saw him in all his glory. On this occasion Eugene, with White and Colfax, did the receiving. He was admired at a distance by striplings who wondered how he had ever accomplished such great results. His rise had been so meteoric. It seemed so impossible that a man who had started as an artist should change and become a dominant factor in literature and art from a publishing point of view. In his own home his surroundings were equally showy. He was as much a figure as he was in his office. When he was alone with Angela, which was not so often, for naturally they did a great deal of entertaining, he was a figure even to her. Long ago she had come to think of him as someone who would some day dominate in the art world. But to see him an imposing factor in the city's commercial life, its principal publisher's representative, having a valet and an automobile, riding freely in cabs, lunching at the most exclusive restaurants and clubs, and associating constantly with someone who was of importance, was a different matter. She was no longer so sure of herself with him, not so certain of her power to control him. They quarreled over little things, but she was not so ready to begin these quarrels. He seemed changed now and deeper still. She was afraid even yet that he might make a mistake and lose it all, that the forces of ill will, envy and jealousy, which were everywhere apparent in life, and which blow about so easily like gusts of wind, would work him harm. Eugene was apparently at ease, though he was troubled at times for his own safety, when he thought of it, for he had no stock in the company and was as beholden to Colfax as any hall boy. But he did not see how he could easily be dispensed with. He was making good. Colfax was friendly to him. He was surprised at times to see how badly the manufacturing arrangements could go awry, affecting his date of issue, but White invariably had a good excuse. Colfax took him to his house in the country, his lodge in the mountains, on short yachting and fishing trips, for he liked to talk to him. But he rarely, if ever, invited Angela. He did not seem to think it was necessary to do this, and Eugene was afraid to impress the slight upon his attention, much as he dreaded the thoughts which Angela must be thinking. It was Eugene here and Eugene there, with constant calls of, "Where are you, old man?" from Colfax, who appeared not to want to be away from him. "Well, old man," he would say, looking him over, much as one might a blood horse or a pedigreed dog, "you're getting on. This new job agrees with you. You didn't look like that when you came to me." And he would feel the latest suit Eugene might be wearing, or comment on some pin or tie he had on, or tell him that his shoes were not as good as he could really get, if he wanted to be perfect in dress. Colfax was for grooming his new prize much as one might groom a blood horse, and he was always telling Eugene little details of social life, the right things to do, the right places to be seen, the right places to go, as though Eugene knew little or nothing. "Now when we go down to Mrs. Savage's Friday afternoon, you get a Truxton portmanteau. Have you seen them? Well, there's the thing. Got a London coat? Well, you ought to have one. Those servants down there go through your things and they size you up accordingly. Nothing less than $2 each goes, and $5 to the butler, remember that." He assumed and insisted after a fashion which Eugene resented quite as much as he did his persistent ignoring of Angela, but he did not dare comment on it. He could see that Colfax was variable, that he could hate as well as love, and that he rarely took any intermediate ground. Eugene was his favorite now. "I'll send my car around for you at 2 Friday," he would say, as though Eugene did not keep a car, when he was planning one of his weekend excursions. "You be ready." At 2 on that day, Colfax's big blue touring car would come speeding up to the entrance of the apartment house, and Eugene's valet would carry down his bags, golf sticks, tennis racket, and the various paraphernalia that go with a weekend's entertainment, and off the car would roll. At times Angela would be left behind, and at times taken, when Eugene could arrange it, but he found that he had to be tactful and accede to Colfax's indifference mostly. Eugene would always explain to her how it was. He was sorry for her in a way, and yet he felt there was some justice in the distinction. She was not exactly suited to that topmost world in which he was now beginning to move. These people were colder, sharper, shrewder than Angela. They had more of that intense sophistication of manner and experience than she could achieve. As a matter of fact, Angela had as much grace and more than many of the 400. But she did lack that quickness of wit or that shallow self-sufficiency and assurance which are almost the invariable traits of those who shine as members of the smart set. Eugene was able to assume this manner whether he felt it or not. "Oh, that's all right," she would say, "as long as you're doing it for business reasons." She resented it, nevertheless, bitterly, for it seemed such an uncalled for slur. Colfax had no compunctions in adjusting his companionship to suit his moods. He thought Eugene was well suited to this high life. He thought Angela was not. He made the distinction roughly and went his way. It was in this manner that Eugene learned a curious fact about the social world, and that was that frequently in these highest circles a man would be received where his wife would not, and vice versa, and that nothing very much was thought of it, if it could be managed. "Oh, is that Birkwood?" he heard a young swell once remark concerning an individual in Philadelphia. "Why do they let him in? His wife is charming, but he won't do." And once in New York he heard a daughter ask her mother of a certain wife who was announced, her husband being at the same table, who invited her. "I'm sure I don't know," replied her mother. "I didn't. She must have come on her own accord." "She certainly has her nerve with her," replied the daughter, and when the wife entered Eugene could see why. She was not good looking and not harmoniously and tastefully dressed. It gave Eugene a shock, but in a way he could understand. There were no such grounds of complaint against Angela. She was attractive and shapely. Her one weakness was that she lacked the blasé social air. It was too bad, he thought. In his own home circle, however, he thought to make up for this by a series of entertainments which grew more and more elaborate as time went on. At first, when he came back from Philadelphia, it consisted of a few people in the dinner, old friends, for he was not quite sure of himself and did not know how many would come to share his new honors with him. Eugene had never got over his love for those he had known in his youth. He was not snobbish. It was true that now he was taking naturally to prosperous people, but the little ones, the old-time ones, he liked for old lang syne's sake as well as for themselves. Many came to borrow money, for he had associated with many ne'er-do-wells in his time, but many more were attracted by his fame. Eugene knew intimately and pleasantly most of the artistic and intellectual figures of his day. In his home and at his table there appeared artists, publishers, grand opera stars, actors, and playwrights. His large salary, for one thing, his beautiful apartment and its location, his magnificent office, and his friendly manner all conspired to assist him. It was his self-conscious boast that he had not changed. He liked nice people, simple people, natural people, he said, for these were really the great ones. But he could not see how far he had come in class selection. Now he naturally gravitated to the wealthy, the reputed, the beautiful, the strong and able, for no others interested him. He hardly saw them. If he did, it was to pity or give alms. It is difficult to indicate to those who have never come out of poverty into luxury, or out of comparative uncouthness into refinement, the veil or spell which the latter comes eventually to cast over the inexperienced mind, coloring the world anew. Life is apparently striving constantly to perfect its illusions and to create spells. There are, as a matter of fact, nothing but these outside that ultimate substance or principle which underlies it all. To those who have come out of inharmony, harmony is a spell, and to those who had come out of poverty, luxury is a dream of delight. Eugene, being primarily a lover of beauty, keenly responsive to all those subtleties of perfection and arrangement which ingenuity can devise, was taken vastly by the nature of this greater world into which, step by step apparently, he was almost insensibly passing. Each new fact which met his eye or soothed his sensibilities was quickly adjusted to all that had gone before. It seemed to him as though all his life he had naturally belonged to this perfect world, of which country houses, city mansions, city and country clubs, expensive hotels and inns, cars, resorts, beautiful women, affected manners, subtlety of appreciation and perfection of appointment generally were the inherent concomitants. This was the true heaven, that material and spiritual perfection on earth, of which the world was dreaming, and to which, out of toil, disorder, shabby ideas, mixed opinions, non-understanding, and all the ill to which the flesh is heir, it was constantly aspiring. Here was no sickness, no weariness apparently, no ill health or untoward circumstances. All the troubles, disorders, and imperfections of existence were here carefully swept aside, and one saw only the niceness, the health and strength of being. He was more and more impressed as he came farther and farther along in the scale of comfort, with the force and eagerness with which life seems to minister to the luxury love of the human mind. He learned of so many, to him, lovely things, large, well-kept, magnificent country places, scenes of exquisite beauty, where country clubs, hotels, seaside resorts of all descriptions had been placed. He found sport, amusement, exercise to be tremendously well organized, and that there were thousands of people who were practically devoting their lives to this. Such a state of social ease was not for him yet, but he could sit at the pleasures so amply spread between his hours of work and dream of the time to come when possibly he might do nothing at all. Yachting, motoring, golfing, fishing, hunting, riding, playing tennis and polo, there were experts in all these fields he found. Card playing, dancing, dining, lounging, these seemed to occupy many people's days constantly. He could only look in upon it all as upon a passing show, but that was better than nothing. It was more than he had ever done before. He was beginning to see clearly how the world was organized, how far were its reaches of wealth, its depths of poverty. From the lowest beggar to the topmost scene, what a distance! Angela scarcely kept pace with him in all these mental peregrinations. It was true that now she went to the best dressmaker only, bought charming hats, the most expensive shoes, rode in cabs and her husband's auto, but she did not feel about it as he did. It seemed very much like a dream to her, like something that had come so suddenly and so exuberantly that it could not be permanent. There was running in her mind all the time that Eugene was neither a publisher nor an editor, nor a financier at heart, but an artist, and that an artist he would remain. He might attain great fame and make much money out of his adopted profession, but some day in all likelihood he would leave it and return to art. He seemed to be making sound investments. At least they seemed sound to her, and their stocks and bank accounts, principally convertible stocks, seemed a safe enough margin for the future to guarantee peace of mind. But they were not saving so much after all. It was costing them something over $8,000 a year to live, and their expenses were constantly growing larger rather than smaller. Eugene appeared to become more and more extravagant. "I think we are doing too much entertaining," Angela had once protested, but he waved the complaint aside. "I can't do what I'm doing and not entertain. It's building me up. People in our position have to." He threw open the doors finally to the really remarkable crowds, and most of the cleverest people in all walks of life. The really exceptionally clever came to eat his meals, to drink his wines, to envy his comfort and wish they were in his shoes. During all this time Eugene and Angela, instead of growing closer together, were really growing farther and farther apart. She had never either forgotten nor utterly forgiven that one terrible lapse, and she had never believed that Eugene was utterly cured of his hedonistic tendencies. Crowds of beautiful women came to Angela's teas and lunches and their joint evening parties and receptions. Under Eugene's direction they got together interesting programs, for it was no trouble now for him to command musical, theatrical, literary, and artistic talent. He knew men and women who could make rapid charcoal or crayon sketches of people, who could do feats in legerdemain and character representations, could sing, dance, play, recite, and tell humorous stories in a droll and offhand way. He insisted that only exceptionally beautiful women be invited, for he did not care to look at the homely ones, and curiously he found dozens who were not only extremely beautiful, but singers, dancers, composers, authors, actors, and playwrights in the bargain. Nearly all of them were brilliant conversationalists, and they helped to entertain themselves, made their own entertainment, in fact. His table very frequently was a glittering spectacle. One of his stunts, as he called it, was to bundle 15 or 20 people into 3 or 4 automobiles after they had lingered in his rooms until about 3 o'clock in the morning, and motor out to some out-of-town inn for breakfast and to see the sun rise. A small matter like a bill for $75 for auto hire or $35 for a crowd for breakfast did not trouble him. It was a glorious sensation to draw forth his purse and remove 4 or 5 or 6 yellow-backed $10 bills, knowing that it made little real difference. More money was coming to him from the same source. He could send down to the cashier at any time and draw from $500 to $1,000. He always had from $150 to $300 in his purse in denominations of $5, $10, and $20 bills. He carried a small checkbook and most frequently paid by check. He liked to assume he was known and frequently imposed this assumption on others. Eugene Witla? Eugene Witla? George? He's a nice fellow. Or, it's remarkable how he has come up, isn't it? I was at the Whitlas the other night. Did you ever see such a beautiful apartment? It's perfect, that view. People commented on the interesting people he entertained, the clever people you met there, the beautiful women, the beautiful view, and Mrs. Witla is so charming. But down at the bottom of all this talk there was also much envy and disparagement, and never much enthusiasm for the personality of Mrs. Witla. She was not as brilliant as Eugene, or rather, the comment was divided. Those who liked clever people, show, wit, brilliance, ease, liked Eugene and not Angela quite so much. Those who liked sedateness, solidity, sincerity, the commoner virtues of faithfulness and effort, admired Angela. All saw that she was a faithful handmaiden to her husband, that she adored the ground he walked on. Such a nice little woman, so homelike. It's curious that he should have married her, though, isn't it? They are so different, and yet they appear to have lots of things in common, too. It's strange, isn't it? End of section 72. Section 73 of The Genius by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 44. It was in the course of his final upward progress that Eugene came once more into contact with Kenyon C. Winfield, ex-state senator of New York, president of the Long Island Realty Company, land developer, real estate plunger, financier, artist, what not, a man very much of Eugene's own type and temperament, who at this time was doing rather remarkable things in a land speculative way. Winfield was tall and thin, black-haired, black-eyed, slightly but not offensively hook-nosed, dignified, gracious, intellectual, magnetic, optimistic. He was 48 years of age. Winfield was a very fair sample of your man of the world who has ideas, dreams, fancies, executive ability, a certain amount of reserve and judgment, sufficient to hold his own in this very complicated mortal struggle. He was not really a great man, but he was so near it that he gave the impression to many of being so. His deep sunken black eyes burned with a peculiar luster. One might almost have fancied a tint of red in them. His pale, slightly sunken face had some of the characteristics of your polished Mephisto, though not too many. He was not at all devilish looking in the true sense of the word, but keen, subtle, artistic. His method was to ingratiate himself with men who had money in order to get from them the vast sums which he found it necessary to borrow to carry out the schemes, or rather dreams, he was constantly generating. His fancies were always too big for his purse, but he had such lovely fancies that it was a joy to work with them and him. Primarily, Winfield was a real estate speculator. Secondarily, he was a dreamer of dreams and a seer of visions. His visions consisted of lovely country areas near some city, stocked with charming country houses, cut up with well-paved, tree-shaded roads, provided with sewers, gas, electricity, suitable railway service, street cars, and all the comforts of a well-organized living district, which should be at once retired, exclusive, pleasing, conservative, yet bound up tightly with the great metropolitan heart of New York, which he so greatly admired. Winfield had been born and raised in Brooklyn. He had been a politician, orator, insurance dealer, contractor, and so on. He had succeeded in organizing various suburban estates: Winfield, Sunnyside, Ruritania, the Beaches, little 40, 50, 100 and 200 acre flats, which with the help of OPM, as he always called other people's money, he had divided off into blocks, laying out charmingly with trees and sometimes a strip of green grass running down the center, concrete sidewalks, a set of noble restrictions, and so forth. Anyone who ever came to look at a lot in one of Winfield's perfect suburbs always found the choicest piece of property in the center of this latest burst of improvement set aside for the magnificent house which Mr. Kenyon C. Winfield, the president of the company, was to build and live in. Needless to say, they were never built. He had been round the world and seen a great many things and places, but Winfield, or Sunnyside, or Ruritania, or the Beaches, so the lot buyers in these places were told, had been finally selected by him deliberately as the one spot in all the world in which he hoped to spend the remainder of his days. At the time Eugene met him, he was planning Minetta Water, on the shores of Gravesend Bay, which was the most ambitious of all his projects so far. He was being followed financially by a certain number of Brooklyn politicians and financiers who had seen him succeed in small things, taking a profit of from 300 to 400% out of 10, 20, and 30 acre flats. But for all his brilliance, it had been slow work. He was now worth between $300,000 and $400,000, and for the first time in his life was beginning to feel that freedom in financial matters which made him think that he could do almost anything. He had met all sorts of people, lawyers, bankers, doctors, merchants, the easy classes, as he called them, all with a little money to invest, and he had succeeded in luring hundreds of worthwhile people into his projects. His great dreams had never really been realized, however, for he saw visions of a great warehouse and shipping system to be established on Jamaica Bay, out of which he was to make millions, if it ever came to pass, and also a magnificent summer resort of some kind, somewhere, which was not yet clearly evolved in his mind. His ads were scattered freely through the newspapers, his signs, or rather the signs of his towns, scattered broadcast over Long Island. Eugene had met him first when he was working with Summerfield Company, but he met him this time quite anew at the home of the W. Wildebrand on the north shore of Long Island near Hempstead. He had gone down there one Saturday afternoon at the invitation of Miss Wildebrand, whom he had met at another house party and with whom he had danced. She had been pleased with his gay, vivacious manner, and had asked him if he wouldn't come. Winfield was here as a guest with his automobile. "Oh, yes," said Winfield pleasantly. "I recall you very well. You are now with United Magazines Corporation, I understand. Someone was telling me. A most prosperous company, I believe. I know Mr. Colfax very well. I once spoke to Summerfield about you. A most astonishing fellow, that tremendously able. You are doing that series of sugar plantation ads for them, or having them done. I think I copied the spirit of those things in advertising Ruritania, as you may have noticed. Well, you certainly have improved your condition since then. I once tried to tell Summerfield that he had an exceptional man in you, but he would have nothing of it. He's too much of an egoist. He doesn't know how to work with a man on equal terms." Eugene smiled at the thought of Summerfield. "An able man," he said simply. "He did a great deal for me." Winfield liked that. He thought Eugene would criticize him. He liked Eugene's genial manner and intelligent, expressive face. It occurred to him that when next he wanted to advertise one of his big development projects, he would go to Eugene or the man who had done the sugar plantation series of pictures and get him to give him the right idea for advertising. Affinity is such a peculiar thing. It draws people so easily apart from volition or consciousness. In a few moments Eugene and Winfield, sitting side by side on the veranda, looking at the greenwood before them, the long stretch of open sound, dotted with white sails, and the dim, distant shore of Connecticut, were talking of real estate ventures in general, what land was worth, how speculations of this kind turned out as a rule. Winfield was anxious to take Eugene seriously, for he felt drawn to him, and Eugene studied Winfield's pale face, his thin, immaculate hands, his suit of soft gray cloth. He looked as able as his public reputation made him out to be. In fact, he looked better than anything he had ever done. Eugene had seen Ruritania and the beaches. They did not impress him vastly as territorial improvements, but they were pretty nevertheless. For middle-class people, they were quite the thing, he thought. "I should like to think it would be a pleasure to you to scheme out a new section," he said to him once. "The idea of a virgin piece of land to be converted into streets, houses, or a village appeals to me immensely. The idea of laying it out and sketching houses to fit certain positions suits my temperament exactly. I wish sometimes I had been born an architect." "It is pleasant, and if that were all, it would be ideal," returned Winfield. "The thing is more a matter of financing than anything else. You have to raise money for land and improvements. If you make exceptional improvements, they are expensive. You really can't expect to get much, if any, of your money back until all your work is done. Then you have to wait. If you put up houses, you can't rent them. For the moment you rent them, you can't sell them as new. When you make your improvements, your taxes go up immediately. If you sell a piece of property to a man or woman who isn't exactly in accord with your scheme, he or she may put up a house which destroys the value of a whole neighborhood for you. You can't fix the details of a design in a contract too closely. You can only specify the minimum price the house is to cost, and the nature of the materials to be used. Some people's idea of beauty will vary vastly from others. Taste and sections may change. A whole city like New York may suddenly decide that it wants to build west when you are figuring on its building east. So, well, all these things have to be taken into consideration." "That sounds logical enough," said Eugene. "But wouldn't the right sort of a scheme just naturally draw to itself the right sort of people, if it were presented in the right way? Don't you fix the conditions by your own attitude?" You do," replied Winfield easily. "If you give the matter sufficient care and attention, it can be done. The pity is, you could be too fine at times. I have seen attempts at perfection come to nothing. People with taste and tradition and money behind them are not moving into new additions and suburbs as a rule. You are dealing with the new rich and financial beginners. Most people strain their resources to the breaking point to better their living conditions, and they don't always know. If they have the money, it doesn't always follow that they have the taste to grasp what you are striving for. And if they have the taste, they haven't the money. They would do better if they could, but they can't. A man in my position is like an artist and a teacher, and a father confessor and financier, and everything all rolled into one. When you start to be a real estate developer on a big scale, you must be these things. I have had some successes and some notable failures. Winfield is one of the worst. It's disgusting to me now. I've always wished I could lay out a seaside resort or a suburb, said Eugene dreamily. I've never been to but one or two of the resorts abroad, but it strikes me that none of the resorts here, certainly none near New York, are right. The opportunities are so wonderful. The things that have been done are horrible. There's no plan, no detail anywhere. My views exactly, said Winfield. I've been thinking of it for years. Some such a place could be built, and I suppose if it were done right it would be successful. It would be expensive, though, very, and those who come in would have a long wait for their money. It would be a great opportunity to do something really worthwhile, though, said Eugene. No one seems to realize how beautiful a thing like that could be made. Winfield said nothing, but the thought stuck in his mind. He was dreaming a seaside improvement which should be the most perfect place of its kind in the world, a monument to himself if he did it. If Eugene had this idea of beauty, he might help. At least he might talk to him about it when the time came. Perhaps Eugene might have a little money to invest. It would take millions to put such a scheme through, but every little would help. Besides, Eugene might have ideas which should make money both for himself and for Winfield. It was worth thinking about. So they parted, not to meet again for weeks and months, but they did not forget each other. End of section 73.